is correct. This is all stuff in the future that you cannot predict. It
May
doesn't
I give
matter
my
if you're
opinion?
smart. Yes, sir. You got it, bro. Pulse Academy. Give your take.
Pulse Academy. Yeah.
I
go
think he
ahead.
can't hear you. Pulse Academy, you can't hear Jim Rat, so just drop down and I'll bring you back up, okay?
Okay.
I'll bring you back up, don't worry. What's going on, Motley?
Just joining this madness, I guess. How are you?
Doing awesome.
What? Wasn't expecting all this when I entered, but hey,
Man,
here we are now.
I woke up this morning and I was like, man, I should make some coffee and get myself going. And then I was like, I kind of just want to eat. You ever just want to eat before the coffee? But then the coffee's like no good. You're not going to get the same buzz. So I was like, why don't I just start the most controversial space ever? And then I'll just eat while I listen to everyone talk.
Yeah. But no, just to make the point, I know Wendy's and Kib were going back and forth. Like I do agree. Like I don't think there was any sort of maliciousness or lies, right? Because the Pulse sacrifice was well over a year ago. We've been waiting on Ethereum 2.0 for 5 years. We had a test net that was based off BSC. Like that was the intention. We had it operating. That's what the plan was on because we didn't know when Vitalik was going to come out with Ethereum proof of stake. I mean, shit, I still have memes in our Telegram group saying have like old pictures of Vitalik. He looks like he's 80 years old. If the Ethereum 2.0 finally released, ironically enough, they beat us to market. So, that narrative kind of went out the window. So I don't think this was ever the intention. But if you go back to what Richard is used to, he likes battle hardened, tested stuff that works. And Ethereum is the best chain that exists today. So like he is making a pivot, and I believe he said it. Alex from Hedron and Icosa said it that it actually will probably take less time making this pivot than if they were to try to go through BSC and fix the critical bugs that they could evidently hack the chain today. So I think it's a overall net positive, and I do like the upgrades that we'll actually be able to incorporate as Ethereum 2.0 gets them in the future. So I like the change personally.
Thanks for your input. I personally like the change as well, and I believe my question was just, what was the original plan? I know I'm aware it was over a year before this has happened, and I'm aware that the testnet is the fork of Binance chain. It's just the simple fact that time has passed, and if they said ETH is going to mainnet and we're a year in and there's no pulse chain, then there might be a point where he's like, okay, we might just adopt this. And that's the question is, when will he come out and say, whoa, we're shifting now. This is something new now we need to do. And it's not just some back end business because we've been waiting for months. You know what I'm saying? And ETH 2.0 has been out for weeks. So, you know what I'm saying? This is kind of late.
Can I tell you something? You sound like every program director I've ever had. Here's the thing.
Have something positive to say, bro.
It was a joke. You don't get it?
But I'm not laughing right now,
All right. Well,
I think it's funny, though.
Yeah. Kid, don't get arguing. Don't fucking argue again. Seriously, that shit's annoying as fuck.
I believe you're arguing, guy.
Listen. There's no argument. Here's why I'm telling you this, is because this is exactly the type of thing every engineer hears at work. We thought it was going to only take this much. Oh, isn't this just a copy paste? Oh, why doesn't it work better already? Look, everything you're describing is because this is a democratized release of some.
But I'm happy with the changes. I'm happy with it.
Right.
What I'm asking is, when do we get the updates? Like, hey guys, I know you guys have been waiting for months.
They're gonna come from Richard probably.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna come
get
from
them.
Richard.
Kid, you don't get them.
Hold on.
Why do you deserve them?
I guess I had a
why
question.
do I deserve?
If we can change gears a little bit here,
What
I just
does
had a
that
question. What do you guys think? Like, other than like the community itself, like kind of losing faith, so to speak, if some do and some don't. I still believe in what's going on and trust the process. But what do you guys think is like the main threat to Pulse Chain right now? you know, and people. I mean, people not. I mean, I don't see people not using it. I mean, what do you guys think is like the biggest threat, other than like, you know, people losing faith in the community?
Time. He better release a Fork of Eve 2.0.
But that's you losing
He,
faith in faith in the
I'm not
community.
losing. I have complete faith in the man, but it hasn't coming out in a year. So he better release
Bro,
this,
we've all
and
been
it
here,
better
man.
work.
We've all been here.
Of
But why do you
course,
say
of
it like
course.
that? Why do you say it like that? Like he has
I
to.
just
What does he
say
have to
I
do?
just say he better, because it's a race of time. That's
But
just
what if
simply
you
what
don't?
I'm
Hey,
What
man.
saying.
if
What
we
time,
don't
bro? There's no
deserve the
liquidity
truth?
right
What if
now.
we don't deserve the truth, bro? We don't deserve the truth. Why do we deserve the
That
truth?
Yo,
famous.
hey,
That doesn't
hey,
make
hey. Can I
sense.
talk here
What
real
do you?
quick?
How does that not make sense, man? There was once upon a
Be,
time in crypto, you didn't know what the fuck the team was doing. The
listen,
best
I
assets
get
in
it.
crypto that have been created, you didn't know shit at the
It's
beginning.
not
You
like
didn't
I'm
know
not aware
fuck
of
all.
this, but a year
So
in,
why are you mad?
who's mad? What I'm saying is I want transparency. Nobody's angry, bro.
But how is he
Your
Now
not
that we're
tonality,
transparent?
bro,
He's
is like
keeping
everything, G.
now that
he's
we're this
keeping you updated throughout this
now that
journey
we're
in a
this
more.
far, it
No,
shouldn't
man,
be
I
like
have to
this.
disagree,
It
bro.
shouldn't be
Why
like this.
not?
You literally said yourself that you didn't understand when I was talking technically earlier. So like, if you
I
know,
never
unless you're a
said I didn't
developer,
understand anything.
okay,
Never said that.
unless you're a developer, then go read GitLab and get all your updates. But like, unless you're a developer, you're not going to understand anyway, so it doesn't
What does
matter.
this have to do with my
He
question? What
he.
I'm saying is the transparency in what we're doing and shifting moving forward. And I'm
Well,
saying we have to,
everything I know was from the last live stream. He's been
which
transparent.
was
Yeah.
Like,
yesterday, bro.
yes, I
Hey, dude.
know.
Hey, everyone. Yo, hey, what's up? Trevor here. Look, I want to, if you don't mind, man, like this is getting kind of crazy, but let me speak from my own experience here, man. I came in this community a little while back, whatever. Look, before I was even heavy into Hex, I own a like in real life, I own a company and we're very tech driven. All right. I'm good. I'm enough to be dangerous. All right. So I'm just speaking from my own perspective. I have a CTO who makes an incredible 6-figure salary, all of these things. Right. I can tell you this, man. I was working with American Apparel. I was working with Fruit of the Loom. You name them, man. We were developing this software that was going to change the industry in merchandising, and it's what I do. That software, dude. We literally spent fucking 5 years on that shit, and it's never gonna see the light of day. And one thing I learned is for me to listen to my CTO and my dev team and shut the fuck up. And I can't imagine how fucking hard it is for Richard to be working with guys like Kyle, who are so incredibly smart, and then have guys like you who are asking questions for it's only been 2 weeks. Dude, that's not fair. That's completely uneducated.
No,
This
that's
technology is incredibly hard,
not to
dude.
interrupt you, dude, but
So
what I'm
I'm good. That's all
saying,
I have to say. I just want to
what
speak from my own experience, bro, and then I'm going to mute myself. I want to
I
speak from my own
understand your point.
experience, and I'm telling you, software is hard, and it's a miracle of God that Pulse Chain is going to come out, possibly even in the next year. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree, but what I'm really getting at is it should have been an indefinite stamp. If it's this hard, it should have been an indefinite stamp. It shouldn't have
Bro,
been 4 more weeks, 4 more
there's no
weeks.
definite things in life, G. Like there's not like you
I
could
said
like what
indefinite.
May I?
It always was indefinite. What are you talking
It
about? He
never
never
was.
said.
It was 4 more weeks. It was January. It was March. It was May.
And that's why.
And
And that's
then
why your recent example is exactly why
no,
he's not giving updates anymore.
it's
He
it. I
literally
don't
quoted
care.
people
It
like
should
you.
have been indefinite. You
think
don't
think
Dude,
say
about
4
it
I
more
from
was
a
weeks and
think
it's a
giving
about it
I
year
from
was
like a
later.
giving my
music.
own team updates, man. I was giving my own team updates, and literally I had someone leave my company because I kept giving them updates and shit wasn't fucking happening, bro. You don't want
Okay,
to
well
do
that's life. Cool. He left and
yeah,
he has
well,
new business.
hold on. Let me text Richard and make you very happy right now. What can we do to
No, it
make you
should have.
happy?
Nobody's saying make me happy. What I'm saying, dude, is it should have been indefinite. We got drug out until the new year, and then when the new year came, we thought it would come that year. it didn't come. So now it's a big indefinite stamp. It should
I
have
thought
been
my business was
indefinite.
gonna thrive, and then COVID happened.
Dude,
Like, dude, we can sit here in the past
listen to
all
me.
day.
Listen to me. We're
This is
talking about
irrelevant.
software. We're not
This is
talking about your
absolutely
business.
Okay,
We're
well, look at
talking about a
Ada.
man
How long
who's
did
done
Ada
this
take?
before.
How long did Ada
We're
take?
talking
How long
about
did
a
Ada
man
take?
who's
How long
done
did
exactly.
they
this
wait?
Thank you,
before.
John.
We're not
Like, you
talking
don't know,
about Joe
bruh.
Schmo down the street and guy who started his company. We're talking about a guy who's done this before and who knows the process. So it could have been
Listen,
indefinite. It
Yeah,
didn't have
I
to be 4 more
appreciate the
weeks.
respect, brother. No, I'm gonna mute myself.
listen.
Cool.
Here's
And I
why.
respect your sentiment. Thanks
Listen.
for sharing your story, man.
Indefinite
Thank
is
Listen.
having no expectations.
Okay, so why was there 4 more weeks?
Here,
Answer.
No expectations has
Look.
been the expectation this entire time. So regardless
Cool,
of 4 more
cool,
weeks,
cool, bro.
it's been indefinite. That is no expectations.
Cool, bro.
But why do you keep asking us as if we have the
No,
answers
what
for you?
I'm saying is, why are you okay with it? Why is it just like, oh yeah, this is okay? He didn't
He
say
has
this,
to have
then
no
this, then this,
expectations.
then this.
He has to have no
Listen,
expectations
it's
due
The
to
story changed
legalities.
multiple.
Hey guys, my coffee. I just poured my first cup. Wanted to give you an update real quick.
Cheers,
Really
man.
enjoying the space. And, I think some people in the room probably have ridden with Richard for a while. So probably not the first time that they've sat around for a couple of weeks. But also, here's another way of looking at it. Let's be not cool with it. Let's be not cool with the release. Okay, here we are. Not cool with it. Are we all going to track them down and punch them in the throat? Like, what's the end game? We just don't have a blockchain. You going to strap them to a chair? Is that going to speed up the development? If you just want to feel better, I mean, I could answer your question. When is he going to come out and tell us? Well, he did in the last live stream. Why didn't he tell us 4 weeks ago? I don't know. Maybe he was busy. Do I think we all deserve to know? I think we do, and I think he's communicated things. If you want to track him down and hang on his every word, you probably are pretty in the loop about why things are going the way they are. But like, I also don't spend a lot of my time watching my screens, unless it's like Twitter, because I like to start drama, I guess. But yeah, man, I would just say like there's the other side of the coin. If you just want to say we're not cool with it, we do have expectations, and it hasn't launched, unfortunately, I can't even take that path to the finish line. It just doesn't go anywhere. It just goes to this dead end. And we go, okay, now we still don't have the chain, and we don't have camaraderie or a community. And I'm also not so naive as to think that like when we say the word community, it's like, hey, we're all, like Wendy's was saying, like maybe not everybody makes it. I don't think that the people on the New York Stock Exchange go, hey, time to buy Tesla. We're all the community that buys Tesla today. I don't think they say that. I think they actually cut each other's throats and pick up pennies in front of freight trains. But just a couple of things to think about. Hope everyone's having a good time. Let's keep it respectful. People got a lot of different emotions and experiences, and we're all just trying to answer the question, you guys. Pulse chain, is it a rug?
Guys, here's the one thing that's unfair. You can't hold Richard Hart to a higher standard than Fortune 500 companies. It's just, look, you can buy all the shares of Microsoft you could ever afford to buy. You will not know. You will simply not know. Just like, even with the best possible intentions, you just will not know what's really going on behind. Now, here's what we really have to look at. Are these delays reasonable? That's what you have to ask. Is it reasonable? And look how many things have happened. So in my eyes, the delays are not just, throwing the ball down, further, just rolling the ball further away. There are reasons here. And I think that's what we need to, consider if you're going in that direction. But I think what everybody really wants to understand is the capital, right? Like let's say the project is what it is, it gets launched. What happens with the money? I think that's what everybody really wants to know.
I don't really care what happens with the money. I just want a cheap blockchain that I sacrifice for.
But you didn't build, right? Someone else had to build it. So this is part of the reason why you are if you did it with truly no expectation of reward, right? You're funding this, right? So if it's
Yeah,
something
but
you
dude,
believe in and
look,
you don't care about the money,
we're
then
we're a year
w-
in,
but
and
you don't care about the money.
people can share their feelings and emotions about how we feel about being a year in. There's people who are new to this community
A
who
year is not a
haven't.
long time.
Yeah, how long have you been in crypto, man? Because like this shit takes a long time.
Dude,
Like I'm wondering how many
nobody's
projects have you waited for?
disregarding that.
Is this your
But
first project that you're waiting for? Because that's what it
dude,
sounds like. I'm just curious. Answer the question.
disregarding that, bro. Nobody's saying a year is a long time, but 4 more weeks versus a year, like, is that a long time?
He's not saying 4 more weeks. That's what the community is joking about.
He's not saying it anymore.
Yes. So he's it's basically indefinite. That's what indefinite means. That's what you wanted, and that's what you got. So it's indefinite.
Bro,
there you go.
Dude, I think you have an attitude, and I think right now we're trying to talk about, like this guy said, just talk about the reasons why we're being delayed, and we can talk about that without having attitudes, bro.
It's ironic coming from you, but go ahead.
No, bro, I simply posed a question, and then a lot of people are against me, and that's fine. I really don't care. All I'm asking, bro, is why are we okay with certain things and then not okay with other things? And as a community,
For
we should be
example,
able to talk about it.
what are we okay with and what are we not okay with?
For one, we're okay with the guy saying 4 more weeks and then putting the indefinite after. You put the indefinite before the 4 more weeks. That's one thing.
Okay,
And
so he's a
then
human. He's a human, and he made a mistake, and you're gonna
it's
ridicule him for
okay.
that? Like you're so
Listen,
perfect?
no, listen. We said we can be okay with things and not okay with things, bro. We're humans. Remember? It's okay to not be okay with that. Remember?
Guys,
Yeah,
here's
that's
the
what I'm
thing.
saying. That's ironic that you're ridiculing
It's
him.
okay
You're
for us
saying
to
that
have
he's not
feelings
perfect,
and
but
say,
you're not
hey,
perfect.
I'm not asking him to be perfect, dude. What I'm saying is it's okay for us to speak about these things. How do you feel about it? Do you want him to be perfect?
I don't give a fuck, honestly. Like I
Okay,
know that
then
it
since
takes a
you
long
don't
time.
care,
I've
what do you
waited for
what do you
multiple
have to
projects.
say? Let the other people discourse, man, because right now we're
You're the
not
only one
getting
bitching, my
anywhere.
dude. You're the only one
Nobody's
bitching.
bitching.
Hey,
We're
if you
trying
need
to
your
discuss
$500
something.
back, I'll spot you.
$500, I'm out of way more than that, buddy.
I'll take you up though, for real though.
Well,
no, but I so like I get that the tone is like it causing the cortisol to just go absolutely nuclear, which I'm a huge fan of. I think we need a little bit more of this. But dude, I hear where he's coming from. All he's saying is that while he understands that most of us don't give a fuck, like it's not bothering us, it is bothering some people. He's one of the people it's bothering, or maybe he's just advocating for
I
those
totally get
people.
that. But what do you want us to do about it?
It's more so the newer people, and I'm not asking you to do anything.
Sure.
What I'm saying is, if you're okay with this, be okay with it, but don't promote and let everybody else be okay with it, because there's new people in this community who seek opportunity and who are here to actually build things, and they can't without Pulse Chain. You know, this is a real guck in the works. A lot of things are halted because Pulse Chain isn't here, and rather
In what
than
way? How many dApps work on Pulse Chain?
Hold on, and rather
Well, I
than
want you to elaborate on your
that,
point, because you just like word salad, but you don't get to the
120
specific point.
projects, 120, just like Richard Hart said. They're all in the Pulse Chain chat. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and they work on testnet. So I'm saying,
bro, testnet is not even real. I'm talking about a real chain, bro. So it's okay for me to feel the way I feel, because, dude, that's all the fake money.
Testnet is a real chain. No,
testnet is real.
Chain.
Okay,
bro,
guys, just
testnet
real quick.
is test. Nobody sacrifices for a test. Please,
just real quick.
Stop.
We're gonna get to some of the hands that are up.
For freedom of speech.
We're gonna get to some of the hands that are up. I didn't see the order they came in, and I'm also trying to get people on the stage, so I am gonna start revolving the door. But you can always request to come back up. The spice, man, loving the spice. But let's start with. I haven't seen Crypto Gains Club on the stage yet. We'll start with you, and then we'll go. I didn't see the hands. We'll go Joseph and Pulse Academy, or just fight to the death is usually how I prefer to split that up.
I'll be quick. I don't talk much, but a couple of guys know me here for a long time. 4 more weeks is the joke. We'll start there. So we'll just pass that. We waited longer for Hex. If you sacrifice for post chain, you already read the whole fucking website. So that's what it is. It is what it is. I'm not gonna go further on that. Orca's definitely stirring the pot here, and it's fun. And we're just trying to have conversations. So all the other shit is kind of like you just threw too much money into this shit, and you took it too far. You never go full retard. So never go full retard. That's one of the number one rules out there. But yeah, Richard Hart and the team is definitely working. I mean, they got to use what works. You know, this stuff gets people's hearts pumping. And
Let's go.
To me, it's fun because the truth. Some of us know the truth, and some of us know how this works. And for the new people out there, just chill out. Watch the older people that were in the game in crypto for a long time. You know, they know the game, and you were around BitConnect time. You know the fucking dopamine and the ups and downs and the fucking season assists and it gets crazy out here. And this is what we're all here because we're all fucking DJs. But if you know how to DJ right, you fucking wait. You sit on your ass and you make a ton of money. So if you play post chain correctly, you put money towards post chain, knowing is gonna be fucking crazy in the future. Not knowing when though. So when you never can answer that fucking question. But to play post chain right, just sit on your ass. The longer the better, in my opinion. No matter how much money you put in it, you should never put anything that you've been willing to lose. So yeah, 4 more weeks was a joke. We went a long time for waiting for Hex. That's not in Richard's. Richard stopped saying updates because people were getting pissed off, and we didn't appreciate that. He's a normal person, so if anything, we should all just be checking on him and shit. You know, even if it's joking around like this, we should just be fucking with him, like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Shit like that, because he's busy doing other crap. So I think everybody should just chill out. You know, we could play around in here with this idea of it's a rug. We know damn straight it's not a rug. And, you know, this is Orca knows what he's doing. He's a genius at this shit. You know, so we could play with it. Go ahead. I'm gonna come off, but yeah, I just want to say 4 more weeks is a joke, and if you're in this whole post chain shit, you made it, man. You just gotta slam your ass. And that's it.
Wait, Cookies, I'm sorry. I got to break in here real quick.
Yeah,
In,
bro.
in saying that it's not a rug, this guy just compared it to BitConnect.
No, he's not comparing it to BitConnect. He's saying that people.
Nah, I didn't say that. I
got
said
since
if you was around that time, you know how the ups and downs and the feelings get, and then once you get used to it, and you see that this is all just fucking an experiment, you don't take this shit that serious. Just put your chips down and putting your chips down and holding it for a long time, your cookies down. Yeah, don't eat your fucking cookies, man. Let them things get stale, and they'll cost a lot more when they're stale. All right, peace out.
Bet, bro. All right, let's get. I don't know, dude. All the hands that are up, this shit sucks. Fight
It
to
was
the death.
Academy.
Yeah.
It was Academy in Georgia. I want to say something, kid.
Joseph unmuted, so let him hop in because I don't want to call fucking hands all day.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
Joseph. Sorry about it.
Yeah, you know, as somebody that invests in technology often, you know, I kind of want to say welcome to the technology investment game, right? So it's not a product that's being updated or you know a new version is being pushed out. Is the first product. You know, even with you know in tech companies, that first product, you know, that's the one that take the longest, right? That's the one that really take the longest, and then it can even be the product development roadmap can get thrown off because of unexpected things that happen. You know, whether the economy changes, supply chain changes, all of that affects even a product development roadmap. So I kind of say, hey, welcome to the game. I did like the fact that a lot of the stuff that Richard Hart talked about doing, because he did talk about, hey, we're building in the capability to take certain transactions off the chain. We're doing this, we're doing that. And when he decided to say we're going to be forking, you know, ETH 2.0, I actually like that for the simple fact that that really incorporated a lot of the stuff that was in his plans, right? Was actually in his plans. I kind of felt that was a good move. And then the fact that you can receive updates from ETH 2.0 as they update the chain, as they do certain things, we can get updates from that. You know, I feel like it's even a better move when it comes to support and maintenance and just making sure that the chain remains relevant, up to date, and running. As far as it, you know, being a rug pull, I think that's kind of relative. and it just all depends on what a rug pull would mean to you. For me, a rug pull would mean it doesn't launch, but then the person was using the funds uh, that was sacrificed with no expectation of gain. Those funds was used or in a way that demonstrates, you know, fraudulent behavior that demonstrates it. That's I mean, so it's kind of like, why call it a rug pull when it hasn't happened yet? And then you look at the history, and then you say, well, when did this person ever rug pull or was part of a rug pull? And then you say, okay, that's not a part of this person's history. So why should I start prematurely?
Hey man,
you know,
I'm still waiting for my
saying
fluid
something?
dynamics computational tokens. So let's not get too.
You know, yeah. So it's like, you know, you just remain positive in a whole point, and then I kind of understand the frustration because it is a bear market, right? Me personally, I like the bear market. Most people don't like the bear market, but then again, this could be an opportunity to come up in a bear market. So that's my 2 cents anyway.
Appreciate you. Pulse Academy, then Famous in Georgia will have to make out to decide who gets to speak first.
All right. First of all, kid, thank you for your question. I think it's an important question to answer, and a lot of people are asking it. Why has the plan changed so much? I think it comes down to they're doing something difficult. It's like when you take your car to your mechanic and you think you're gonna get your spark plugs changed, but then he finds out your hoses are all crusty and eroded or something else wrong with it. There's things pop up and they need to be addressed, and the task that's being undertaken is not a simple one. Secondly, the transparency. Why doesn't he just say these things? I think it's for two reasons. Number one, simply the optics. There's a lot of people that are just waiting to shit on everything Richard does. And if he is out here talking about his challenges and difficulties, that's all people are going to focus on, and it'll make it easier for them to FUD Pulse Chain. I think also there is an element of competing with the other crypto projects and other teams as well. Like, they don't want to reveal everything that they're doing. Kind of like, the U.S. isn't going to just tell Russia all the plans. Like, even something that could seem like it's innocent information could actually end up being used against you. So a lot of times it's better just to keep your lip, shut until you have the full thing just going. And that's all I had to say.
Thanks, man. Good answer, man. That was the most constructive answer out of everybody.
I was waiting so long to say it.
Shut your mouth, Playtech. Don't even think about speaking yet. All right, Faye, this is Georgia. You guys have to fight to the death. Then we're gonna get to Jim. Then we'll get to Playtech, or you guys can just learn how to share a fucking room and talk and share. When someone else wants to say something, you just let them say something.
Oh, thank you, Famous. I'm not at. Hi, guys. I am here listening and trying to learn from all of you who are definitely more knowledgeable and have been in crypto a lot longer than I have. And this is for Kid. Kid, I understand your point. I'm one of those people who are new to the crypto world, who are new to all this madness of technology and the new DeFi. And I am absolutely learning every day from all of you. And I understand your frustration, but I am going to speak on behalf probably of some people will identify with me, some people will not. But when I decided to sacrifice for Pulse and for Hex, and well, not Hex, but Pulse and PulseX, and when I decided to support the Richard Hart projects, I did it with not expectations. I did it because I thought it was something for my kids' future, not for me. And I did it with knowing that there was not going to be a due date. So far, correct me if I'm wrong, I did not see a due date on the Pulse Chain launch. Now, if I want to do something, let's say I chose Richard to be my leader in this journey, this new journey for me. And, I did some research and I wanted to make sure the leader that I chose and that I choose was the right one. Well, he has proved to us over and over and over and over that he knows what he's doing. So I personally trust him that if it takes a little bit longer, if he wants to wait, if he says that the weather is not the right weather to go out there and do whatever we want to do or launch Pulse Chain, I am going to wait and I'm going to trust. Why? Because if you go back in time to that moment that you chose Richard Hart and his projects, you knew that there was no due date, you knew that there was no expectations, and you trusted him. So you want clarification for what? Is it going to make any difference? It doesn't make any difference in decisions that I made. It doesn't make any difference on the future, and it doesn't make any difference in the present. So
I'm gonna ask something.
I don't understand. Go ahead, guys. I'm not smart enough to give you a technical or to fight. I don't want to fight. It's like when I'm trying to explain my daughter, yes, Gia, we're gonna go to Disneyland on Friday. And Friday, you know what? The weatherman says it's gonna be raining. Maybe my check for the money that I've got is not, in my bank account yet. Maybe there's a lot of things that are going not the way that I wanted to go to be able to accomplish. So you know what? I'm going to tell her, no, you're not going to Disneyland. And you're telling me, and she's fighting with me and saying, but I want to go to Disneyland. Why? And that's how I feel like right now. So go ahead, guys, interrupt me because I'm maybe not the smartest person to explain this, but I just wanted to tell
Oh
you that,
no, you're doing a great job.
no expectations, no due date, and I trust him,
Mm-hmm.
and I trust Richard Hart
Mm-hmm.
on the steps that he's following to get me the best product out there for something that I'm not supposed to get because I'm not supposed to have expectations for anything. So that's Kid. Thank you for sharing your feelings. It's definitely very important to us, and thank you for being part of this community. We need people like you with a lot of passion, with a lot of drive, and this is a long way. We have a lot more years to go, and we need people with passion like you. So thank you for being here, and thank you, Orca, for putting this space together.
I don't know who the
Out.
fuck Orc is, but I appreciate everybody being in here. We got
Well,
famous.
thank you, Cookie.
Thank you. Love you, Georgia. We got famous, Jim, Playtech, and then Kid, and then eventually I'm gonna just teach all of these adults how to share a conversation without having to raise their hands. So it's gonna be a spectacular learning opportunity for all of us.
Well, you said to raise your hand, but that's okay. You're the host. Yo, Kid, listen, man. I don't want to give you an excuse because, like, no one here can give you an excuse. I actually want to know what your solution is because for me, arguing about not being productive about things is kind of a waste of time. And I'm trying to aim and more redirect people into more using their time more productively and being more productive and leveling themselves up. So, what is your solution to your problem? Because you are a fellow Hexican, Paulskin, whatever. And I do respect you personally. And I do feel like you could be more in spaces and be more of a positive attitude. The last couple of times you've come in, unfortunately, people haven't been very receptive to you. They look at you and they don't really know you. I do, and I know you can be positive and very important to the community. And I want to know what's your solution to this, and how can we move forward? And I would like to see you more positive and productive for the community. To be honest with you, bro. And I'm saying that like I don't even like you know what I mean, man. Like I
Yeah.
appreciate you, bro.
Well, to start with, it's the disrespect. People come in here and they think they can just say whatever because they hear a person's voice. But as you know, bro, I've been at this for years. This is going on 2-3 years. We've been in the crypto, and that's not no long amount of time. But I know what I'm doing, and I know this software game, and nobody's gonna come up here for 30 seconds and tell me what software is. So that's the start. But the thing
Bro, you said
is,
testnet wasn't a real chain.
bro, are you gonna pull money off of there, bro, and pay your rent? And that's all I'm asking. Okay,
This
so
is the thing, is you
back
keep
to the
talking
point.
about two
Back to the
different
point, bro.
things. You're
Back to the
talking about
point, bro.
technology
Oh my
or
God.
money. You're not both. No, because you're confusing the shit out of everyone, including me.
Nobody's
You said you don't care about
even
You're the
when
only
technology.
one
mainnet
You don't
stuck
know
on
happens,
it.
about the
You're the only one
technology.
look,
stuck
no,
on it.
Oh my god, it wasn't me, but I really want to hear your solution to what you're uncomfortable with, kid, because I do understand your point. I do understand that it would have been technically better if he would have been indefinite from the beginning and he wouldn't have said the whatever he did. I understand. What's done is done. We technically got more than we deserved, in my opinion. Right? We were getting daily, well, not daily, sorry. We're getting updates, right? Where we could gauge our next move and understand what's happening compared to how it used to be where you didn't know shit and you just hoped and prayed for the most. But I want to know what your solution is moving forward. Like, I understand maybe Richard doesn't hear you, it kind of is useless, but I want to know what your solution is because there has to be a solution to this problem, right? And you must have
Just
thought
real
of
quick,
one.
because Steak and Apes was asking for an update on the weather. It's currently a pretty frigid 47 degrees in Chinook, Montana. We've got some wildfires approaching from the west. Could use some rainfall, would really go a long way. Looks like it's going to be pretty cloudy all day. Rain would be welcome, but these don't seem to be rain clouds. That said, everybody just shut the fuck up when someone else is talking, and then I don't have to use the mute button. And we're going to get to some of these hands. Also, like, we're going to let Kid, we'll give you like 30 seconds to respond because I know how frustrating it is when someone asks you a question and then you don't get a chance to respond. But then we're going to move, just because I got all these people that raise their hands, man. So, like, you get to say what you think maybe would be a productive use of time given the long wait period. And then we'll get to play text. I know you've been waiting forever. And then we'll get to crypto into HUD. And then we'll probably talk about different kinds of like food and stuff like that.
Yeah, the solution is just to be able to talk about it without, attitudes and whatever. That's simply just what it is. There doesn't need to be a timestamp on Pulse. Nobody asked for a timestamp. I believe we all sacrificed our money. Everybody's aware of that. But we didn't put timestamps on it. The founder did. And now that the timestamp is removed, we should be able to clearly communicate, hey, now that timestamp is removed, give us updates, clear cut updates on what we should receive, because we should also be aware that the sacrifice phase was just distribution and just, whatever. So, yep, that's really all I got to say, and I can just leave it at that.
All right. Hey guys, Playtech here. How you doing today? Good.
Fantastic, bro.
Wait, sorry. One of my coworkers right next to me, and he's answering a question. All right. I sacrificed. Man, I'm really upset about the whole sacrifice. Man, I didn't put a lot of money into it. I put in what I could afford to lose, which was a good amount of money. But the money isn't really the issue. It's more just like what Kid was just saying a second ago. How, like, when you have reputable people that come and say to you, all right, listen, we have an objective, and that's going to be met within whatever time frame, and then they execute it, But with Richard, it was like, yeah, everyone sacrificed for Pulse, and then Pulse. All right, yeah, it's gonna be ready in 2 weeks. All right, and then 2 weeks passes. All right, well, we got some problems. Well, it's like, why did you even say it in the first place? Because it goes back to the point of just being like, that's like a total like a trick. Like, if he was going to execute it, and he was reputable, he would have never said that. Because let's be honest here, okay? This type of technology, if you are going to launch in 2 weeks, you would know for a fact that you would be ready to roll out. There would be nothing, no bugs, nothing that would be in your way. So that's all my concern is, and I was wondering if anyone else felt the same way. Peace.
No, and thanks for expressing that. And that's why I asked the first question. Why is there so many switches? When do we as a community ask, Why are you switching up so much? And that was just the question to begin with. And everybody was outraged. And it was like, yo, it's just a question.
Let's get Crypto into Hood real quick. I know you've been
Well,
waiting.
it sounds to me like you sacrificed more money than you should have, right?
No,
Just wondering,
I didn't. No, I
just
didn't.
wondering if
I
you
didn't
took
sacrifice.
advantage of
Are you gonna let me answer the question, bro?
Playtech, we weren't able to hear you, but here's the one thing that I know to be true. Continuing to speak over one another, even when you feel like it's important to interject, is so much less productive than just waiting for someone to share their piece and then say, to clarify some things, because it sounded like you may have been confused or you may have misunderstood what I was saying, or you may have believed that you were speaking to me when you're speaking to somebody else. Those are some strategies that I find make for more effective communication. And by the way, Playtech, I think your mic was getting wrecked, so you might have been speaking when no one else could hear you. And I don't think Crypto into Hood was referring to you. But Crypto into Hood, if you want to just continue, and we'll be able to pick up and put these puzzle pieces together.
Okay. I was just, sounds like a lot of people sacrifice more than they should have, right? And in clear print, it says no expectations. So you should have like really thought about it. And then we had this opportunity to take advantage of these two new blockchains that came out that gave us copies of Hex and Hedron and all the coins that we already had, right? Did he take advantage of that? Did you, dump them and then pull out money to pay your rent or whatever you needed? Just wondering if you took advantage of that while we're waiting for nothing that we deserve, right? Because we did sacrifice for freedom of speech. So what's the real problem here? Like I went all in. I went hard. I aped in, and I'm not tripping. I'm not worried. So why are you?
I don't think Kid is saying that he's worried at all. What I kind of hear him saying is that he just wants to be able to ask questions and then get answers to questions that he don't have. And it seems like a lot of people is challenging, him to say, why do you even want to know? Okay, if you don't want to know, you don't want to know, right? If you want to know, I believe that you have the right to know, and I believe that Richard has the right to answer that or not answer that. That's
Right,
all that I
exactly.
gotta
But
say.
what
Yeah,
rights do we have?
I just think that you gotta understand, Kid. You gotta understand the audience that you're talking to. If you're in a room and you're the only one in the room, hey, this might not be the right room for that conversation. You may want a room where people are talking more about the expectations with Paul Shane. When do we believe it's going to launch? And then they're trying to ask those type of questions. Like they really want to ask those type of questions. Most of the people in this room, they're here because they're along for the ride, but then they're not really asking publicly any challenging questions. That's not the
To
purpose.
me, it's not even about that. Like, and
It's not a bad thing. It's just two different thought processes.
I understand what he's getting at. What somebody else said, which was a good point, is like you buy a share of Microsoft and you think that Bill Gates is entitled to tell you everything that he's doing. It's not true. And it's the same thing with this. It's like they're working. They're clearly working. We know that because we see product, right? So what he was saying before was that testnet's not a real thing. Yet when mainnet happens, it's literally identical to testnet because there's not going to be a bridge for the first 2 days. So you will not be able to tell the difference.
But
It's the same thing.
Richard has come out himself and said that Binance has like flaws in it. Literally, the testnet is a fork of Binance. That's not real. Correct. In the sense that we're not going to be operating on that. That's not even nowhere near the code that he's using. So, bro, quit with that. You keep referencing that, but bro.
No, what I'm saying is that he's clearly doing stuff like the fact that PulseNet, the fact that PulseX exists. You tell people not to talk over you, and then you talk over people. So, and then you say that I'm disrespecting you, but you're disrespecting me. All right. Anyway, the fact that PulseX exists, it started from a concept. It's a website. We have more and more functions as time goes on. Like limit orders was added a few weeks ago. Like clearly stuff is being built. So like the fact that like if this was a rug, why if you were going to rug somebody, why would you do it with extra steps? You just take the money and you disappear. Why would you take the money and then start building stuff? And like so the fact that or the sense that like people are asking is this a rug is like totally dumb to me. What you're saying is that you feel like you're entitled to know what's going on development wise. I disagree. I think a lot of people disagree, and that's all it comes down to. And it's like you're not going to get the answer here, and it's just not going to happen. So it's like pointless to just keep talking in circles.
Don't feel for me. I don't feel entitled. It's just I have questions and they can be answered, bro. And if you don't have the answer, that's fine. But other people
You're not entitled to the answer. That's what I'm telling
you. Other people, bro. Nobody said they was. Man, but other people have answered and they have good opinions. You just don't have a good opinion. You think this is Microsoft shares and all of this. This is about self-sovereignty and self-custody. And if you have my money,
you're 20 years old. You've been in crypto for 2 years, and you're telling me I've been in 8 years. Okay, like I've seen this kind of development go on many times.
I'm happy.
No, I'm just telling you. You're coming in here and you're acting like you know it all, but you don't.
We're in the same place, so I clearly know something that you know. So good.
We ain't in the same place. You ain't retired from crypto. Like, don't talk to me like that.
No, bro, we're in the same place. You're talking to me. Quit sounding crazy.
Dude,
I'm not the one whining, but go ahead.
Let's show a little respect for Wendy's, man. That's just not cool. Like, be realistic here. You know, like here's what I'm gonna tell you guys is actually happening. These bear markets, what they're designed to do is to make you change tact. Because when things were going good and you felt up to par to make big decisions and you made whatever sacrifice or you invested however, you felt strong about that, right? Now, what's changed? Nothing. We see that the product's improving.
People didn't want to answer them then.
Yes. Look, here's the reason why. It's because you make it so hard. You're not actually getting an answer to seeking an answer to a question. You're seeking to ask another question.
I'm seeking discourse, and if you can't hang, then I don't know. Just maybe not say nothing.
Believe me, I can hang. Believe me, I can hang. But here's what you have to understand. This is why not everybody makes it. You start off with a good idea, and then you don't follow it through because any little thing throws you off.
So
your
what's
path.
your point? I still have my bag. I still have my pulse. I'm still down with the project. I don't think this is a rug. So
You need to look into the correct thing because you're focused on all the wrong questions.
How?
You need to be focused on all the.
It's a valid question.
We haven't even because you told me you don't care about money and capital doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you guys the most important thing, as long as Pulse Chain works, as long as it works, and they're going to great lengths. Believe me, if they wanted to do a rug pull, there would have been 3 tokens out by now. To release a token is nothing, and Richard knows that. We all know that. All right. So the fact that they're putting in so much work to it, what does that tell you? And here's the thing: if you believe in this to begin with, none of that has changed. The only thing that's changed are all these external factors that had nothing to do with crypto in the first place. Look at what's going on with the euro, look at what's going on. These are all externalities that are very real in the world. That's why everyone tells you to be careful when you're investing. But the reason people don't make it is they start out with a good idea and then they change it. And then they do some other shit and it fucks them up forever.
But what's bad about asking questions, bro? I think what are you getting at?
Because here's what we're realizing.
Information, especially about things that are changing.
Here, let me tell you. I've worked with data for over a decade. The kind of data that 2, 3, 4 people in a company only have access to. Believe me, what this is, what blockchain and all this DeFi and everything to do with this, what it's really forcing people to confront is how little you actually have access to, how little information you actually get. This is the thing, you've just been tricked into thinking that you know the full picture, but you do not. Anywhere in legacy markets, in crypto, anywhere. In fact, on Hex, the biggest innovation to me, what brought my attention to it 100% was the fact that it was all visible. You could see exactly what's going on. You do not get that anywhere else. You have to just understand that this is how the world actually works. The amount of data you get is very, very little and minute and carefully curated versus the whole picture. And that's really what this is about, is transparency, fairness. Put it on blockchain so everyone can see it. So you can't change it whenever the fuck you want to. So there aren't 3 people with admin keys that can decide it's something else one day. This is why blockchain, this is the innovation, and that's what we're building.
I
Of
totally
course,
agree with you.
and it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, but here's what you got to understand, kid. Here's what the gentlemen are trying to explain to you is that testnet is just a part of a process to deliver mainnet. So when you have a software project and you do develop a good development environment, test environment, or a testnet environment, then you can make sure everything works, and then you get to touch that and you get to play with that and even test that as an investor, right? So we're testing out our investment, which is a great thing, and even that environment is going to change. So so before he launches, he's going to launch a new testnet, man, because you
Of
got to
course.
see how everything works. So that's what everybody's getting you to understand. So when you decide to question the existence of it all, and then you question, well, are they really doing the work? So that's what you're questioning is
No, it's
they
not.
doing the work? Okay,
The
well,
question is,
that's
things are
misunderstood.
changing, and where are we going? Because listen, if
What
the testnet is a fork of Binance chain, and we're not even getting 10 foot near that code, then there definitely has to be another testnet. So
Yeah, Richard said there will
what
be a
I'm really
V3.
They said V3.
yeah, of
yeah.
course. So what I'm saying is we've been operating on a testnet that essentially they've added things to, like somebody else mentioned, but we're not going to be using that. So, when we get the new testnet and things are operating great, then things will be great. But until then, questions
We will
will
be
arise.
using that. We will be using that. You have to remember
Well,
the
when we are,
products emerge and they emerge. It's not like just one day it exists all of a sudden. And this is the process. Like this is the cool
yeah,
shit, man, that you could be
I'm
paying attention
aware.
to. But listen, let me like lift your hopes a little bit, all right? Like let's actually
I'm
talk about the
happy,
money for
man.
1 second.
The
I
issue
know,
is
dude.
people think I don't understand, and I get it. I've been
I
in this
think
for
you do
3 years.
understand.
I'm good.
I think you do. Listen, you are doing the same thing that anybody else would have done a year or two into crypto. Listen, you're doing all the right stuff. It's not about that at all. What we're trying to tell you is that, yeah, shit like this goes down to get you to change tact, to make you question your original ideas. And that's what ends up throwing you off. So let's talk about capital for a second. Remember, that SAC, look at it where it was on the charts. It was at the top of the market. Markets now are down 70 to 90% off. Who in the world could possibly raise even close to the amount of money that went into the Pulse sacrifice? This is what you have to be excited
Yeah,
about. This is
this is
why it's
stuff
worth
I
the
know.
wait.
I'm bullish.
Because look, exactly. At the end of the day, look, it's all about capital, and we've already done the hard work. That's the thing, man. Look, let's say there was no SAC. Let's say they just started developing this, and then people could just buy on the market when it came out. Well, guess what? A certain amount of that cost is going to be for the market to bear. This is how it always works. That's why companies like to fundraise in advance so they have at least something covered. That way, the new investors coming in aren't the exit liquidity. So if there was no SAC, everybody who would have started on Pulse Chain, they would have been exit liquidity. Richard knows that, and that's why he prevented that by having the SAC, and it turned out better than anyone could have ever fucking expected, and raised so much more money than anyone could today that it's a home run, man. It's just a home run.
Of course.
And I just want to say,
Great
like,
point.
Ethereum alone, I was promised, as an Ethereum holder, in like, I think that they said that staking was going to be like 2017, 2018.
Yes,
It was like
sir.
years and years and years ago, bro. And guess what? It just came out, like a month ago? Like, come on. I waited how many years? Like many, many, many years. Like, this is just how it goes.
Every
They
year
make
up to
predictions.
40%. Every year,
Bro,
every year,
time
every
out.
Yep.
year.
Time out.
What are we getting from
Waited years, then it came out, and it wasn't what they said it was gonna be.
100%, but they didn't
That's
say
what
it
I'm
was going to be
saying.
like
This
two,
is
three times. Like,
and that's what I'm talking about. Is we were told something in the beginning, and it's changing now. And what do we talk about now that things have changed? They are better. They are for the good. But the talk still has to happen. We can't just be okay with everything and be yes man. Okay, yep. Keep feeding me. Yep.
I'm just telling you that I've been, like I said, I've been in crypto 8 years, and that has served me quite well. Of course, you ask questions and stuff, but like, you know, I've always had optimism. Okay, like I've been in crypto a long time. I was in it when, you know, people were calling Ethereum a pre-mined scam coin. Okay, you know, holding single digit Ethereum has served me quite well. Okay, so like, yes, you know, ask some questions, but at the end of the day, like, you're not going to get all the answers that you want here. And I'm just trying to explain to you that this has happened many, many times. It happened with Cardano might have been the worst. Cardano didn't have a working product forever. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
it's happened on every chain. So it's like you're raising, like, I've heard this argument so many times, and so that's why I'm telling you, like, I'm like, I don't you're not going to leave feeling satisfied. That's, you know, with
Of course
what
not.
you're asking. Like, it's just not going to happen. So at the end of the day, like, you know, focus on something else. It's going to come out. You know, I'm just telling you, this has happened many, many times before. And, you know, staying the course and having, you know, being optimistic, but also like questioning things, that's fine. But, you know, keep like the optimism in your head, because like other people have said, like, this is the kind of stuff that will throw you off. And I've had many friends that were in crypto early with me, and they have nothing now. They're still working 9 to 5s, you know. So, you know, just check, you
Are
know,
you
check
trying to
your
sell your
attitude.
bags, bro?
Do what?
Hey, real quick, kid. So the real takeaway from everything, because I'm hearing what you're saying, and I also, you guys, like, I don't really listen to it from a personal standpoint. I hear a lot of like, you sacked too much, like you can't do this, you shouldn't, like, I don't. You're all just like pictures on a screen to me. Um, and I don't even know if you're using like voice AI to pretend to be Wendy's or whoever the fuck anyone else claims they are. So like, don't take it so personal. This goes for me and everyone else in the room, and like, just from a higher level, analyzing the conversation. Like, kid, you asked why can't we ask these questions? Welcome to the space. I'm your host, Cookies. The space is called Pulse Chain. Is it a rug? And you're allowed to ask whatever you want. And like, doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to provide you with answers, or anyone that I can get on stage can provide you with answers. But I hope you understand that in my spaces, you can absolutely ask questions. And I would hope that other people can also be mature enough to separate ourselves from our investments long enough to say that I can empathize with that, man. You know, there's times I swing where I'm like critical of Richard Hart, but then the next time somebody says something and they're like, well, it's like, I just go full taekwondo on their ass. Like, listen, man, here's all the great things he's done. Here's all the accomplishments. Here's all the help, doing it without paywalls, things like that. So I can play both sides of the field pretty easily. And I would just say, like, I hope that you know that in this community, as long as you're, you know, like Wendy said, trying to hold on to that optimism, there's a lot of patience out here to try to give you those answers. And I hope that you'll also forgive us if we're not always able to provide you an answer that makes you feel satisfied, you know, and it's not because we're withholding anything. It's just that, you know, I don't have a direct line to the devs, and I don't have a direct like phone that tells me, hey, we're pivoting to this, and here's the 4 reasons why we're not going to publicize it for another couple of months. It's some of that stuff is private enterprise level strategy, and they're not competing in a vacuum. There are other entities out there that would love to capture market share in this emerging industry. So I think it's pretty incredible to be a part of this ride with imperfect information. Absolutely, the information is not 100% transparent, but it sure as shit beats listening to a couple of executives go on Jim Cramer's Mad Money show and lie to your face about how successful the company is when they know that they're hemorrhaging money in different divisions that are offshored, and they just aren't putting them on the books that reflect those losses in the immediate term. And so you listen to a bald guy scream buy, buy, buy at you, and then you literally watch your money do the Backstreet Boys dance. So I would just say, like, I appreciate having you in the space, and I hope everyone knows you are allowed to come up and take the mic. But as soon as we do all get on the same team again, I'm probably going to launch another FUD missile just to stir it back up. So welcome to the space. Let me know when you guys need weather updates.
Hey, one of the things I was thinking about how can I get that answer for myself, because I really have those questions too. Not really challenging, is it going to be a success? I don't challenge those things, But as far as, you know, the launch, how things are going with the chain, you know, because I'm a part of Liquid Loans and I'm also a part of Hadron. So I oftentimes, get on the horn with those guys like, hey man, you know, how is y'all test going? Hey, these changes that's coming down the pack for post. Hey, what do you think? Is that going to mess us up, right? This project up? And I always get positive things. So in the next like 2 weeks, I'm going to be listening out on the projects that are developing on Post. You know, this is going to be a huge ecosystem, man. In a bull market, people just going to be throwing their money everywhere. You know, so I believe that we're going to make money, but that's how I'm gonna try to figure out, you know, these changes. Hey, is there anything that you're worried?
I think
Yeah.
you got muted there for a second. But
Yeah, for sure, man. For me, the reason why I asked the question is more so just to wonder if everybody else is paying attention and if I'm just seeing stuff because I do pay attention. And, you know, of course, you're trying to do your best in this space because there is no real teacher in this
I
space.
think we
Like,
need
you
that,
got to
man.
teach yourself.
I think we do need people that are willing to be critical, and that doesn't mean FUD, right? I mean, you haven't said anything where you've doubled down and said that you are positive on this venture. So I do understand like these communities or these tribes in crypto, we get really defensive sometimes, because we're all so robotic that nobody has any emotions tied to their bags. But then we just absolutely attack people that say anything that goes counter narrative to sending our bags to the moon. But I think that it's way sketchier. Earlier we had a speaker that said, you know how I know Pulse Chain's not a rug? Because of how many people are saying it is a rug. How do you think Richard would feel about that when he was telling everyone that Luna is going to rug? And then he wasn't the only one, you guys. There were quite a few crypto veterans that were saying like, oh yeah, that looks like it has an inherent problem. That's probably not going to end well. That's probably a rug. And you don't get any reward for calling that. Do you get some social clout? Maybe, but is it anywhere near as much hatred as you get? No, no. You have tons of people wrapped up in these systems, and you're telling them that their money's going to go to zero, and then it does go to zero. Well, they can't exactly turn around and donate to your OnlyFans. Their money's gone. But what they can do is hate you publicly out loud. And so it's important that we don't just all sing kumbaya and everything's a guarantee, right? We have no expectations, but it's for sure coming out. Well, it's not out yet. So some people will come and go. Some people will live and die before the 100K Bitcoin hits. And I'm on a stream saying you won't see 100K Bitcoin in your lifetime. Guess what? Thousands of people have died since that day. So
this no
okay
expectations thing. Why would any of us sacrifice with no expectations? And of course, it's for freedom of speech, of course. But who would sacrifice with no expectations? Right. We gotta wait till Pulse Chain come out.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's easy, but I'm in a place of abundance. Like, I understand that's not where everyone was coming from. And I don't think it raises $1 billion if the message was just like for a presidential campaign speech that isn't even for a presidential candidate, right? So I totally understand how the money came to be. But I don't need it. I don't need Pulse Chain. I would love for it to come out. And I think that if it does come out, it'll be highly useful and it'll just be another major asset in the development of Web3 as an industry. But don't ever get it twisted, man. Like, we're all individuals and we all have our own individual ethics, our own individual investment thesis. But I read the words, man. I read the words a couple of times before I put any crypto into that wallet. And gun to my head, I didn't invest for. I didn't sacrifice for an investment. I just sacrificed the money. And if something were to happen, if Pulse Chain came out, like, that'd be a really cool unintended consequence of that behavior.
Yeah, true. I mean, just for word's sake, but you know, with the whales and how they move, it's clear. You know, this is a
Sure.
bigger game, and
I see. Hey, man, I'm not so naive as to think that nobody is
no,
putting their
no,
money in here for return.
of course. But for anybody who's new, it's like, yeah, you sacrifice for that, but you know, this is really for the guys who wanted this. This is for the guys who took it in the face when the S-Load got
Yeah.
shammed up.
But I would also say this. So then I think a way that helps unify everybody is rather than look at it as, hey, man, let's be empathetic to the newer investors, especially those who were led during a pretty toppy cycle of a market, and they were told like this is the future and 10,000x, and you know nobody was saying, hey, you can absolutely protest with free speech, and I'll go out to the library with you, and we'll stand on the front steps and say our piece about the conflict in Ukraine. That wasn't the message at all, right? So the message was massive returns, massive opportunity, early adopter thesis, all of these things. But I think it's still important. One of the reasons that Wendy's was speaking to earlier, that we're pretty bullish on the change from the Binance consensus to the Ethereum 2.0 consensus, is that it alleviates a lot of the potential implications of securities regulations by the SEC. And so that Howey test that ultimately is the barometer we're using for whether or not something would be registered as a security is the same reason that even if you did sacrifice because you wanted a return, I probably would never be caught dead publicly saying shit like that, because if there were thousands and hundreds of thousands of people speaking like that, it might be really hard for a couple of words on a website to deflect the scrutiny and the jurisprudence that would go along with whether or not something like that classifies as a security. So I would just always try to keep a level above myself even and say, even if I was here for a particular reason, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I might be a less honky goose in order to protect my gander from being spotted, if that were something I was concerned about.
Right. It's like
Oh,
I said
no,
before,
totally.
remember, like some things should not be said publicly. Like say things like privately in a group of friends, a group of investors, like some things should be said privately and not publicly. But yeah.
Yeah, like the whole OA thing and Richard, and I think most of that stuff is like just it doesn't even matter, you know.
I know that food just came up here because I was saying honk and goose and gander. Exactly. How you doing?
What's
man?
up?
Just chilling, man. Just poking the bear in this bear market. But I think too, y'all.
Sorry, but just switching over to a headset. Or I still don't have it on. There we go.
You're good. We're just poking the bear in the bear market, man.
I mean, proof of stake is it a rug? As a proof of work, Maxi, I could agree.
There you go. You heard it here first. And I think that's two really credible profiles, right? Obviously, Motley's a guy wearing a suit. Never trust one of those guys. Not when you're in a room with someone that's got artificially generated Cookie Monster fur that has cookies for eyes and a mouth, and someone that has Gene Hoffman as the Pope holding on to a marmot. Or is that Bram?
That's Bram.
In your profile. That's Bram.
That's
yeah.
young Bram.
From a distance, it looked like Gene.
Oh no! If I had Gene, you'd see the beautiful beard.
Yeah, the Christmas Santa Claus white beard, man.
Yeah, man.
But so I guess here's something. Let's chum the waters a little bit, since all of a sudden we're all being nice again. Wendy's, you sound like, I don't know, man. Maybe you're just protecting your bags, bro. Mister, you've been here all these days, man. You're heavily sacked, dude. How do I know you're not just protecting yourself, man? It sounds like you just want all of us to believe that Pulse Chain's good because you got a lot on the line, man.
I do have a lot on the line, but you know, if I didn't have a lot on the line, then you know, my actions wouldn't, you know, meet my words, right? Like I put my money where my mouth is. And, you know, I believed in Ethereum when nobody believed in Ethereum. You know, I invested in Matic early, and you know, some of the we have a friend out here that's a billionaire from crypto, And he really believes in the layer one narratives. Like he was in Solana early, he was in ADA early, he was in ETH early, and he just kept like rolling into the next thing. And he's super bullish on Pulse Chain. If you see me wear on some of the streams the PLS and PLSX hats, he actually paid for those to be made. But yeah, there's some real big players, and I don't talk about it all the time, but there's a lot of reasons to be really bullish on Pulse Chain. So yeah, my money is where my mouth is. I mean, obviously I'm retired. Like I'm totally fine if Pulse Chain didn't release. I'm still retired. I'm still never going to have to work again. But yeah, I do have a significant amount in because I truly believe. And like I told you guys, I sleep like a baby. I mean, I literally like woke up and like Dixon told me about this space at like it was like 1 p.m. when I woke up. So like I ain't worried about nothing. But
Hey man, I
yeah,
started this space at like
I do
11,
feel
bro.
for people, and I know, especially if you got like a lot of money for you into something that you want it to release, you want to play with everything. I mean, testnet's fun, man. I've had a lot of fun on testnet, but it just like to me it just keeps getting better, right? We finally had liquid loans come out, and like look, liquid loans, that was a long time, right? Like this is a single project, and like they there was a lot of questions about that, but look, they came out, the UI is working perfect, people have been testing the liquidations and everything. Like it seems like everything on a Pulse Chain that like DApp wise is being held to a high standard. We have fiat works amazing. I think they did a little bit of like UI update. The Famous is supposedly being worked on, which is their leveraged exchange, which is going to be on Pulse Chain, kind of like a GMX. Dude, there's a lot of reasons to be bullish. When I was early, like in Matic, there was barely anything going on, So I think this is going to do. I really do think it's going to do numbers.
What do you say to the people that say, but Wendy's, everyone's wisened up. Everyone sees now that you're using me as exit liquidity because we've seen all these layer ones, and what do they really got going on now?
Like I was gonna ask that question actually, Cookie. Like, what's the utility? Like, I still don't understand like the utility of a lot of these coins. Like, there's got to be something other than money printer go burr.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've been, like crypto's been an experiment, Like
I'm just waiting for somebody to explain to me
what
what the utility is other than money printer go burr.
Oh,
well, what do you want more? What do you want? What do you want more? There's projects building on top of the token. What project do you know
But like
as
what?
an ERC20
I don't
that's
know
being
what
built on?
I mean, what kind of projects? You're selling me this
Well,
project.
like sarcasm to me, boys. Because if you want to call a spade a spade,
no, I'm serious. I'm honestly curious because, like, I mean, I'm new to DeFi, so
no one's building on top of the coin Aave. It's the protocol itself that's giving you something. BNB, no one's building on the ERC20 version of it. Matic, no one's doing fuck all with the ERC20 version of it. Every wrapped asset like Phantom, no one's doing shit with it. It's only being used as liquidity with the wrapped ETH, not even the real ETH that you hold in your wallet. It's wrapped ETH, unless you hold wrapped ETH. But the thing at the end of the day is like you have an ERC20 that not only is it doing very well, if you look at the chart, it's also being utilized by other, not just protocols, coins. So it's being used as like a collateralized.
So it's supporting
asset.
money printer go burr for a bunch of coins, essentially.
Okay, but okay, wait. So
I mean, like we were talking about this the other day. Like
no,
the market of crypto
HEX
is inflated
No,
beyond.
but you understand that it's a characteristics.
belief.
It's a characteristics of the code. You understand that, right? So money printer go burr. Oh yeah, money printer go burr.
But like, doesn't that require the
real,
beast to be
I don't think you can hear me,
consistently
but
fed
there's real
with
uses
new?
for crypto. I mean, think about it like this: like if you have family in another country, I mean, anybody who's like over 30 remembers like people going to like if you ever traveled overseas or something like that, you had to go to Western Union and they're charging 20% or whatever. Like that alone is a $1 trillion industry. It hasn't happened yet, but I believe that Forex is a multi-trillion-dollar industry that is going to come to crypto. Okay, I believe that eventually the S&P 500 could be traded in crypto and in real time. But like if you look at like, so for example, if anybody who lives in Europe, right, you guys are getting slaughtered by energy prices. Okay, imagine that you're able to work and then earn some money and then instantly swap it to USDC and potentially or even earn USDC in crypto, doing whatever. If you work online, imagine getting, say, okay, I want to get paid in USDC. And now you have like some fiat protection from what's going on. So like you might see it as a casino, whereas some people who live in a place that's their money's being inflated 80% a year, they see it as a lifeline. So yes, maybe for some of us, we're playing, what, people call like Ponzi economics, right? Like it's token economics. We're trying to make the most money. We're speculating. I've always said, like, don't forget what you're doing. You are speculating on, future growth, but there is a lot of stuff that's being built. Like NFTs wasn't a thing a few years ago, right? There's going to be more and more innovations. DeFi wasn't a thing not long ago. Now you could potentially have like, give out NFTs to open locks, like if you have an Airbnb or, something like that. We could talk about the uses for voting, having like a real ID for voting and stuff like that. So these things are going to come, guys. Like this, it's in its infancy. Like, do you know how long like the stock market has been around? Do you know how long these other asset classes have been around? Like this has not been around. Like we have people in here that have been here for a year or two, like, and probably like most of the room has not been here since before 2016. I'd venture to guess like 99% have not been here since before 2016. So the space is rapidly growing. It's going to keep changing, and people are going to come up with ideas that you never thought possible. It's just the way innovation goes.
Well said. But why Pulse?
Yeah.
Still, I don't know. I mean, like, why not Bitcoin? Why not Solana? Why
Well,
Pulse?
Solana's on a different category. It shouldn't even be part of the conversation. But like, if you look at the past, like, why not Binance? Binance did it. Why not Phantom? Phantom did it. Why not AVAX? AVAX did it. If you look
Like,
at
does Pulse Chain have like, I don't know, like Binance? I could see they have an entire, infrastructure of market to support. Like,
well, no, Binance is
it's
kind of a
like
scam
having a
because anything
KuCoin
deployed. No, but
or a
Binance is like on
Crow.
another level too, because anything deployed on its chain comes straight from the exchange. It's a BEP20. So like when you look at it, it's like, okay, all these chains, their coin on Ethereum is fucking useless, no utility, no nothing. So what do you need to do? You need to take actual liquidity, take an asset that's actually worth something, and bridge it over to their chain, so like that you give them value. But with us, you could actually do the opposite: is take the stuff that's being forked, which we see could be very like, you could do something with it because it's actually ratio trading, right? You're dealing with ratios. You're not actually dealing with backed assets. Like all our assets are not really backed. It's all ratio trading. So when you look at it, you bring something from one side to the other. Not only does it minimize your risk because you already have it, and you bring it over, then you could give it a nice ratio and then have this like certain, oh, okay, well now let's work in coherence. And then it's like, okay, well let's fix the problem so we could like spread out the load. It's like, okay, well let's put 50 pounds here and 20 pounds on this side, so like that we could actually, carry the 70 pounds. To me, it's like, it's just how the technology should evolve towards this, because it has been doing that. Like Bitcoin got too clogged up, okay, well Ethereum came along and saved it, and then it gave the chance to actually build on it, because no one was going to build on Bitcoin. But then the people hard-headed in Bitcoin, most of them were like, no, fuck this, it became a fucking mob. And then the people who did the decision to do it, well, you know what, it's history, bro. But if we don't think like we're gonna evolve with this crypto shit and it's just gonna stop, it's like, well, money printer go burr, bro. That's how it's supposed to be. That's what it's been doing. And like the reason why Solana is not gonna go money printer burr is because they had the chance. Like you're gonna tell me you're gonna keep hiring an employee that like keeps failing? Like seriously? Like no matter how many times he tries to get it right, he fails. Like I wouldn't even trust it right now, even if you gave me money. Like it's just,
Wendy's will give
like I could tell you so many actual problems. I could tell you so many problems. Like Phantom, it was like when everything went money printer go burr with all their fucking stupid spooky swap, Tomb Finance, and the fucking Spirit swap, all that shit. Transactions went to like a quarter of the fucking coin. Like what happens if the coin goes to $20? You get the same problem. Same thing. You look at all the other chains. Like Binance had that problem, then they fixed it. Well, they should have fixed it. They're fucking so powerful and they have all the money they need to fix it. But if you go look at the other chains like Heco, whatever the fuck it's called, then you go look at Gate.io, they didn't really do much because their transactions went through the fucking roof. Through the roof. And then the L2s tried to come in, and the L2s couldn't solve it because at the end of the day, it was always, well, you have to come in and out. And if the gas fees don't work, well, you're getting bridge problems. And then the bridge problems occurred, and now you see, like, look, they're stress testing the fucking network, and all these bridges that were there, they're all getting wiped out. This whole idea of having money blocked somewhere and having something else on the other side, well, what happens if that just disappears?
well, then you lose the access and you lose the value. So
Yeah, I don't know if you
I
guys have ever not had access to your millions of dollars on like other chains, but it's fucking terrifying. Okay, so like for that reason, I've always said that I'm always gonna support Ethereum, because Ethereum, yes, your transaction might cost $500, $1,000, but it'll go through if you want it to, and that the chain is working, right? Some of these other blockchains, not so much. So to me, like Pulse Chain, going with the underlying ETH tech, yeah, the gas might go high. Maybe we pay 25 cents or something like that, the peak bull. And then guess what? If we're paying that, then everybody in here is fucking rich off your, wildest dreams. To me, having another EVM that is, somewhere in between Binance and Ethereum is like a little bit faster, maybe a little bit more centralized, but the chain, works for all intents and purposes. You have very bright people building on it. And so when I said before, when I invested in Ethereum, it was high inflation. There was no token economics, okay, behind Ethereum. It like people were hypothesizing. I don't know if you know this, but the guy who came up with EIP 1559 was not a dev. He was just a normal community member, and he just wanted, he's like, man, this shit just keeps inflating. Like, can we come up with something that's going to make it go up? A number go up is good, and there's nothing wrong with that. But our community, we're in it for the tech, right? But like, I also have like a king avatar, with a gold crown. Like we do like money, right? And we're honest about that. We're some of the only people that are honest about that in the space, right? Everybody else, tries to pretend like they're for the tech, but it is a lot about money. So coming in and developing game theory on our underlying blockchain where, Pulse Chain is deflationary, coming out of an environment where inflation is hurting the entire world. You go to the store and you got to pay double for a freaking chicken, it's crazy. So like the narrative of being deflationary in the public's eye is going to be a good thing. They're going to see that as like, sound money. PulseX, buying and burning, great. The PulseX paying people, paying whales essentially to come over and provide liquidity. I know that works because that's what got me to come to Matic in the first place, is that, I was making very large sums of money a month providing liquidity on Matic. So, whales are going to bring money over as long as you have intelligent people. And like when I was using the early products on Matic, they weren't anything compared to what I've seen people build for Pulse Chain. Okay. So like I'm way more optimistic. And, look at the numbers Matic did. It was not a bad run, So I do think that, copying the ETH consensus and stuff like that, when they do get sharding and everything, all that can upgrade Pulse Chain. I think it's here for the long term. So to me, I'm very, very bullish on it. Like I've told you guys, I put a lot of money in. I wish I put more in, honestly. I wish I put like, 10 times the amount in. But, I guess we're going to have to wait for the bridge to open, and then you're going to be, racing me when I'm trying to put my money in. So
I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking. You talked about Fiat IO. Is that something that you would recommend as an investment? You was talking about. I believe it was called Fiat.
I want all. Yeah, it is Fiat, and I'll say this because I actually didn't invest in it. So they had actually a very small sacrifice. They limited it to, I believe, $2.5 million. Right. That's pretty unheard of in the space, right? Like most projects want to get as much money as possible, but Fiat limited it because they knew that if they limited it, then people would be, racing to buy on the open market, and that would be the most price positive for everybody who did sacrifice. Right. I love Fiat. It's a pretty cool system. Again, I didn't invest. You're gonna have to come up, with that thesis yourself. I always tell people, like, I want you to think for yourself, right? Like, ask a lot of questions, ask, why it has value, but at the end of the day, like, you're gonna press buy, you're gonna press sell, you're not gonna have me there. So I want you to understand, why you would invest in something. But I will say this. I will 100% use it, and I think most people should check it out to use it, because you can get APY just supplying on there. Right. You could take loans. Now that can be, a risky thing. So I would never tell somebody to take a crypto loan more than like 1% of their portfolio. Right. But it's interesting the things that you can do when it comes to that. So.
And then that's called fiat.io.
Yeah, but it's spelled like fat back in the day, PHIAT.io.
Okay, PHIAT.io.
Yeah, and if you're on testnet, you can plug it in and go check it out and mess with it.
The Twitter handle is Fiat Crypto with PH, and then you can get all the links from there. They also have a Telegram.
Okay. All right. Cool.
And the guy that runs it, the founder, his Twitter handle is Buck Fut. So just reverse the letters there _ CFA.
Really? Buckfoot is the founder?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That guy is a genius.
Yeah,
he's actually really
smart as shit.
Yeah,
it's really him smart. And he's got two devs that work at the hedge fund. They all work at. Really smart guys, good team.
Dude, he's literally a
and
genius.
they might even launch it on Ethereum just for the fuck of it. He was like, man, we've been thinking about it. So
yeah,
when he said that, I was like, whoa, that's fucking amazing. Because wow, that's good.
Yeah, so they're just like everyone else. We're uncertain when Pulse Chain is going to launch. So it's not confirmed, but they've been playing with the idea of going ahead and launching on Ethereum. So you might get your chance to invest pre-Pulse Chain if they go that route, because whatever you get on Ethereum obviously will be copied over to the system state of Pulse Chain.
I think it's a good move because it's like if they do very well on Ethereum, because it's like another option compared to Aave, then it would force kind of Aave to come to Pulse Chain, to be like, here, fuck you, like let me shoot you back in the ass. Like that's what I'm hoping for like that outcome. Like I'm very bullish on that. Like if that happens, like it's like guys start picking your island.
The more DeFi protocols you have, the better. Like I've said it before. Like I hope more people. I know that some other projects have like contacted me and stuff. So I know that there's other DeFi things being built on Pulse Chain. But like Ethereum has Compound, it has Aave. The more stuff, the better, right? Because maybe a rate gets too low at one place, and you can move it to a different protocol, and then also just like. As far as like protocol risk, spreading across like different protocols could be good too. So you don't have all your eggs in one basket.
I'm pretty sure the protocols, because like everything on Ethereum, some of the very good ones that did very well, they're all in bed with each other. You know what I mean? But like, I really feel like they're just waiting to see. It's always all the same fucking devs. It's like there's so many things that could come over. But I'm 100% sure strategically, like if they all come to like an agreement, it's like let's see how it runs, because everything is technically there. So it's like we should just focus, like let them make it good, so like that people do come over. It's like we won't have to force anyone to come over once it's there and it works properly. Like it's inevitable.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I haven't seen it yet, but I would like to see some, projects that incentivize, providing liquidity. Because one thing you can do with V2 that you can't do with V3 is that you get the LP token, and then you could potentially stake an LP token on a protocol. So, like, let's use Fiat as an example. So, like, let's say Fiat had 1 million coins or 10 million coins that they wanted to like give to the community for providing liquidity, so that there's liquidity for people to buy and sell. They could say, hey, if you stake your LP token here, so they could see how much it is, you gain some inflation of the token as a reward. And that's one thing that's possible on PulseX right now that's not possible on Uniswap V3.
I think now is a pretty good time to reset the room, y'all. Welcome to Pulse Chain. Is it a rug? I'm your host, Cookies.
Chill.
Just a little update. It's currently -7 degrees in the northwestern regions of Greenland, dealing with some flurries. About an 80% chance of precipitation this evening, and looking at a high of 9 degrees tomorrow. So if you're joining us from Greenland, you're probably going to want to buckle on some layers there. But in the meantime, y'all, I appreciate all this open discourse. I'm going to hold off on another FUD missile, because I feel like we've gotten some really productive conversation, and I don't want to get the tensions boiling right now. But it'll come. If you hang out long enough, it'll come. I would like to talk about how and maybe Wendy's, this is a good one for you, or Motley. What incentives do you feel the smaller player has being a early entrant, say they didn't sacrifice for Pulse Chain, they didn't sacrifice for Pulse X, and they're getting this opportunity. Maybe they do hold some ERC20s, and so they're at least going to check out Pulse Chain because they hear about this free airdrop, and they just want to go see if they've got some free money. They find the RPC codes, they're able to get onto the chain. Why would they want to participate in buying up the layer 1 over there if it's a system state fork of a blockchain that is currently showing vulnerabilities to censorship? I mean, if it's less proven, it's coming from a pooled investment sacrifice, if that's what it's called, a sacrifice. Is that not higher risk? Would you advise a newer investor to just take that risk because of the disproportionate ROI that they might be looking at? You said at layer 1's your buddy did phenomenal.
Yeah, I think
rolling layer 1.
right. I think it's asymmetric risk in the sense that like Pulse Chain should greatly outperform ETH. I mean, if you look at like ETH, you know, from a low, it's probably going to do a 10 to 20, 25x max. You know, like that would be like the max possible thing, but the average return on a layer 1 is like, you know, something like 600-700x. You know, even on the low end, like the worst layer 1s that got like no adoption and nobody, you know, really speculated on it, they still did, you know, 10 to 15x. So you're likely to do much better. Like I said before, as far as like the centralization goes, as far as like, you know, sites being like sanctioned and stuff like that, it is highly unlikely that anything will trickle into Pulse, because regulators are looking at, you know, the most. They're not going down the list and just like, okay, now we got to do Phantom and you know, Cosmo. Like they're not going to get to Pulse Chain, at least in this cycle. To me, what matters the most is freeing yourself from the shackles of you know, economic enslavement. And you know, that the best way to do that right now that I've seen is crypto. And so, you know, once you have money, you have options, right? You can leave the US if they start, you know, there's a lot of crypto people going to Abu Dhabi, Dubai. You know, United Arab Emirates opened up their citizen program, you know, for the first time, because they're, you know, a lot of people are going to the, you know, Cayman Islands, like a lot of the Caribbean islands around me. That's where everybody's going. And like a lot of the big hitters that stayed American citizens were all in Puerto Rico, you know, for the taxes. So, you know, like people, and I've said it before, like if they get all crazy, like I'm out. I will leave the US for good. I'll renounce. So, you know, I think a lot of the big money, big players in blockchain, you know, they got one foot out, you know, and they're thinking about, you know, if America does go too far, you know, it's something that like blockchain will keep going regardless. But I think that as a small person, you need to focus about, you know, getting out of the enslavement. They're trying to hold you down, you know, like they're already talking about raising the investor amount to, you know, to participate in IPOs and stuff like that to 10 million from 1 million. You know, like it's just a thing that they're gonna keep trying to keep you shackled, keep you paying taxes and stuff, you know, forever. That's what they want. They don't want like a ton of people to make money and get out. So my thing is like, while there's opportunities like this, like you better take advantage of them, you know. And I've told many of my friends, like last bear market, I was working 2 jobs, you know, to get to where I'm at now.
Nice.
So, you know, I always tell people like, hey, you know, if you got time, like this is the time to be making money. Go get another job, get off Twitter, you know, or you could still listen to spaces, you know, while you're at some job. So, you know, put an earphone in and, you know, keep grinding, keep making that money and put it to work, because people are letting go of potential like lifetime opportunities for, you know, 80-90% off. And guess what? There's going to be those opportunities in Pulse Chain too. Pulse Chain will have an 80-90% dip probably within the first 6 months. So, you know, you don't have to FOMO day one to become rich. You know, you can DCA in, you can put a little bit in over the first 100 days, DCA in, and then wait for a big dip. You know, like they're going to come.
If I could make a comment about the idea of de-escalating from the U.S. or just leaving, I live in Puerto Rico right now, and if I was in any of your shoes, since Pulse Chain has not launched yet, now would be the time to move. Don't wait till after the fact, because the way it works when you leave as a U.S. citizen is this. First thing they do is they look at all of your assets and they tax you an exit tax of about 20% based on what they value your assets on, even if you have not sold them. They make it very, very difficult to leave the country. The only place you can go as a U.S. citizen and enjoy no capital gains would be under the protection of Act 60 with the blessing of the IRS in Puerto Rico. But the time to go is now, because there is no Pulse Chain yet. Right now you have just a sacrifice. And so all of your gains would become tax-free if you leave before. If, however, you wait to leave till you've made a bunch of money, then the U.S. takes their cut, and then they look at everything you have that has not been sold, and they tax you an exit tax on that. So just so everyone knows that.
Yep, 100%. And there is a strong Mexican community in Puerto Rico. There's a
Indeed.
lot of us. Yep. And yeah, we got to get up soon for dinner sometime. Danny, I haven't seen you in a while. Are you on the island right now?
No, actually, I'm in Miami, but
okay. Still close. Still close.
Yeah.
Hanging out with the
served my
girlfriend, huh?
183.
Oh, those Colombian girls. Yeah, no, hit us back up when you're on the island, and we'll get some food.
Absolutely. I'll be back in November. So. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a good
Nice.
community. You can reach out to any of us that are down here, and we'd be glad to help you. Trust me, I've talked to a lot of people in the community that I know that are in a position where they could greatly change their life by coming down here and being ready to take full. Look, I paid taxes like Danny said before I exited, and it made me sick. It was many times my yearly salary when I was working. And it just sucks to give that away to for them to buy like cruise missiles or something like that, so with your hard-earned money. So if you can take advantage of the system, you should do so.
Well, geez, guys, everyone got all serious. No,
Yeah, that's kind of sucks. It's a little bit more difficult now, right? Yeah.
How do you feel about Zen on Pulse Chain? I feel like
it seems like it'll burn a lot of gas.
Like, we already knew Pulse Chain was going to be deflationary. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be good. Like, the thing with Zens is like it's 8 years that it's going to take like the disinflation to work out. So who the hell knows? Like it's possible that if you mint it early, it'll be worth something in that amount of time. But it's like, yeah, it's hard to say with the bots that went crazy and stuff like that. I guess like the hope that you could have is that all those guys dump that stuff, while your coins are locked up and stuff. But who knows? But yeah, it did cause the gas fees on Matic to go up a lot. And if they want to speculate on Pulse Chain, yeah, I mean with the increased burn, it's gonna make a dent for sure. So that would be cool.
I'm actually concerned because with the buy and burn function, if you could always get that buy and burn, right? You could technically get as much gas as possible as you want with one gas transaction. So you would only need one gas transaction to just endlessly just utilize them. That's something that I was thinking about, and I was like, that's fucked, because like we could have like
I mean, if you can do that, then there's no value to it, right? So like it's been said before that like theoretically, if you're a miner, you can validate your own transaction, right? And so you could just pay the gas to yourself and then mint the Zen if you were so inclined.
Let's say someone's using it for themselves. Let's say someone who's using it not benevolently, like they're using it badly, like they want harm to come out of it. They could technically figure out something and like front run the button and then always get free gas to just clog it.
I don't see how they could do that though, because like Pulse, you're talking about Pulse Chain, not PulseX is a buy and burn. Pulse Chain is just
Yeah,
a burn.
yeah. Like
So,
the button when you get the bounty, like you pay a transaction and then the bounty
but you're
comes.
talking about you're talking about Pulse X though. So you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
But I'm
like on the
saying they could
exchange.
use
Okay, so you're
that.
saying that on the exchange,
Yeah.
they have like endless amounts of Zen. They sell the Zen and then
No. So if minting Zen, right, not getting Zen or selling it, or forget about the
Okay.
value, right? I'm not thinking about the
Uh-huh.
value. I'm just thinking about that problem where if someone can just get an endless amount of gas, like we saw with the FTX, right? If they could get an endless amount of gas, they could just make as many fucking mints as possible with a bot, right? And if they can get as much gas as possible, right? So like we've seen that sometimes the Pulse buy and burn, if they could click it, they'll get 40 times what the gas is worth, 400 times, 1,000 times, 30 times, 10 times. You know what I mean? Because the
Yeah,
value of
I
how
get
much
what
you're
you're saying.
paying in
Yeah, well
Pulse
then
compared,
the coin would go to zero, but it wouldn't have any impact on like Pulse or PulseX. The coin would just go to zero.
just the fees. It could clog. Like I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
saying
the
it would be
fee.
like,
Okay,
oh,
yes. The
you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like they
yes,
could be
congestion.
bad by doing that and just creating congestion for us. And it could be someone just saying here a massive whale,
Right,
someone just saying
but
here's 10 grams.
at some point it's just not worth it, right? So like when like, so yes, maybe for like a short period of time it could get like super congested, but the coin would be just instantly going to zero. And so they're at some point everybody just like pulls their liquidity and they're like, I'm not going to speculate on this. And in the meantime, those guys burned a shit ton of Pulse for us, so salute to them.
That's for sure, but I'm not even thinking about that, Wendy's. I'm thinking about just like them being bad players.
Yeah,
and
I
just
get
saying,
what
you
you're
know
saying.
what?
You're basically saying like a DDoS attack.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm not saying it
I get
can't
what you're saying.
happen. I'm just saying, what if they do that? Like we'll
Yeah,
only know once
I
it
mean,
happens,
to me,
right?
it's obvious because I think like Richard's talked about like protecting against DDoS. They're going to simulate that for sure. They're going to figure it out because obviously like Ethereum's been DDoS attacked, Binance has been DDoS attacked. Like these all these chains have been DDoS attacked.
Like he was saying, there's just a certain point where it doesn't become profitable anymore, and it'll just stop.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? You guys were talking taxes and then went all technical on me. I almost lost my thought.
Well, we switch it up.
Yeah. Puerto Rico is all cool and fine for a lot of people, if you're single and no kids, but I'm here in DC and I plan on staying here for a little while. So I'm going to play by the US's rules. And, I think we should figure out ways to get in our delegates' ears and stuff like that so that, we create more adoption here. And we got to pay Uncle Sam, face the facts, right? I think we all hold a lot of libertarian views, and, every time they get in our pockets, we scream, who's going to build the roads? Sure, I don't want my money going to bombs and, sending a $1 bullet overseas that, for $10. I don't want any of that, but I like my life here. I like the area I'm going to raise my child in. And, I can't bring value to the world if I'm fighting and traveling and arguing and stuff like that. So what do we do?
That brings me to a question that I think plays into that. Would any of you trust a presidential election on a proof of stake consensus network?
Yep.
Yeah, more so than what I do now.
More so than ballots at the post office.
Sure. But just let it simmer for a couple of seconds. If someone has a money printer that goes burr, the validation requirement is just some amount of capital.
You would see that happening though, like like
Sure.
okay, like Ethereum goes from $1,300 to $130,000 because they're buying like 51% of the Ethereum. Like it's kind of obvious what's going on.
I mean, voting on the blockchain, that's should I don't see why it couldn't happen. But that's that's just a different piece of legislation, right?
The problem would be on the end user authenticating them, right? Like authenticating the person says they are who they are on the other side. I don't know how you would do that aspect.
I mean, you can MoonPay is pretty cool. You just gotta, have a credit card, right?
I would think something like
it's somewhat KYC'd, right? Look, 98%.
It would be on your driver's license more than likely. Like your driver's license would have be
yeah,
attached to an
perhaps
NFT.
that way. Yeah. But I mean, like, what are these billions and billions of dollars Wendy's and friends and everybody what are they doing? They're leaving the US because it's too much, right? And it makes sense for them to leave. I would too, but I got different plans. Right?
Honestly, I only see that being used centrally. Like you could use the technology, but you cannot make it decentralized. Like you need to know, like he said, with the license and stuff, which is barcode or the number, you would be granted a vote, and that vote could be traded into a protocol that then allows you to vote, and then that's on a blockchain where everyone could see that every anonymous person has
it gets burned or something.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's like you're only issued one per person, and and it's getting sent to your number, and like your number is associated to a wallet that only you and the government knows. Like there has to be a certain form of centralization. If you're within a country, they have to have admin keys. Like it would only make sense. And I wouldn't, I don't think I don't even want to get into the CBDCs, but like I don't know, man. I'm just hoping that the technology overpowers their needs, and like if it's not now, in 30 years, it's inevitable that our generations are gonna use this technology, and it's gonna come. It's just maybe not the worst that's gonna happen is it's not our generation we're gonna be fucking shitting our pants when we could spend it. You know what I mean? Like that's the worst that could happen.
That's crazy you mentioned that, because the more and more I'm in the space, the more I just confirm to myself they have to use this in the future. Like, there's no way we can continue on with what's happening. Yeah, there's no way they can figure something else out in the meantime. Like, I don't even think there is something else. I think blockchain, it literally is just the next thing. Nothing else can be it.
No,
I agree.
There could be more, but
so
right. But what?
How do we keep the taxes down on the crypto? I'm doing legit business with crypto, right? So
when I hear you guys talk about
to
blockchain, I hear databases are going to be hot in the future. Like that's what I hear as a technical person.
Dude, the government can't even run relational SQL databases.
I love
right
proof
now.
of stake specifically for that. Oh, sorry, I can't.
Yeah, you can't hear David.
I don't think we can hear David.
I'll drop.
Hop down and we'll bring it back up.
Not bad.
No,
it's all good.
It's a glitch on
hear you.
My Twitter connection has been crap the last hour. I've been trying to.
No, it's been like that it's been like that right now, and now it's awful, bro. Trust me. Right now it's Twitter the problem. It's not you. It's Twitter. Yeah, trust me.
Gotcha.
Don't worry.
Are you able to hear him now, Hex Hang Out?
Yo.
David say something.
There you are. Yo. Cool.
All right. Yeah, it's just Twitter. Sometimes that happens. Let's hear from Hex Hang Out, because I think he's got some interesting perspectives with kind of the tech side here.
Sure. Oh yeah, just hanging. I would say the fundamental aspects that you're missing with proof of work and proof of stake, that proof of stake gives you that proof of work doesn't, is you have basically a bullshit auction. I mean, as in like, one of you picks a block and says what's in it, and then the rest of us will call bullshit on it or say it's good. And if we say it's good and we're wrong, we basically lose all our money on the table. And what's cool about this is you can expand the number of people that can call bullshit to nigh infinity, and you could just open it up to the whole US population to call bullshit if you wanted. Anyone could go look at the block and be like, no, that's horseshit. And so it's almost like we could do a one-off block for voting, and everyone could look at it. We could mull it over for 30 days, and if no one calls bullshit, then it's real. And so proof of stake, actually, I think it would work specifically well for voting, ironically.
It's an interesting perspective. All right, you guys, I think I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm probably going to wake up in a couple hours, and I'm probably going to start a recorded space, and I'm probably going to have a lot more fun. But I appreciate everybody for coming in, especially everyone on the stage speaking. Brought a lot of really good information and a lot of good conversations, some topics that are sometimes uncomfortable, but definitely healthy for everybody to hear, I think.
Yeah, I kind of like the whole fudding thing, because if a random person were to come in here and hear some bad stuff about Pulse, it'll get shot down, and then they're like, wait, this Pulse chain stuff is actually like really good.
Yeah, man, Cunningham's law, right? So you state the wrong thing so that everyone on the internet comes in and corrects you. But I don't know.
Man, nobody
Pulse
has
chain,
said it's
is
a
it a
rug.
rug? We'll see. Maybe we just haven't asked the right questions. But with that being said, I'm going to go take a little nap because I ate the food before I drank the coffee. The coffee did nothing for me. So in a couple hours, I'll catch my second wind and we can have these talks. But thanks for everybody coming in. We'll see you on the next one. Appreciate everybody contributing. Peace.
Later.
That was good. I wanted to ask Wendy's in there and Motley a question, but I don't know. Guys, like and retweet the room. Please. Anyone anything to say? What's up, Spicy? Just for everyone's information, we're being recorded, so we'll put this thing out the YouTube again. So we're good. We got it running.
You guys have a lot of patience, man.
I know, man.
I mean, with the weird, like, questions, like the same damn questions over and over and over again.
I'm driving in the car, so can't really.
What's up?
But
Cars aren't even real.
I agree. We're all in the Matrix.
Actually, yes, that's true.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty fucking much.
Fuck the Matrix.
Remember when that movie first came out, man? Oh my god.
Oh, freaking epic.
I
Those
never
were the
understood
days.
it. As a kid, I never understood it. And I probably need to rewatch it now that I know what I know. But,
Yeah, you really,
exactly.
you need to see it again because once you become an adult, start paying taxes, and you work for the man, then it starts to make sense.
Like every movie or song, try actually listening to lyrics of songs from the 50s until now. They are literally screaming from the rooftops, trying to warn us about the bullshit in life, and all we do is listen to the melody.
You know what movie's actually really fucked up as an adult, but it was like a kid's movie? Gremlins.
Funny you say that. My 14-year-old or 15-year-old just came 3 days ago. Dad, how could you watch Chucky or Gremlins? It's so funny.
I would say Gremlins is probably scarier than Chucky.
Yes.
As an adult, yeah, but as a kid, it's like different.
It's the under the bed thing, I think.
The mother in that movie is the MVP. She has the highest kill count.
It's fun to watch old movies every now and then.
Yeah. I challenge all of you to watch Gremlins again.
no, thank you.
That's been, what, 20 years, probably?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's a lot more different now than I remember it.
All I can remember is that as soon as they got wet, they got loco, so...
Yeah, that's not even a fucked up part, man. Yeah. Like, there's some crazy shit in them. I can't believe that they released that as to, like, children.
Yeah, we didn't have Peggy back then.
Yeah.
But did it actually affect us? I mean...
Nah. I'm not even talking about, like, Gremlins are scary or anything. I'm talking about, like, some of the side characters, like, some of the shit they say. The dialogue. I'm like, holy shit.
The subliminative messaging and all those.
I'm surprised there hasn't been a reboot.
Don't jinx it, please don't.
Not another sequel.
It's fine as it is. Be a gremlin voiced by Chris Rock or something.
There are not a lot of movies that the sequel is actually better than the original.
Home Alone 2. Home Alone 2 is a good example.
Terminator 2.
Yes, that's a good one.
What else?
Fucking hell, guys. When you mentioned Gremlins, that was the scariest shit watching when I was a kid. Oh my days. They just fucked me up right now.
Yeah, it's not even that it's a scary movie. It's that some of the shit that, like, the dialogue that was written in it, I was like, how can they? A movie like this would not go like these days.
Yeah, of course, man.
No,
Speaking of
never.
that, when I was a kid, I watched it and I was scared as shit. We was watching that from under the bed, man.
Yo, guys. Question to the room. What can we do as a community to like improve? What can we do as a community, like not all Hexicans, like specifically us? What could we do and what can we provide to like furthermore improve our onboarding experience?
Don't be so negative on other people trying to diversify.
No negative, no bullshit, no shit. Like just like actual, like what can we focus on? Is there like a curriculum? Is there like certain things like Pulse Academy has his hand up? He's probably gonna like. I want everyone to think about. So what can we do? What even if it's what can I do? What can I provide? Is there something you would want? It could be from anyone streaming something, from anyone having us documents, from, you know, like, hey, when I'm usually onboarding or I usually have this as a problem, I'm never able to do this, or like, what's your issues with onboarding? Pulse Academy, what's up?
Honestly, I think the best onboarding. I mean, maybe I'm just being greedy because I want to go to them, but I want to see more Hex meetups, Pulse Chain meetups. Like when we had one in LA on the 1st that was really successful, and we probably onboarded at least 5 people there. That we brought, some no coiners in. People brought their friends. We probably had like 25 people total, some OGs, and that was a great time. And then everyone could blast it on social media and show everyone like, hey, we hang out together and we do shit. And I think that even if we did things that were more visual, not just hanging out, but like something philanthropic or something, it could be whatever, but something to get a little bit of attention. If we're out doing things and actually hanging out, other people will want to join. But I'm just saying this from a place as someone who wants to go hang out with other Hexicans, so maybe I'm being selfish.
No, that's good. You could definitely do that.
There's a California Cali Hexican group chat if anyone in here is from Cali. Or not group chat, I'm sorry, Telegram.
There's a couple. I'm gonna definitely tell them. There's a obviously the San Diego meetup. Then apparently they're gonna do a cruise. I think I think we got that. I think there's gonna be a lot more meetups as time progresses.
I agree, but I mean it's up to us to make it happen.
Of course. No one has anything.
I'm kind of too old school I have no good ideas on anything like that. The meetups thing is so foreign to me.
We've been killing it on some. I know everyone's sick of hearing TikTok, but we're killing it on TikTok. There's a lot of new people that have come on board and are making content over there. That's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that it works, but it's like just me. I'm the weird one.
Nah, you're not weird. TikTok sucks. You're right.
You fancy cousin because you got fucking the same voice.
What did you say?
I said you got a fancy voice.
Why do people keep saying that?
Oh shit.
I'm pranking with you, man. I love you.
Cryptocurrency.
Exactly.
Ricardo Corazon. Okay, yeah, back to the idea.
Now you mention it, you do sound like fancy. God damn it.
No, you guys just
I'm
miss
definitely
you
not
guys,
him,
you
dude.
guys just missing the stop. So, to get more chances of me being impossible than him.
Famous knows I'm not fancy, dude. Yeah.
No, man, I'm joking. Well, I'm joking, but he sounds like him, man.
All of the really important stuff about crypto, dude, nobody's interested in. Like, it's like boring stuff, like wallet security, all that shit. It's like super important stuff, but nobody talks about it anymore.
I think we got that on lock. I think the big problem we have right now is showing people the problems that there is. So I think people need to be I think we need to make people more aware of what's the problem. I don't know. I've been thinking about it because I'm in like a writer's block where it's like, well, do I do content of what's happening right now, or do I do content to relate to? Be like, oh, okay, go watch that if you're this, because I'm not really the one to be like, oh, hey, today we're doing this. There's a drop of this. To go look at this. The liquidity of this. Like, that's for us here. Like, more content would be like, oh, hey, this is how you do this. This is how to, you know. But then I was like, okay, well, where do I start? Like, what is needed? You know, like, there's so much content already out there that it would be selfish to just reproduce the same bullshit. But it's like, what are we missing? Because then I could produce what we're missing. Because, well, whatever. Anyways, I'm just fucking
Yo,
high.
Famous. You know what I think would be helpful, man? If you're up for this, I could help you out, but it would be really great to show people some stuff on Remix. Just literally go through deploying like a simple contract, and then you could do like, this is what happens when there's like no OA or whatever. But I think people have a very weak, a lot of people here obviously are probably more expert at this than I am, but I think people genuinely don't understand what smart contracts are, what they're investing into, and what to do with this stuff. Like, we're still hearing those questions. Like, what is it even for? Right? I think maybe, and this whole confusion about like what database, is it not a database? Is it central? All this stuff. I think if we just played through it and just showed like what it's like to deploy a contract, I think a lot more people would understand what all this stuff is doing. It's not the whole security thing, and thank you whoever brought that up. Like, this is the core, like this is the whole purpose of this stuff. Like, what's it worth if it's not secure? It's worth nothing, and I think seeing that difference between the way money currently works and what we're trying to achieve through blockchain, I think that's the real selling point here. And yeah, you need a founder who gives a shit about security and knows more than the next guy. Because if your guy doesn't know more than the next guy, well, guess what's going to happen to that guy's chain? So, anyway, hit me up, Famous, if you want to do something like that.
It's like a riddle, the thing you're trying to tackle. It's really difficult.
Well, and it's a lot more interesting than I think people give it credit for. It's
Yeah.
actually really interesting stuff, guys. Like, this is crazy. You just looking at it from the outside.
Yeah. Like, I would never try to onboard like Moon Boy kind of people, like you know what I'm saying? Like the people just scouting shit on like smart contracts just created in the last 30 minutes kind of people. You know, I would never approach them about this kind of stuff because they're gonna fuck it all up. They're gonna just fuck their futures up, and I don't deal with that. They're really difficult to teach, you know, all the fundamentals. I don't know.
Here's the thing we have to sort of contend with is that
for me, trillionaire, like I agree with you. I'm down to help you. If you need editing on videos, I'll help you with that. No problem. It's just for me and this what we're doing, it's like my focus is more the level one. Because like if we need a good foundation and like we don't, everyone's coming in with not a good foundation, right? And like I am very confident that when they do step to level two, like in the predicament and what you're suggesting, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to handle that and tackle that issue when it comes. But right now the issue, and I find it's very major, is like the level one, like properly like explaining someone like this is how you pick up a box. Like before you even get to picking up the hammer, like this is how you pick up shit. Because like if you don't do it like this, you're just gonna break your back and you won't even be able to hammer anything. So
You know
like
what we got to show people how they can play with this stuff. Like that's when it can really stick. Like you see what happened with Alex. Like he started playing with this stuff and he's come up with some brilliant stuff, man. Like things have really changed, you know? So I think it's more of like not thinking of it as just like what's more popular, what's gonna get hyped, what's whatever. Like what does this stuff actually do and how do you
but it's a
look at that?
level two, you know what I mean? Like Alex and Hedron is a level two to Hex. That's why it's funny. It's like layer two, whatever. It's built on top. It's funny, but Hex is like, if you want to talk about what's the basic thing someone could do, well, what they can do is purchase something that they can interact, you know, decentrally. You know what I mean?
Level
So it's
two,
like,
it's built on a foundation, right? So
whoa,
level
whoa, whoa,
twos are
whoa.
built right
Yeah,
on.
I agree with you, but it's like it's like the education that comes with Hedron and anything that's been part or will be part of Hedron is a level two in crypto knowledge compared to what Hex is. Like you understand, like it's more, we agree that it's more complex. And like when you look at the utility, it's way more complex. That's why I say it's a level two in on the spectrum of like teaching people. So it's like I wouldn't put Hedron in the beginning. I would put, hey, this is a wallet, purchase crypto, and then you should not have crypto that, you know, interacts with contracts and that have keys, and then you know you have to know what self custody and blah 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 all that bullshit, and then you get to the point where it's like, okay, now you're interacting with something that's decentrally. You're technically at the most secure point you could be. Now on the next step, you could learn about how to utilize different layers and protocols where you do interact with in a secure fashion, right? So you take this, you bring it here, you know, there's like steps. And it's like if you follow these steps and we teach people to follow these steps in this order with that level of importance, then we could have a crazy ass solid foundation.
I
And I
would even
understand what you're
start
saying.
I would even start before smart contracts, right? Because you got to have a good understanding of Bitcoin. You just have to, whether you buy it or not, you have to understand Bitcoin. Then you get into EVM smart contracts, you realize how amazing Hex is because it's what you learned in Bitcoin on EVM, done properly, immutably, right? And here's the thing is that there's one you'll get more adoption and more people buying in when they see a use for it, like something they could also contribute to it. That's what all these companies really are. Look at how many companies just make a ton of money every year doing only Twitter analytics. The same shit that you can get for free. You just get your API key, write your own script. But because somebody's encapsulated that, done that work, made it presentable, now that's a multi-million dollar business. I don't even know how many millions every year industry wide. You see what I'm saying? It's like start at the very beginning, teach that, like build up that foundation exactly like what you're saying. But that end goal isn't to be able to write an encyclopedia on blockchain, which I know you're not, I know that's not your goal, right? You want to make this more of like a roadmap. Like, this is your journey on crypto. Here's where you start.
My head's going crazy ideas right now. So like I'm not. It sounds like I'm not listening, but I am. I'm just
No,
thinking.
dude, for sure. You have a lot of good ideas, man. This is what's really needed though. Like, we're not all shooting at the same baskets, like apparently. Some people are like way off to the one side or the other. You just have to sort of channel that and remember like what are we trying to do here? And when you keep things objective, it's very easy to see like why certain contracts are written this way. It's written because somebody gets an asymmetric advantage because blah 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 blah, right? Like, this is all stuff that you can sort of you can see, because at this point we've gotten more advanced. Like, people are really getting advanced, and like all this crazy shit going on, all these like contracts like draining liquidity pools like from every chain, all like organized and shit. Like, the sophistication is like increasing, so I think like you're saying, it's like the best time now to really like dive into that and understand. And then you'll actually understand like what is it that you're buying into, what is it that you're actually supporting with your money and your time and your effort, and that really matters.
Yeah.
And this came up in the conversation before, right, with the Cosmic Kid or Kid Cosmic, whatever it was. This whole idea that like we know so much. Guys, we really don't. Like, we're really fed very curated information, very curated data. There's way more out there. And yeah, like I I nobody knows how this all is gonna like work out, and I would really caution against anyone who's telling you that they know that, because nobody knows that. The only way you can get better just by understanding, being able to do your own research, and that's more than just seeing the rank on CoinMarketCap or Gotonomics if you're like moderate to advanced, right? So yeah, like there's a lot of really exciting stuff going on, and it's always double-edged. Like, there's a lot of really great stuff going on, and then there's a lot of like very shady, scammy money. Yeah, I don't want to call it money laundering, but that's pretty much what it is. It's just routing money in very careful ways, let's just say, right? There's a lot of that too. So yeah, I'd tend to gravitate towards all the positive stuff that you can do, and then you can protect yourself against malicious shit. But if you don't know the rules, like, you can't play the game.
Man, the day I start this, man, it's not gonna stop. But I just need to start. I need to figure it out. I'm gonna get there.
You want to do it just like on your YouTube, or do you want to do like a Skillshare course type of deal?
I don't know. YouTube, everyone's on YouTube.
I haven't seen any good Skillshares, man. That's what I'm saying, dude. If you want to sync up
Well,
on this, like, I think a
like,
lot of people will help.
the website I have, the website that I tried to create just needs a lot of like information gathering and then deployment, right? And then I would definitely need help in a certain organize, because like, although I could do it, I know that how do I say this? Like, I just can't do everything, because it would be too one-sided. I need it to be something so um homogeneous. Like, how do I explain this? Like, it just needs to be relatable for everyone. Like,
Crowdsourced.
no, it needs to be as easy as air. Everyone knows air. So it
Do you
just has to
think
be like air.
people just get caught up on the whole, like, they're not able to relate it to
No,
regular finance stuff?
There's no one just doing it so it could be there and used always. They're always doing it because they need to cover it, or they need to give their people, like, it's like, imagine something that it was so well done where you could, because everyone utilizes YouTube and just says, oh well, you want everyone to be there and like that's it. But no one really has like this free tool that everyone goes to and says, well, go. Basically, it's like hex.com, hex.com, hex.com. But like hex.com is not up to date. It's not what we need. It's one of the pieces of everything that we need. So we need to create something that's everything that we need, and that needs to be updated.
I see what you're saying.
So yes, okay, but right now there's a need. There's a more instead of being updated, right? Like, we're updated, and that's okay, right? Number one rule of lifeguarding is you don't go into something that your life's in danger before you save someone else's life. So we take care of us first. So the more important thing is making our life easier so we can focus on what we would need. So first, to make our life easier is to get rid of onboarding, being able to have stuff that it makes us just not have to go into these hours of explanation where it's like, go see this, go do that. Our time is more important. Like, how are we going to utilize 500 people in a room? You know, like the way Orca handled this 140 space was pretty good. It made it fucking good. Like, we're gonna have to grow into that. We're gonna split. It's gonna be one thing like Orca, and then we have, thousands of people coming in saying, how do I buy? How do I buy? How do I buy? How do I buy? It needs to be in the flow where it's like everyone could be like a real estate agent, but more like a crypto agent, where it's like, yeah, here you go check this out. And it's like, if we prepare ourselves now, where we update it and have it constantly community wise, is the word aggregated? No, aggregated. Like, if it's just in a way of a consensus where like everyone says like, yeah, that is like the not the law, but that is like the law. And that's what we use, because that's like, it doesn't even have to be me. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it has to be me, but I'm just saying like we could definitely come together and create something where it's like we always use this. And it would be easier.
Yeah,
That's my
I've
goal. That's
seen
my
something
goal, you
like
know what I
this
mean?
before. I'll have to link it to you. Yeah.
It's like everything we do, all these like steps that we take that are fucking repetitive, right? Even though repetition is the father of learning, we could still have, or even educating people just for ourselves. Like, a lot of people don't do it. I know they don't, but like, you know how easy it is to have everything in one place? I did it. Crypto2learn.com. All your links are there. You can even buy Hex straight from there, from hex.com.
Right.
I put the whole script there. Like, you know what I mean?
But
like, everything's, but like no one trusts it. But if we were to utilize, like, maybe it's just because I did it. Maybe if we all come
you feel
together,
like people aren't going to trust it because it's just you, or
yeah.
you need, you want like a
It's like, if
consensus
I,
from the
like,
community.
like at the end of the day, okay, it's like, you need to trust me, or you need to trust hex.com, you need to trust Victor. It's like, you could always right click, copy paste the link to see if it's worth it. There's always that opportunity, but like, we could, regardless of that security aspect, it's like, I could get fucking Hex Hangout to do everything he wants to, and like, I'm not worried about that. But what I mean is like, how hard is it to tell people, like, if imagine we had 3 hours and you sat down with someone, we're gonna have to do that. It's coming. Like, right now, I know we're talking and we're 40, 50 people in the chat, but one day, if we're growing, which is my intentions, to grow everyone in here, we're gonna have 500, 600 people, and it's gonna be different. Everyone's verbiage is gonna be different, and we're gonna have different roles, and it's just gonna level up. And if it does, which I want it to do, we need to get ready, because it's like, we don't want to be struggling. And I know Bullish is building all kinds of stuff, and it's like, maybe I don't know. I just feel like we need to have something done now, and and I'm gonna have the time to do it. So that's why I'm asking questions now. I never really brought this up, but yeah. Like, I could do anything. I can make anything you guys need. Like, yeah. You know, and this is all, and I want to kill that, like, hey, to do this. Like, I want this to be completely fucking free, bro. Like, fuck these fucking lame ass fucking scammers, bro, that take money from people for giving out their fucking lucky. Like, nah, bro. I'm totally on it with Richard, bro. Like, no. Like, yeah. Anyways, talking about it just gives you more ideas. So thank you guys. Whatever, you guys can go on and talk. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I saw something that was kind of like a message board, but not. But it's like a community-driven thing where they share ideas.
What is it? Community.im?
I don't know. I'm still looking at it.
Me and Bridge were looking at that, but it's still not something. It's like, if we're gonna use community.im, might as well use Discord.
I actually don't know if that's what it is. I'm still looking at it.
Like, might as well use Discord and make it as centralized as possible, and have like 5 moderators that are like massive community people that have like everything to lose. You know what I mean? So that would work out better for what I'm trying to do. The community.im is like,
yeah, and then have different, like 3 different rooms. You know, beginner.
Like, at the end of the day,
like
we're helping
advanced.
people by DMing them. I don't like that. Even though I trust the people that do it, I don't like that, because
I don't like that.
it's a centralized
Attack
way of
vector.
doing things. Yes and no. It's like there's a risk, because you're the one giving the link, you're the one interacting. It's always centralized. If the people don't give it, then what if we're busy? What if 5 of the people that are here know? Everyone could go ahead and say, yo, go here. Go on hex.com. Well, it doesn't teach them about Maxi. It doesn't teach them about Hedron. It doesn't show them that there's actually other things that's built on it. Stupid people won't see it, but intelligent people will see if there's the option in an organized fashion. If you just say, go here, go here, go here, go here, go here, you sound like a crackhead. You know what I mean? If you just say, go here. And then
what did you say about that?
Bro, you know what I mean? If you just say, go here, 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 and you have to go here, and you have to go...
crack. I just hit crack.
You sound like a crackhead. Bro, I'm sorry, you do. If you think you're gonna go and... No, you.
No, I'm fucking with you, man. No, I
You
know
know what I
brilliant
mean,
idea,
right?
man.
Like, you go into a business meeting and you start saying all those things. You sound like a fucking idiot.
Of course. Yeah,
Short
100%.
and sweet, bro.
100%, bro.
And yeah, it's just...
And I was thinking what you said, what we can change in our community. How can we change the approach?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Well, you know, I'm new. You guys know me, so how I take this, what I've heard is like scam this, scam this, scam that, scam that. I think the people don't really understand. As I said many times, they don't really understand what is really happening here, how hex works, what is pushing. They don't really get it. Where we're heading, what we're trying to build. That, you know, people who come in here on many occasions, we talk about crap and shit and stuff. Because, you know, Famous, you are here every day, like fuck off every day, and you talk about the same thing every day. And it's like, how can we change that? Can we change people's mind if they are maxis on something? Maybe. How? Keep talking. You know, when you go to martial art, right? You keep rolling the same shit every fucking training. Like every training, you do basics for the first 2 years. Then you realize why, right? I think what you're doing, I'm not doing your work, right? But I'm here trying to help, trying to talk, giving my 5 minutes, spreading the word about Hex, about us here, as much as I can. I'm very busy, you know, guys. But
so then let me ask you,
yeah.
if I were to give you, okay, if you got every day 1 hour, you know what, I'll go selfishly. If you got 1 hour of Famous on YouTube, what would you want Famous to talk about on YouTube for that 1 hour per day? If
you keep talking about all the time, man.
But specifically, like, what do you like? there needs to be a consistent, like, I love this word consistency. Like, what would make you go every day and watch Famous for an hour, let's say?
Meeting
Would it be the
different
community?
people.
Would it be the community? You see, the first thing you
Community,
said would
meeting
be the
different.
community.
Listen, meeting different people, different places, traveling. When you travel, what you do on daily basis. You know, when you're meeting people on the streets and talking about Hex, talking about pushing crypto. I think that will get attention, but you know, it have to be dedicated to it. So it's more as an influencer work, not as a how can I say that? I cannot find the right word, mate, for that. But it's really difficult to really difficult to change people's mind, man. Honestly,
I would like to do that.
Yeah,
I would
of
like to
course.
do that.
Well, everyone will want it, right? Everyone wanted to change people's opinion and etc. etc. Until the people don't realize where the whole thing is going and where we are now. Remember when you said the people gonna come in here and fucking pay for the time?
Yeah, I was joking. I don't want that.
No. But listen, people are already paying for that. We had a chat famous many times about it, right? How can we change it? What we can do? Just be ourselves, man. Maybe a bit more polite when someone said Hex is scam because we're so sick and tired. But myself, you know, 6 months, beginning of this year, right? I'm here. I've been listening to your shit, man, all the time. Beautiful. But when person like you being here for ages and listening to the same shit, scams, tips, scam this, scam that, and they're putting on the coin that is going to be, you know, big pull rag or is shit. It's like, you know, people getting frustrated, but I've hit it in, you know, even myself, I jumped many times. But I don't know, man. It's hard.
I feel like. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, being a bit more polite. That's one thing, my thing. But to what level? How much abuse we can take? Right? Because we've been fucking abused a lot. Right? I've been abusing, you know, real life when I talk about, you know, I don't know much, but wherever I know, I just, you know, start conversation and talk. And they know less than me and Bitcoin this, Bitcoin doesn't. Shut the fuck up, man. In the end, it's like, you know, I'm getting sick and tired after 30 minutes. Like they keep going the same shit. I was like, man, go and have a look. Yeah, that's the website. Have a look, check. If you want to join the spaces, follow me. Just come and join. Listen to the people who know more than me, man. Like, you know, sometimes I talk crap. I like to be funny, but how can we change this shit, man? It's a really, really tough question, famous. It's like, yeah.
For me personally, I feel like a lot of the people that really know their shit have trouble putting their vernacular in a form that somebody who knows nothing is going to be able to easily understand. I feel like if we need someone that can explain blockchain to a kindergartner using extremely simple, basic analogies, that's something that would keep me watching, because there's still a ton of things about crypto that I don't know. And if there was someone that could just dumb it down to the most basic concepts as possible, and then maybe build on those a little bit more, that would be great for bringing in no coiners. Whenever I think of onboarding, I think of it in terms of trying to get no coiners in, because I feel like that's where the most value is sitting, because we're, you know, pre-mass adoption for crypto. Yeah, that's what I would like to see.
Yeah, for sure. That's basically like, kind of like where I step into the room is, whereas like I know how to dumb down things for people, even though I don't have like a complex understanding of everything blockchain. I can dumb down the basics to people and talk to them on a human level, like a retard, basically, because, you know, I pretty much, you know, I'm a dummy myself, but, you know, I can comprehend things that are over my head, and dumb them down, you know.
And it's like we need to dumb it down, but we can't dumb it down. So how do you dumb something down without dumbing it down?
Well,
You gotta
well,
break
well,
it down. You
yeah,
gotta like break it down into like more simple
yeah,
like labyrinth style. So like I've always been fascinated, and I say this all the time, it's like the iPod, where the guy had this idea where you did 3 clicks and you always did something. And that was
yeah,
important because it made people get lost in their thing. So you can never ever just be like, oh, fuck it, and just go back and be like, I'm fed up of this. I have to restart everything. So with the 3-click concept, I put that on the website of Crypto to Learn. So it's like when maybe it doesn't work for you guys because it's like you're so into it and we're so highly in not advanced but in advanced at compared to people where we did so much research and time and we're at one level that we forget that like people want to take small steps and like when they do those 3 clicks it's like, oh, I'm doing something. Oh, 3 clicks, I'm doing something else. So it's like if we were to provide more things at a 3-click speed,
Well,
then we could
famous.
lose people more. And then you get more things out there by saying, hey, go on here. And then it's like, that in 30 clicks, they could see 10 things and
yeah.
learn about 10 things. You know what I mean?
But it is a process though. That's one thing you have to remember too. Like the whole dumbing down part, like that's just one step, and then you have to take further steps than that. You can't just make a total package to where you dumb something down and then they just get it one day. It's like it does take time no matter what you do. You portray like how I look at it is like we portray a simple concept, or we portray a complex like
A
system.
repetitive, we portray a repetitive complex situation, right? That's exactly, okay, you just opened my mind exactly how I want to say it. So there's things that we always use in repetitiveness, right, that to bring our point, but the way that we bring our point is always different because of the vast majority of how we understand and how we are different. So like, yes, the breaking down is specific to that individual and depends on how we do it, and we do better by
Yeah.
breaking it down individually. But there are a repetitiveness in links, in documents, in things, and places that you go to where we always, no matter what, bring them to. So that's exactly what I want to get to. We need more of those repetitiveness things and concentrate them in one place where it brings us easier and it saves us time, because the time that we spend to try and load, to figure out the link, to go get the link, it actually adds up. It adds up in every sense of the term. It's like when you're statistically trying to break down costs and doing different things, you always want to cut things out. And I want to cut the time that it takes us to provide something to someone. So if everything that we use repetitively is in one big place, then technically it doesn't have to be, oh, well, you have to consider this person or that person. No, it doesn't matter. You could consider the person, but you still have the repetitiveness all here. And then it's like, okay, cool. At least you have all the calculators there, all the links to this, all the links to that, all that's there. So then when it comes to you doing your 3-hour speech, it actually breaks it down to an hour and a half because you have everything in one place. And not only is it organized for you, so you could portray your ideas in a more organized fashion, the person can then save you time by saying, oh, let me just go and do it on my own. Right? So it's like, I'm trying to cut down because I was supposed to be an actuary, and I like to statistically look at things and say, okay, well, if I could cut this out and do this out and cut down on the toilet paper here, then we'll save money. So like, we'll save time and have more energy and more resources on other things, and we'll be able to grow faster if we do this. And I know it's hard, but we need to figure it out because like you said, right, the repetitive things, we need to figure out a way to shorten our time and the time that we lose by going to get them. And as a community, enough of us can update it, and enough of us can make sure that it is a tool that we could all use, right? If we could trust any of the websites that anyone creates, we could create something that we trust. Like it to me, it doesn't make sense, right? So I'm like, let's do it. And I am doing it, but I'm just saying, like, what else can we do? Like, is there like fuck, man. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm just saying. Yeah. I want ideas, man. I just want to talk to you guys about it because I'm fed up of talking to myself about it.
Sure, for sure.
Pulse chain wiki.
Pretty much, but that's hard to maintain, bro. Links to things that you create, right? So like, I figured out a way to like have things put in a way where like when you use certain files, it can open up in programs that people definitely have, and it becomes more like you don't need to store the information there. You could have the link to the information, and then it becomes more like they could use that to send it to someone else. It's not somewhere where like, yeah, okay, certain things should be on the website, but other things should just be in a file that's editable that people could put their ideas and we maintain it. It's like a stream, right? But it's like more of a community stream. It's like, what do we? It's like discourse syndicate, but for the information. It's like everyone who does provide information should come together and provide all their information together. It makes no sense to be competitive, and I feel like the YouTubers are very competitive. Although they host each other and give each other views, it's like, okay, well, would you give each other information? Like, I don't know.
It's definitely a game of poker with those guys.
Yeah, well, we set the bar. Like we've shook the cage, bro. I don't give a shit. We could just break it. Like, this is my opinion. Like the foreshadowing I have for this community is bigger than what people think. It's like, oh, okay, and you're probably just thinking like, leave me alone. Let me just enjoy my time. But like, nah, that's my goal. And if you don't want, you're not part of the goal, bro, I'm gonna leave you behind. So, yeah.
I personally feel like they can be a little gatekeepy though. With the fucking paywall shit.
What paywall?
Like, pay me money and I'll tell you this other shit that we have or whatever information. It's kind of.
I wouldn't pay. I wouldn't make people pay for nothing. It's all free.
No. I'm not saying you would, but I'm just saying.
Oh, in general, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I want to do what I'm doing, because it's like I want to like. I love How to Pulse, but like How to Pulse does too much.
Well, if you want to find out if it's idiot proof, I'm happy to check it out for you. If I can figure it out, anyone can.
Just go right now, cryptotolearn.com.
You know what is that? There's like a term for it where people see something with a price on it and they're like, "Oh, that must be good," but if it's free, they're like, "Oh, it must be not that great." There's a thing, I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, it's like a psychological term.
I would need you guys to basically use the website while you're onboarding, because like to me, it's like, okay, if you guys go and look at it, it's like, okay, cool, I like the way it is, but it's like I would actually want or try to put someone in a situation where it's like, use this and try to onboard the person. Does it help you? Does it or does it not help you?
Like QA
You know what I mean?
people.
Yeah.
Or UAT.
Well, I just would want like, yeah.
Yep. I could
Because
do
if it's
that.
not really, if it doesn't really help anyone, like then, like fuck it, why the fuck am I doing it? But if it actually doesn't, and then people are like, yo man, it was so easy. It ended up telling him in like 30 minutes, and then he knew where to go, and then he called me the next day and said, yo, I read the whole fucking thing. Yo, tell me more about this. There wasn't enough, like that to me would be like, or literally telling me, yo, bro, the thing was fucking useless. Like, I didn't even understand what the buttons meant. Like, what was this logo? Like, like, I don't know. It's just like, I need feedback, because it's like, we could build it, and like, we have this. Like, I'm not charging no one for nothing. I don't give a shit.
Hey, Famous. I'm your typical no coin person. I have been listening to all these chat rooms for probably a week and a half now, listening to a bunch of different stuff, and all I'm doing right now is just writing down terms that people say, and going home at night after I'm off of work, writing down or doing some research on those particular terms, just trying to gain knowledge, right? I would love to have something that's step by step, right?
I want to learn this stuff.
So you want a glossary? Because it exists. There's many. That you see that this is exactly it. I'm like in my head, I'm like gonna tell you so many places to go, but it's like I want to create exactly what you need, right? So it's like a one-stop shop where it's like you could lose yourself, like a glossary where it's like, oh, cool, I could look at all the terms, right? Does exist. So
Not just to look up all the terms, but I mean, I want to get started, right?
yeah. Did you check out crypto2learn.com?
I just heard you said it and I wrote it down. So
yeah, with the two is a number 2, not TO. It's number 2, crypto2learn.com. And also I built it more for mobile purposes because it's like when you're on a PC, it's easier to have 20 tabs open, but when you're on your mobile, 20 tabs open is fucking pain in the ass. So having that organized more mobile than desktop was more my goal. So check it out, man. When you're in bed on your iPad or something, like, let me know if you, and also it's available in over 100 languages. So I was like, well, if we at least have something that's available, like people can get lost in it. So, yeah.
Hey, Jordan, do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? Sorry to cut you off. I gotta run. I only have a couple minutes.
Yeah, go.
Just real quick, Jordan, do you mind if I ask you, like, what is your overall goal? Like, you want to get started in crypto and do what? I mean, you can make it up just like as a thought example because I wanna come full circle on this real quick. But yeah, well, what's your reason?
okay, so somebody I respect interviewed Richard Hart, right? And why I didn't love Richard Hart's antics, I really did like the undertone of knowledge through it, right? I love to learn, and it's just right down my alley. So I would like to have a general thesis on how to get into Pulse Chain, Pulse X. I know it's a bear market right now, so it's ideal time for me to learn. I have money. I have my own business, right? Like I just want to have a general thesis on how I can get in and ride up with the tide, rise up with the tide.
So
Right.
what was the message that really stuck with you? Like you said, you didn't really like Richard's antics, but there was like a message that sort of reached you. Like, what's that message? Is it that you're protecting your wealth? Is it that you're, diverting from like traditional money markets? Like, or is it just you want to be a part of something new technology kind of thing? Like, what's that underlying message that got you?
Well, I think the one obviously growing my money, right? That's a big one. But just the fact that there are a lot of things to learn, and it is something that you can dive into.
So
anything with
here's sorry to
go
cut you
ahead.
off. So here's the overall thing that I'm trying to get at is that there is so many angles at this that not everyone is going to be seeking the same information or the same takeaways. They're not going to be receptive in the same ways. Because imagine someone's a developer. They might be tuning in to figure out which programming language they should be learning. Should they be learning JavaScript or TypeScript? Should they be learning Go or you know what I mean? So there's all these different angles that you could be coming at it from. I think your angle speaks to a lot of people. A lot of people share that goal. They want to grow their money. They want to be, a part of something that's the future. All of these things are fantastic. But like everybody's got to keep in mind that like not everyone has the same goals. Some people truly care about the technology and they nerd out on blockchain and crypto stuff. Some people are trying to figure out how do they build their business on blockchain, right? Or some people are looking at it like, what's going to be the next, piece of art that really does well, right? The NFT people. We have ENS community. I'm just saying this space is growing so large that it's not really only about, what is my return on investment here. And yeah, so like I still believe that most people when they're seeking knowledge, like famous to your point, they're just a lot of them are really just there glassy-eyed thinking, where's this magic ATM in the sky I keep hearing about, and where do I put my $10 so it becomes $10,000? And we have to start to break away from that sort of thinking because it's not really going to get us anywhere. And I hope everybody's coined 10,000 X's and you all become billionaires. I truly do. But the problem is it's just not a good place to start, and you miss the forest for the trees. And so I think it's just like famous, I would recommend, man, like you start collabing, like that's the number one thing is you have to be that voice of truth that people hear on multiple places. Like because Richard was on this guy's channel, he reached somebody that might have not honestly given them a chance to hear the message before. I think there's so much to be said for just go out, don't know exactly what it's going to be yet, but just collab, 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 collab. And eventually it'll just become obvious what you need to do next.
I agree. And Jordan, I want to tell you something. You said what was the best way for you to learn? The number one thing I would want you to learn before anything about how to do things would be to learn about and how important the community we're growing right here is. So I would say the best thing I could give you would be to come back and ask as many questions as possible. Oh shit, where did Trillion go? Oh no, he's still there. No, he's not there anymore. Shit. But I think you should come back and ask questions. We're gonna direct you to the right place, and like I would come back to the community because we could help you in a way that you probably will not be able to get in 4 or 5 years from now. The organicness of this, the two heads are better than one style. The don't do crypto alone style because it's a new age where people come together and help each other. I think it's better for you to do that. It's better to just suck you in and make you part of the team than just to say, here, take this and leave. Because it's like you'll learn faster and you'll understand things better by doing that. So that's my best advice to you if you want to learn. Just keep coming back here. Follow the host. The host is the host always hosts. So yeah,
Appreciate it.
my pleasure, bro. I don't know if Trillion's still there, but I agree with what Trillion said because I really want to collab with people, but I just don't know if it's the right time to do it. I feel like if I could show people that like it's kind of like the same message that HexDex is trying to portray, and I really appreciate him for doing that. It's like if I could do it like this, then what's their excuse? Right? So it's like the more complicated and more high tech we try to make it, the more impossible we make it to be recreated. And I don't want to create something that can't be recreated. I want to create something that one can be recreated and two can be improved. Because when it's improved, people take more to heart because it's better. And when it's better, well, we all like something that's better. We don't like something that's good. We like something that's better. So that's my goal because it's like an everlasting cascade of just of consequence, cause, and effect. So, yeah, I appreciate what Trillion had to say. I know he left, but I don't know if he's still there or glitched. But yeah, I appreciate it. What's up, Pulse? And then in crypto.
I think it'd be really cool to have kind of like a rubric, like a site that says, hey, lesson 1, this is what a blockchain is, this is what it can do, this is why blockchain is important. Lesson 2, these are the security things that you have to be aware of. Lesson 3, the history of crypto, and just like one place where I can watch consecutive videos and know everything I need to know. Maybe another video says the main tools of crypto, explaining Uniswap, explaining DeFi, explaining what those are and the differences between them and centralized exchanges. Just starting at the basics, super basic, simple concepts, and then just moving up from there. What do you think, Jordan? Would that have helped you?
So Clean, come on up, man. Come on up and explain. Let's go. I know someone's DMing me. Come on up and explain. Give us your thoughts.
I think that would help me actually.
Yeah, what Pulse Academy is saying is exactly what I want to make, but we got to do it. Let's do it. It's not. I feel like if one person just does it, it's not the same as a consensus.
I mean, I would love to team up and give my two
Yeah,
cents in what I think would be like a really simple, easy to learn rubric, because I'm still on the beginning of my learning journey too, and as I'm learning, I'm trying to help other people learn. But yeah, if there was just something really, really simple, that would be perfect. And I feel like as a person who doesn't know as much, it's easier for me to kind of be like, yes, that makes sense to someone like me with my level of understanding, which is not very much, or no, it doesn't. That's a little complex. I might need to break it down a little bit more. I feel like I do have that value to add. That's the one benefit of not being super experienced, is I can recognize a good lesson.
100%. You're perfect. You're the exact target. I understand. I understand, man, but I'm down for it.
Crypto in the Hood, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, Famous, I think is a perfect time for you to start collaborating. Just go around to you know, the other guys that stream, and it doesn't have to be on a specific subject, because I'm pretty sure they have a subject they're going to be talking about on any given day. You're super smart. You like to help out people, so the perfect time is now, right? Because
I
we're going to
agree.
start getting all these people coming in. I would like to see more stuff on, like, once you make it, once everything takes off, like how we're going to protect our wealth, right? Like, are we going to do it? Well, you don't worry about this because you're already in Europe. Like the like estate planning, or like stuff like that, because I don't know none of that, like, and I need to learn it, right? So I would like to see more stuff about how to protect your wealth once you got all these millions. Also, you could have like three, I guess, three rooms, right? Like you could have a straight up beginner, intermediate, and an advanced rooms, where you don't have, like, say you, like, you're very advanced, you have all this great knowledge, but why would you waste your time in the like with in the beginner's room? You could have people that are, they're already in the intermediate, for, let's say that they're already in the middle, right? Like they're already learning more advanced stuff. They could be taking care of the beginner's room, so you won't have to waste your time doing that, and everybody could be helping out everybody else. Like once you advance, you could help out the previous room. Um, that so it could
But
be more efficient.
that is the goal, though, to help the advanced people. But what I'm trying to do is create something which is take the time, like Paul's Chain saying, like go ahead and take the time, because people want to take the time. Like I'm not worried about convincing. That's not what I'm trying to do, and we understand that. We all don't
Yeah.
really want to convince. We want to help. And
Hmm.
if we have more tools to help and it makes it easier, then hence everything becomes easier. But what I want to do is have a thing where when people put their time, it equals to getting someone who's going to be easier to help because they want to help. They took the time, they're ready, they came prepared, right? And I want to prepare them properly because there's nothing out there to prepare them. You feel me? And it's like, yeah, okay, I will at one point maybe help people later on. And like, technically, like, quick answer, the big problem is that we really need testimonies. We need, like, how the person Danny came in, and Wendy's is, they're from Puerto Rico, and they have the experience, and they could guide people and say, here, you could go to this person. I could guide someone. I could guide a Canadian. I could guide a dual citizen European. I could guide Europeans to where I do. But there are, there's a lot of Australians, there's a lot of Americans, there's a lot of, um, you know, people that unfortunately we can't help, but if we have more experiences and testimonies of what is how to do that, then we could help people for that is going to come with time too, right? And it's like, I think right now the focus is not to get away. I think the focus is to position yourself so you can get away. So that's what my main focus is, to help people position themselves where they can get away. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, that's good, but it's like, I think all we need to do is spend, time speaking to each other, and we'll figure that out. But like, how do we help the people that we don't want to spend our time? Like, I don't think we want to spend 8 hours explaining someone to get a MetaMask. I really don't think we want to end up doing that in 6 months when Pulse Chain launches. So
you could have it organized in like chapters from chapter 1 would be the easiest, and then chapter
you can do that
25
with
or
Gitbook.
whatever.
You can do that with Gitbook. It's perfect. Yeah, I agree with you. That's awesome. 100%. But we need to build it. I don't even want to say this, but we need to organize a team that builds it. It can be built. It's like, okay, well, we put time. We need to organize it. That's the solution.
I'll be the user experience consultant.
Yeah, no problem. Everyone can be. It's just we need, maybe not the actual document, but we need like, what should be the rubric? What should be the branch? The family tree. Like, how do we divide this? How do we properly like set this up? I need everyone's experience on this.
I mean, I have a good idea, and if I sat down, I could probably come up with a lot of questions and what I think would be the right order. And you would probably be able to refine it, because you know a lot more than me, and there's probably things that are important to know that I'm not even aware of. But I feel like just sitting down and talking back and forth, and I would learn some things too, just through the exercise. I think that'd be constructive.
Yeah, the notes, making notes, of course, that would be brainstorming and doing stuff like that, of course. And we need multiple people, because it's good to get people's point of views and say, hey, this was important too. Maybe this, like, that's another thing too. I want it to be a community effort, not just someone doing it, because it's always at some point bias. Like, I'm
Have
gonna
a
be
weekly
biased.
space. Have a weekly space where you invite people to like come and collaborate on this with you. I'll show up.
Yeah, you're right. I should. This is why I can't wait to go. I actually can't wait to go back to my parents. I could just lock myself in the basement and not do anything else but this, and we could spend so much fucking time doing this while we're doing other things.
I'm really excited about the idea. I'd really love to help any way I could.
Everyone, yeah. I have a crazy idea in my head, but we'll do it. And also, I want to create a curriculum that is not. It is literally rug proof. It is. It always comes down to their decision. Like, I don't want to. Like, level 1 should not be about making money. Level 1 should be about like, what do you
security.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
what do you do?
that's the
What do
most
you do with
important
your
thing
money?
I believe is
Yeah, of course. What do you do with your money? Not how. How do you make money? Because how do you make money is a different thing.
yeah. Like, learning about how to protect your wallet, right? You need a ledger or treasure. There's like all these other, I guess, applications that you could use to protect it. Because that's how I got hacked, through being lazy. So security is very important. That should be the first thing that they learn about. Security and how they could get hacked and which ways they could get hacked so they could avoid them.
I think that should definitely be one of the first. I mean, if it was me, the first thing I would want to learn if I knew nothing at all, I'd be like, what the heck even is a blockchain and why should I care? So I think like chapter 1, what's a blockchain? Why is it valuable? And like, what does it do? And then from then, I like the idea of having a lesson on the history, just because you can kind of like a real quick abridged, like, 2017, this bull run happened and these types of things came up. And then, these failed and these succeeded and this inspired this. And now this is where we're at. And at that point, before they're even, clicking any buttons or doing anything. Maybe lesson 3, security, like definitely one of the foundation blocks. But I feel like if chapter 1 was security, I'd be like, wait a second, what am I securing? Like, what is this? Why do I need to know?
Yeah, security should be in the beginners section for sure.
Agreed.
And then what could actually wreck you, right? That should be also in the beginners, so they could avoid scams and like not chasing airdrops and not letting these smart contracts in and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That all should be in the security section for sure. Red flags, green flags, things that look positively on a contract, it being immutable, the founders being doxxed, et cetera, and then red flags, whatever those would be. And then from there, I think just introducing like, hey, these are the types of applications you're going to integrate with. Number one, you got to choose how you're going to get your money into the ecosystem. Are you going to use Coinbase? Are you going to use your Trust wallet? 2, you need to have your DeFi wallet, so that way you own your keys. You transfer from your centralized exchange once you get your fiat in over to your personal wallet, your DeFi wallet. And then from there, how do I use my DeFi wallet? What kind of things can I do with it? You can go to Uniswap or Pancake, and these are different exchanges that you have the options of interacting with, and they're almost halfway there at that point.
Like they learn about it and there's like a little pop quiz before they get into the next part of it.
No,
Because
I
they
thought
could
about that. I thought about that. That's time wasted. We gotta focus on we gotta focus on those that are a bit quicker than like.
Maybe an optional test.
We gotta go Darwinistic on this. We need to build something that attracts those who can survive. At the same time too, right? Like I don't want to get someone that's fucking a frog, has no brain. I want to get someone that I want this to be at some point Darwinistic. Like only the super strong will survive. It needs to be complicated.
I like that.
It needs to be at some certain point, like you either sink or fucking swim, bro. Like it has to be. There's no other way around it. It's the only way that it gives. It's like the support. It's the bottom, bro. Like you can't go under the bottom. Like you're asking for it. I wouldn't want someone who's really dumb. I really wouldn't devote all my time to the 65-year-old granny that wants to get in.
I mean, we're all dumb at first on the topic.
Neither would I dedicate all my time to the 16-year-old that's just coming in either. Like, there has to be a certain Darwinistic approach to this. 2, because we can't be wasting our time. Our time is more valuable than we think. It appreciates as we go with this. Yeah, everyone realizes that your time appreciates as you go. So you got to realize, like, okay, how can you utilize it the most to be working so it continues appreciating at a higher rate? So it's sad, but we got to think like that because it's like I don't want to be I want to be the best. I want you guys to be the best. Go down in history as the best. Best there ever was. Michael Jordan. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, let's do it. It's going. It's gonna come. We're gonna come. Cheers.
Yeah, set up a regular space.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna probably make CZ do it. I'm not good with organizing spaces because I'm more of I want it to be. That's the problem too with brands. When you have a brand and you're succeeding with it, you don't change. It's not good. So
Yeah, I mean, this whole idea is originally what I wanted to do with Pulse Academy. I mean, that was our whole idea, is to create something that would teach people and to onboard. So it's right up my alley.
you could take the idea and focus it more on Pulse too. Like that would be really important. Like I know how to Pulse is really good, but it's good to have other things that say the same thing. I wouldn't even be scared to copy paste everything, man. Like I don't even give a shit. Like I'm probably gonna copy paste all the information on everything. Give some credit to certain things to certain people. I'm not worried about that. But like most of the time, it's all gonna be copy pasted. I don't give a fuck. Let them come here and tell me I plagiarized. Fail me, bitch.
But
Like
isn't that like the best form of?
yeah, but like some people say, oh, you plagiarized. I couldn't give a fuck. Fail me.
They
You know what
should
I
be
mean?
flattered.
Just throw a link on there, and people will be happy, I think. A little credit.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Certain things, certain things I do it. It deserves where I do that 100%. I give credit where credit's due, but at the same time too, it's like fuck you, copy paste. I just forked your document. I just forked the document. Fuck you. Slapped in my piece of code. My little watermark. Fuck you. You know what I mean? But like, okay, that's besides the point. But yeah, we're gonna get there. I'm gonna give you guys some shit. I'm gonna give you guys some fucking crazy ass swords and spears and. Hexy, you're quiet as shit, man. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm here though. I'm listening.
She making money.
She been. Yeah. Okay. I need to get a screen, bro. This TV is pissing me the fuck off. Fucking piece of shit. Ah, t'es pas sérieux, bro. Oh my god.
It'd be cool if you could gamify the lessons somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I personally like the idea of having like a little optional test as well. It could be like something like example question could be like, you want to connect to a contract that for the first time, what would be the best security practice? A, make a new wallet and connect with that, or B, connect with your trading wallet, et cetera, et cetera, and then they just choose the right answer. I don't know.
Okay, guys, I need to go. Thank you for having me. Have a good night, all of you. Take care.
Take care, Elgato.
Peace.
So, famous, what day of the week you're thinking you want to have your weekly meeting?
Well, for you guys, it could be any day because man, like 6, 7 at night is like what 2, 3 in the afternoon for you guys. So I want to get the idea out so like that. I like well, as soon as I get home, as soon as I lock myself in the basement, we get that shit started. I don't want to waste a second because I got a lot of equipment and I could do a lot of stuff. I could do a lot of things. Like I could buy a whiteboard with like a fucking. I could do a lot of shit. I could do a lot of shit. And
Nice, you
the
got your own
whole.
little studio?
Well, thankful. My father is a fucking savage when it comes to buying shit. So I got like every fucking lens possible on like a 4K, like 4K, four 4K cameras. Then I got like booms for days. I got booms with remote control. I got fucking lighting. I got fucking green screens, blue screens, red screens. Fucking. I got a whole studio at home at my dad's. So I'm gonna use it. Like I'm very excited. Like I have his Amazon account, and I just keep seeing everything he buys, and I'm just like fucking jealous. I'm just like, wow, so down. It's come to a point where I'm like, fuck what you're doing for YouTube. Just fucking use your equipment. Like do videos about using your equipment and make more. And my dad does. My dad wants to do YouTube, so he's going ham for his retirement. Like the guy's even buying stuff to like videotape him doing the garden and shit. Like crazy shit. The guy's insane. But yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna invite JR. He's gonna come check it out. Um, fucking market's dropping. Hex is gonna drop. Hedron's gonna drop. I don't like saying this, but I think it's a good time for staples. Oh yeah, it's gonna drop. Oh my god, it's gonna drop. Oh my god, it's gonna... Chris, I hope you're ready. Sean's gonna get 1,000 fucking X. It's coming. Fuck, it's coming. There's nothing we can do about it. What do you want to do? So what's Gucci? What's everyone doing? Anyone has plans for their Saturday night? Who's the next target, Hex Cowboy?
I don't know who's been misbehaving.
Everybody.
I kind of always felt Joker was going to end up on the list.
Oh, yeah?
Somebody said he's going to create a coin.
Yeah, another shit coin.
These prices haven't moved very much.
Yeah, they haven't moved, but they're going down. ETH is dropping like a bitch, bro. Dropping like a bitch, bro. Bitcoin too, you know what? Fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Yeah, damn. Need that shit. Ex Cowboy. Mute.
Yo, yo.
Mute, that shit's loud as fuck.
I did what?
Your background noise is loud when you pass things. It goes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. You recognize it on purpose, man.
Are you two the only ones alive in here? I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, that's what it is.
I'm writing down a new wallet, 24 words. You know how that is.
So what's going on in Portugal tonight?
Nothing.
No half moon party.
No, only full moon parties. It was the last one of the season.
What's the what season are y'all in?
Getting in autumn, I guess. I'm still in shorts and a t-shirt.
Same over here.
I hope so. For you.
So famous.
What's up?
Now that we got, it's safe to say we're at least at the minimum 4 months out from Pulse. Does that change the strategy on anything?
No.
Just buy as much hex as you can, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes and no. So, no, why? Well, if you look at the market, we're above trend line, but it's still going down. Look at ETH. that shit's still on trend to go down. You look at Hex, it's still on trend to go down. One point I wanted to bring out with Motley and Wendy's was actually that if you look at the chart of Ethereum on Bitstamp, and you look at from the beginning, all right, you look at the bottom, and then you look at the, so from the bottom to the top, and then the top to the bottom was 1,200 days. Then it went sideways for about 400 days. And then it went again bottom to top, and now we're going back down. So we're still on trend, so this is a pattern. If it's drawn according to pattern, then we should look at 1,200 days, which looks like April 2023. And then from that date, we should go 500 days, which would bring us to coincidentally at the end of May and beginning June, mid-June of 2024.
What, before the bull run starts or the bull run finish?
So, no, just the patterns. So, if there's a pattern of bottom to top to bottom, takes 1,200 days. So 1,200 days would be April 23. And then if we would go sideways again, that would bring us to 2024 after July. So around the time it would take for the merge, sorry, not the merge, halfning. And then if we look at the ETH BTC ratio between each other, the stupid triangle predicts exactly that time. So there is a drawing coincidence and pattern that I see. So let's check this Bitstamp one. Yeah, there's the pattern. Let's draw it. And it brings us to so the Binance chart actually brings us to that 2023 date, which is the exactly when it rings, and then the Bitstamp one brings us to 2024. So my guess is something's gonna happen on Binance before it will happen on Bitstamp. So we got to look at that. And like trend line is like really trending downwards on ETH, USDT, and Bitcoin. It's on trend for December. So yeah, I think it's inevitable what's happening. Hex might go to 2.4 again. So yeah, just say 2.4 cents. If Hex is really strong, 2.4 cents is very feasible. If Hex is not strong, 1.8 in my opinion. Actually, 1.5, 1.6.
Yeah. But what I'm asking you,
I just give you a
what
crazy
I'm
ass
asking you
fucking breakdown in my opinion.
is now that I've got a huge Texan bag. You did. But now that I got a huge Texan bag.
Why that shit came out?
And I mean, don't get me wrong, there's other coins I'm looking at, but I'm scared to death to buy them. Is the what?
What? What'd you
Is the
say?
strategy for a person like me just to take this time, these next 3 or 4 months, and just accumulate as much hex as possible? Or
Well,
should a person
the goal
like
at the end of
me
the
in my
day,
position take the next 3 or 4 months and just accumulate as much hex as possible? Or should I try to mingle?
I think your goal from now on should be accumulate T-shirts.
Yep.
The copy is something that will only occur once. You could buy as many. Like what happens? What happens if from the day from to next year you make double your salary? The coin only goes up 40%. Like your best chance and the best thing you could do right now is get T-shirts because you always get it copied. And every buy you do is a position. So you don't look at it like, oh, I bought it at 15 cents. No, you bought that much, it's 15 cents. Now, what are you going to do with that? Are you going to sell it at 10, 25? Because if you bought at 3, well, you did 125x on that buy, and the other one did a 25x to have the same amount of money. So you got to think like, well, okay, cool. What position you want to hold? What do you want to do? Every call is different. This is financial advice. You got to look at what you're doing more individually at that point. But your question is like, if you got Texan token, that's good. But I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't see Texas token doing more than Hex in the long term. Like, yeah.
All right, well, like I'll give you an example. Like Mana and Gala. Those are two coins that I really wanted to try to accumulate a bag of, but I'm scared to buy them because you know, you don't never know when something's gonna have a hack or a problem or this or that.
You should pick that up on ETH Fair because it's gonna be way cheaper there opposed to on regular ETH mainnet, right? Or on POW.
You're not getting
You
a copy of
accumulate
it.
more coins but you know for
You're not getting a copy of it though. But
no, but if you did want to venture into those and
uh,
lower his risk, well,
uh, yeah.
it'll be better to get them on the two new ETH chains opposed to regular
Uh,
Ethereum.
enough of those. You need a strong liquidity for those projects because they're games and like you need to have like liquidity. I don't. I don't think it would be smart to take it to a chain that would be doing less than the other one. Like Pulse Chain is, yeah. Man, fuck. I wish I could just come in. Like, I understand why Orca does what he did. He's so much more free to talk. Like,
Okay, makes sense.
no, but like ETH Fair is like,
On regular mainnet, it's 3 cents, right?
yeah, but they're not going on. Gala's not going on ETH Fair. You know who invested in Gala? Like, and like Mana, like
Mhm.
Mana's like addicted to like Mana loves Ethereum. Like Mana is Ethereum. Like, forget about it. Like, they won't go anywhere else. So if you give them the option to have something else, Ether is not the choice. Pulse chain would be a better choice. Um, man, like
What's the reason he wants to get into Gala?
Gala's good, but um, for those chains. Oh shit, I can't hear Hex is the way. Hello, Hex is the way. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you gotta go to the YouTube.
Yeah. You see, the thing with Hex on Ethereum Fair is that you could just get more of it. And it's like, even if the ratio is not that good, you could always get it. You could always get from it. Gala, it's like, you need the whole fucking that. You need the whole, like you need everyone to be, no, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Not now.
Crypto in the hood.
Yes, sir.
You don't like Gala?
Uh, not really. Like it. Well, when I when I found out about it, it was like at what 25 cents or some shit like that. And then it got pumped because of Zuckerberg, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's better than that. Like I picked up Sandbox and Decentraland, which is Mana. Those two I picked up. I didn't go for the Gala. And I used to have it like in the old system, right? Like the on the regular ETH mainnet. I used to have it. I just picked it up over here because it's like retarded cheap. So yeah. And how far is really their his metaverse, right? Like it got pumped for that little while, but and then it fizzled out. Well, he did say he was like he had been investing in these freaking glasses for like a couple years back. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't go into too much research on that on because it's Zuckerberg and like do you really want the government controlling like the metaverse, right? Like I don't know. He's in bed with the government, and then he's gonna be controlling all your shit. Yeah, I
But
don't know about that.
I'm quite famous. I don't think they're going to come over to the forks chains. It's their DApp isn't compatible with it, and are they really going to use it? Is what you have to think about. Just because it's cheap doesn't mean it's going to price is going to go.
they got investors. They're not gonna take the risk.
Yeah.
They're not gonna take the risk to do that. They got a whole like they got a whole business plan around that shit, and like Mana is just like, bro, that shit was a cent. So like I'll never go back to what it was. That shit's revolutionary. It will be. But bro, Activision's gonna come in and just take over, bro. It's just like fucking Ubisoft's gonna come in.
Oh, you know what would be good to pick up? Fuck, what it's called?
Like watch Atari. Like Atari
Star
has its own.
Atlas.
Like
Star
Atari.
Atlas.
No, that shit's dead, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
what
in
do you
it.
mean, bro? Like,
I lost all kinds of money, bro. That shit's dead. There's no orders. There's no place orders. That shit just fucking gives you nonsense. I think it's dead. If it pumps, bro, I'm still in it. I lost all kinds, but what it
oh,
is.
well, like I didn't get in it, right? But I was doing the research on it, and dude, they have the fastest processors, and they done all these,
Bro, I
good.
should have sold my fucking Tuca, bro. I'm so stupid. I'm so pissed, bro. Like, I made so much money off that bitch, bro. I'm so
Like
stupid. It was there. It was there. I could have just sold it. It was on the marketplace. Like it was like literally decentralized. Like it was like put it. Someone wants to get it. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Honestly, that was a fuck up. Now there's nothing. No one wants to buy shit.
Dude, their shit was going for crazy expensive. Well, they're also backed by freaking PlayStation, right? Like, and they,
No, they
yeah, they
weren't.
just got great
No,
graphics, and
no, they were. No, they weren't. It's all
they
bullshit,
weren't.
bro. They only came out with one video, bro, and that video was so easy to make. Like
They came out with the
I was
and
disappointed because
uh-huh.
it's like it's not their fault. It's Solana. It's
Yeah,
not
it
their
is on
fault.
Solana, right?
It's not
Yeah,
their
that's a
fault. It's
problem.
Solana, bro. It's not their
Yeah,
fault.
yeah.
I know. It's promises, bro. They couldn't even roll out their fucking state, like the whole farming mechanism. Like it's done.
hmm
It's done. It won't. It won't. It might come back, but I doubt. I doubt.
So I was thinking, right? You know how Elon Musk has Neuralink, and technically you're going to be able to upload your subconscious or just be able to tap into the metaverse, right? So would it be a good idea to actually pick up certain things or build? Hold on.
No. Metaverse shit is gonna be so diluted. Metaverse is good. There's money to make, but right now, forget about it, bro. Right now, it's all about money. It's all about DeFi. It's all about
No, because this is where like this tech is going, technically, right? Like you see it in movies and all that
nah,
stuff.
bro. Yo,
It will
DeFi.
desensitize you.
Fiat. No, like I want to say this, but that motherfucking Fiat, bro. If he launches on ETH, bro.
Oh, I got
The potential of that it does well, bro, and we get Ave on Pulse Chain. Bro, forget about it. I don't think anyone, and there's gonna be like 10% of the people still here by the end of 2 years, because everyone else is gonna be rich as shit. You're gonna make like a 200x, like guaranteed, like 250 easy.
I just wish I would have sacrificed more.
But
A
it's a
small
long
bag.
shot. Yeah, 100%. Me too. On fiat, I wish I did too. I wish I did more on.
Post spot, I wish I would have gotten in. Richard Princey said, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
Pulse
Damn.
spot, dude. Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's wow. They took from my idea, like they took it to another level. I love it. And I feel like close to this, but like, whoa, this is gonna be crazy. Like if they actually pull off sports betting, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, that shit's big. That's
Whoa.
really big. Look at fucking DraftKings. Look what happened to them, dude. It's insane.
And it's not never coming out of it like, whoa. Yeah.
All right, you guys. I'll see you guys later. I have to go take care of some business. I'll be back.
Take care, bro. Yo, Hexy, how many days until the Hedron thing?
I have to look.
I don't know. Something's telling me that's a good buy right now.
What, Hedron?
Yep.
Yeah, you can't lose out on that one right now.
What's going on? What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Chilling, you motherfucker.
Chilling, man. Chilling.
Motherfucker.
Good spaces today, dude.
Thanks, man. It's actually being recorded right now on live on YouTube.
You guys
and Twitter.
You guys are killing it, man.
Go give it. I'm gonna pin it to the top. Go give it a like and a retweet.
I got you.
It should be pinned. Hold up. Hex meetup. Oh my God, what's his name's at the meetup? Live streaming. Oh what? I want to check that out.
So, what are your thoughts on Hedron for this next month?
I don't know. It's gonna go up. There's no choice.
There's 29 days till the auctions. So whenever that might be.
I mean, I got a big ass bag. I bought a lot like a week or two ago. I'm ready, but it looks like Bitcoin wants to go down, man. It really looks like it's gonna take a shit real soon.
Well, the last time Famous said that, it did a 30x.
Hedron?
Yeah.
Okay, Famous, you're gonna have to run it again, all right?
I said that one. I even said the PLSD looked like a good buy too at $10 from 2 something. But Hedron is just like Hexy said, it's like a lot of people don't know, but right now there's like a lot of people need it to buy those HSIs, so shit's gonna get burnt. And yeah, but I don't know if the play is to stake Icosa and get more of Hedron and then switch it, or just get my Hedron and just stake Icosa.
And that's another thing. What do you guys think about? What do you think Icosa is gonna do in this next month?
I think it's gonna be kind of flat because it's already paired with hex ratio wise, but Hedron has a ways to go before it's paired ratio wise. Yes. And so I think Icosa is going to stay flat. Or it'll follow hex. If hex goes down, it'll go down. If hex goes up, it'll go up.
Right now, it's just stable.
I think hex is going to stay flat too, though. So
absolutely, I think it's just lined with limit orders. So if it drops, it's going to be fast.
People won't be buying stakes because they can buy HSI stakes.
well, they're going to be creating new stakes. You mean like the auctioned ones you're talking about? They're gonna.
Well, people are going to be able to buy all the auction ones and not buy a normal one. So why would they buy normal ones when they can? Like you have to think about like people are going to take their money and try and buy. If not, they're going to go back in.
Yeah, but some people aren't even familiar with the HSI liquidations or that protocol. You know, some people were too busy or too busy to learn about it, and so didn't even participate.
I still want a bag of. I want some cash for that. I want to buy so I can get some cash for some more shit. I think it's good. Like you should buy for the future, and you should also buy for the short term. It's gonna be good. From now until the day that it launches, it's gonna be good to get short term wise. people want to buy X, I would get Hedron and then wait until it goes up, take the 20, 30, 40, 50%, and go into X. Risky play, but I don't see how that doesn't how that wouldn't make sense. It's definitely a risky play. It is trading. I shouldn't be telling you that, but whatever. I know people are gonna FOMO in. Everyone does all the time. All the time. Tiramisu, ice cream, let's go. If you guys want, go check out the stream. Hex the Way is live with Eco Builder. And they're live at the Hex meetup. Go show some love and like and retweet it.
Holy shit, I just got my electric bill. I used less kilowatts this month than I did last month, but it's double, more than double. Holy fuck.
Who's your provider?
Prices are just absolutely ridiculous with everything.
Oh, but wait, never mind. You know what? It's 2 months in one. I wonder why I didn't get paid last month. Supposed to draft it. Shit.
Pay with Zen.
That's the way, dude.
Yeah, that's how it's going right now. Is the only thing is make
Free
money,
money,
maybe.
baby. If you're doing it right, it's still fucking profitable.
Famous, you calling another 30x on that thing?
No, I'm just saying it looks like a good buy. Yep.
Is everyone just being really quiet because I keep thinking that my Spaces isn't working?
No, you're good. We're just quiet. How's it going?
Good. I'm smoking a brisket and drinking a beer. What are y'all doing?
Chilling, man. Drinking a glass of wine.
Nice.
Smoking a brisket. Wow.
Yeah, it won't be ready till tomorrow. We just put it on, but it will be bomb.
Wow. Wow. Not gonna lie, you made me pretty hungry right now. Fuck.
Well, I'm originally from Texas, so we smoke food all the time, every weekend. Feast on football Sundays.
Let's go. Red zone only. He's like, nah, dude.
I have Sunday ticket, and I have 3 TVs that I set up in the garage so I can watch all of the games.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
a big DraftKings bettor, so I'm also excited for Pulse Pot. See how that pans out, because
Yeah, yo, if that goes, yo, it's gonna be insane if it actually works out. Holy fuck. It's like you don't even have to bet. It's like whoever wins or loses, it doesn't matter. You make money. Perfect.
Well, I sacrificed for it too, so I'm just hoping that I make a percent of
No,
everyone else's.
it's doing fucking well, man. I'm looking at it right now as we speak, and I'm just like, yeah, nice, sir. I'm like, wow. And you get it on, and we're getting like, anyways. It's like a $20,000 airdrop. Like no one realizes it. You put it's like a 20x, 30x at least.
Yeah, it's gonna be badass.
I think you, and you get it on Pulse, man. I wonder why they didn't do one on Ethereum. I'm so surprised. I hope they do. That would be so dope.
Jordan came up to speak. I don't know if he's the troll incognito, but anyway, it's the warning.
He wants to learn. Jordan's good. Well, for now. But he wants to learn.
No, I'm not trolling.
No, he's been listening. He's good.
Okay, well, there's just a troll that's been bugging us, and
So somebody's been talking about brisket, and I was thinking about burnt ends. That's why I popped up.
Yeah, man. The brisket's making me think, man. I want some. Oh my god.
If you're in Colorado, you can come over tomorrow. It's huge. It's like 17 pounds.
I'm not promising anything, but it's 11:30, so I could pass out at any second.
No wonder every time you invite me to spaces, it's like at 4 a.m. my time. I'm like, I'm asleep.
Yeah, I'm in Portugal. So like it's just like I'm like
Oh,
fuck
I
like
gotcha.
I just send it to whoever's in the front of the thing. But
Hey,
you should come
famous.
on, see these things, man. Come on, the girls need you.
I did her D5 Sexy Ladies, the one right before Vegas, and then I was in the live chat and hanging out the last Saturday she did it. I'm always like really drunk because I would drink all day on Saturdays, and then I get in there and I'm like really loud, obnoxious, and then I have to just fall asleep in my chair. I have no idea what's going on.
Hey,
Okay.
famous.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be getting off here in a second to eat dinner with my family. So you might want to get a different co-host.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks. Hex is the way is live. Sean's late. Everyone's late. Kilgrave or expensive
Yo,
taste. You gonna be on here for long? Which one of you want to practice?
practice what?
Co-host.
I never did it before. I did it once, but I wasn't really paying attention.
I think all you have to do is just approve people that want to talk. I'll do it whenever I'm hanging out. I'm just sitting here chilling.
Alright, chill. Play something too. I feel like Jay Future got the girls doing the co-hosting. Sorry, Kilgrave. Ladies
All
first.
good.
I got you another time though. Don't worry about it.
Sounds good, man.
If you want to do it, you can. I'm just saying, I still need help.
No, go ahead.
So how's your bear market going, expensive taste? No one ever asks you. How you doing?
I'm good. I mean, I'm pretty new into crypto, so I just slowly DCA in. I put a lot in right before the big come up last year, and I'm just chilling. I mean, still working, hanging out, getting ready for snowboard season. Just whatever. I'm all good.
Anything you're excited for on Pulse Train besides like RH?
Um, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of excited for everything, but I'm like I said, I'm still new, so I don't really like everything that came up. I pretty much sacrificed, got a little bit into everything, and just seeing how it all comes out. But I mean, outside of all the Richard Hart stuff and like Pedra and I coast all that. I mean, I guess just pulse pot and I don't know. I put some in
So
text
then
and
shit,
tokens.
come
I'm
back.
all
Yo,
spread out.
you should come in more often and fucking learn how to like onboard everyone. You could be like a fucking massive catalyst to like getting people to onboard. No
Yeah.
cap.
No, I would like to. I just think most of the time, if it's just chill like spaces, like talking like this, I'm comfortable. But when everyone gets into like tokenomics and all this shit that's coming out, I'm like, yeah, I'll just sit back and listen because I don't know.
No, but you should learn that shit, man. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. You just gotta learn it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to. And from the beginning, I feel like I would watch a bunch of streams and like really try to learn as much as I could. And that was when everything was,
But
full going
winter's good.
up.
Summer's not a good time for you, especially if you're in Colorado. Winter could be better. You know, you get to do your snowboarding, and then after your snowboarding, when you're tired, you get to learn.
Yeah,
Make
no,
money.
for sure. I'm going to try to dedicate some more time to doing that.
That's awesome. I don't snowboard, I ski, but yeah, I would have loved to snowboard, but I was just
Either
better at
way, as
skiing.
long as you participate in the activities. I mean, we had a
Yeah,
big heck
I
ski
come
trip
from
last
Montreal.
year. And
I come
yeah,
from
we had a
Montreal,
big
so
heck
I've
ski
always been
trip
there. So.
last year, and
Oh
pretty
yeah?
much everyone that skis. Yeah, we had a good group last year. We're planning it this year again for like end of February. If anyone wants to go.
That's awesome. I feel like all the meetups should just like run through like KSB TV and just be like, yeah, we're doing a meetup, just promote it for us. Like they should do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Like anything, even if it's apple picking, like who gives a shit? They should just have it on the calendar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell Black X Kid actually and A-Bit. I'm gonna tell him that's a good idea.
He was fucking.
Yeah, I love her. She came through here like 2 weeks ago and had a 5-hour layover in Denver. So I picked her up at the airport and we went day drinking and I took off work and then dropped her back
Oh,
off.
that's so dope. That's
Yeah,
so
I like
dope.
her. She's like one of my probably like best friends in this community.
Aww.
So what's everyone doing this weekend? Does anyone want to come up and tell us about it?
Everyone's bored, I bet you. Everyone's just like, what the fuck we do now? It's getting there though. November is usually the time it always picks up. November, December. Something's gonna happen. Just enjoy Halloween, guys.
So famous. If you were brand new and you had an extra $5,000 a month to DCA in or do, what would be your strategy?
$5,000.
Well, 5 to 10, but
A month? That's a lot. First of all, I would take at least $1,000 and invest it in something that would bring me more money, fiat wise, to buy more in because it's not the end. Like the next 2 years is not the end of crypto. So any position you buy, you're good. So like I would, I would literally tell you to buy like real estate, and then with the other amount, I would look and seriously look at what your financial situation is like. Do you got kids? Do you got like massive renovations? Like, do you have like big, like as an example, do you got a wedding? Do you like if you have kids? Do they have school? Do you have to? Do you plan on doing your roof? Do you have like
nope
taxes? Like you know what I mean? Like I'm presuming if you got 5-10 grand a month, you're pretty good.
yeah, just extra. I have a business and it does pretty well. So a lot of my money goes back into my business, but and I was just saying if I had an extra, but that's everything accounted for. So I'm not really worried about the other things.
I would right off the bat tell you go $3,000 in Hex, $1,000 in Hedron, $1,000 in Maxi. Straight up.
Okay.
If you don't know what Hedron and Maxi are, those are two plays.
I know what Hedron is at this point, but not Maxi.
Maxi, you know. Okay, so Maxi is like. So Maxi was a pooled 15-year stake that was done in February. Currently, it's at a premium, but it's a good option to take profits. You could also ride it out. I think it's worth it. You could look at Deci. You could look at a lot of coins, but I would definitely do at least $3,000 in Hex, $1,000 in Hedron, and then for the other grand, I would wait. Right now, for the next month, I would wait and just keep that as like, if something dips like 30-40%, you grab that right away, you know. But yeah, I would actually, fuck man, I would buy some ETH. Actually, not forget about the Maxi. I'd maybe do 500 ETH, and then keep the other 500 for something. ETH not now, but I would plan on buying it. You would need it, so.
At least for gas.
There's some good ratios, but that last grand I would refrain and just like go into more depth. Like, what's your like? I understand you got a business and all that, but like long term, right? Because like you want to position yourself good now. So it's like, what do you want to do? Like, there could be other plays that I don't want to tell you, but it's up to you to understand what your risks are. You know what I mean? But I would definitely.
I can lose the excess cash. Period.
It's not about losing. It's more about what your risk is. Like, what do you want? Like, are you looking at a 5, 10, 15-year play? Are you looking at a 1 year, 2 year? Are you like saying like, I just want to try it out. Like $5,000 is not much. I just want to try it out and see what happens. Well, that's a different play too, right? If you want my opinion, like straight up, like that extra 1,000, I would play with it. Cause you're new, right? Like, yeah, okay, you want to hold, but you got still 60% of that 5 in something that's long term going to outperform other things. Then you got the Hedron, which is an inevitable play in my opinion because it's very essential to the ecosystem. And then you got the choice with 1,000 to go into other things that like could help your position, could help you. You don't have to like be like, oh, do I dump it or not? Like, you could dump ETH all you want, you know. You can dump Maxi all you want. You could, there's a lot for you to learn. And like, if you're saying every month you have that, I would still DCA with 60% in Hex, 10% in Hedron. Keep some for reserve in case something drops during the month.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that 1,000, like, 20, 10 to 20% of your bag, keep it always like available to purchase something that's a deal. And then like you want more than 50% concentrated in something that's gonna be outperforming other things. And like you also need to position yourself if you're looking for Pulse Chain, Pulse X. Did you get Pulse Chain or Pulse X?
No, that actually was originally my thought was if I buy coins that I get a copy of that are less expensive, right? Then I can get more copies of the Pulse Chain, Pulse X. I'm not exactly sure how that works quite yet, but that was my thought.
Your play should be to understand ratio trading, and if you're planning on getting Pulse X, which you are in Pulse Chain, then the game becomes ratio trading. So you got to look at what coins would be a better play to ratio trade, right? Like in both plays, like which one's gonna be more profitable and which one are you gonna be willing to sell more, right? Because like it's hard to sell your highest performing asset, but it's easy to sell your not highest performing asset, right? It becomes a dilemma where you're like, then sometimes the wrong decision becomes the right decision, and the right decision becomes the wrong decision because you're in a dilemma. But if you say, okay, like your plan is like, I'm going to take this, then you can't go wrong, but you got to follow your plan, right? Your business plan. And I think you should take more than half and put it in something that you think is long term. Then you take another 20%, you get in something that is essential, and then you go into the other 20% and you play around with your knowledge and learning. Because it's good to learn and like make mistakes. Like, okay, you didn't make the extra 10%, but like at least you know your mistakes. You learn from them. It's fun to learn from your mistakes and make money, right? You could have made more, but okay, that's the mistake.
For sure.
I hope that helped.
It did. It did.
But the copy's not coming anytime soon, so you can build your bag. Once you learn the whole concept of the premium of Maxi and what Maxi does and what the perpetual pools do and what Team does, then you could maybe get into those. Now, it's not like everything's going to go up crazy. It's just like, what's your risk? It always comes down to that. So it's like, what are you willing to get into at what time? Also, so yeah. What's your play, right? Like if your play is like, I'm down for 5 years, there's certain, I wouldn't tell you to get into Desi. Straight up, I wouldn't. You know, there's certain things like I wouldn't tell you to get into Team either. No, it depends on what you want to do, right? Also, it's good to look into the T-shares because T-shares is a business, and if you're in a business, you completely understand expenses and return and revenue and like employees and all that shit, costs, and it's good to see like, you know, if you're spending 10 grand to make 7, well, would you spend 5 to make 4? Like, you know, sometimes you gotta look at your opportunity cost and say, oh, okay, well, these T-shares give me this much for this, and then you say, okay, well, the appreciation, you got to bet on the appreciation. You can't just see like, oh, okay, well, I'm getting an APY of 30%. Like, yeah, you look at that, that's an extra, but you got to look also on appreciation. Like, you have the potential of making a 30x, and it's only at $1. So, fuck. How are you gonna? It's really complicated because you could position yourself to get so much that you're like, oh, what do I do at that point? How do I do this? Like, do I stake for 5, 10 years? Do 1 year stakes? Do I get into like a perpetual? Do I get Hedron, which buys me more stakes? Do I keep some liquid so like that when it drops, I buy it? You know, like, yeah, I would look at that. It's important to understand, especially if you're going to be a regular DCAer. Like, it's good to understand what you're doing.
Yeah, the idea was to probably do some shorter term stuff, just so I can understand what the heck I'm doing before I commit to any of the longer term positions, I guess. Right? Because if I don't know what I'm doing and I get myself into a long term position that I didn't want to be in, I don't think that's a wise idea either.
If you're not comfortable, don't do it. Obviously, I used to tell the bank, if you need to be comfortable before you're doing something. Like, you got to be comfortable because that's what maintains your consistency. So if you're comfortable with the short term, then yeah, Hex, Hedron, and keeping a bit of liquid for short term like drops and stuff, like, you know, unexpected events that occur, drops, and you know, like, oh, it's gonna recuperate 20. You know, like, it's just because of the ratio. You know, like you can't stop ETH dropping and dropping our price. Like, you can't stop that. So if you could capitalize with fiat with that, then you're making money. especially if we're looking at it like a 6-month ball chain, 1-year pulse chain. You got a lot of time, a lot of time.
Okay. That is the boat that I don't necessarily want to miss, is the pulse chain, pulse X. But I think there's plenty of opportunity for me to learn and try and position myself
As long as you
ahead
get
of
an
that.
ERC20, you're good. Like, yeah, you don't have to get hex. It's suggested with us. It's suggested with us, but you know, just you know.
I'm interested in hex.
Any ERC20 has a ratio, but you got to look at what's going to be more liquid. What are you going to be able to go in and out of? Obviously, hex looks like the best option. So.
I appreciate your time.
Oh, anytime, man. I know there's something I'm missing. There's something I'm missing. I know it. Like, I wouldn't tell you to get into ICOSA because that's too complicated for you right now. On Crypto to Learn, you got all the suggested most important coins to get into, in my opinion. They all work with Hex, so if you're in Hex, they all make money together. So, yeah.
Okay. I pulled that up a little bit earlier, but I was listening to the.
Think about it like this: the
chat,
Maximus
so.
DAO, Maxi team, all the Maximus DAO is for future. Oh, no, sorry, no, it's the opposite. So the Maximus DAO utilizes the past, and the Hedron actually utilizes the future. So think about it like if you're getting Hedron ICOSA, you're utilizing the future of Hex. But if you're getting Maxi or any perpetual, you're buying the past. So there's two reasons you would want to do that. The T-share ratchets up all the time. So it'll never be as cheap as it was before. So the Maxi allows you to always purchase something that was done before. Hedron allows you in the future to get something that allows because of your time spent. So you have an asset that is illiquid due to the time that you're spending, and Hedron allows you to utilize the time that has been spent. So it's the future. So you have the possibility of later on capitalizing off of the time you can spend with that asset. Maxi allows you to see things and be like, hey, you can have something that has done the time and you're able to get it at this point. So it's two different things, you know what I mean? You got to look at it like that.
Okay.
That's the potential of both of them in the future too, right? So like when Maxi is in 3 years, 4 years from now, well, when you purchase a Maxi, you're like, oh, well, this stake was done 4 years ago. As to Hedron, when you purchase it, you're like, okay, well, in 4 years, I'll have this much Hedron. So you got to look at it in both ways, even if it's a leverage and an accumulated pools. Like, yeah, a lot of fucking, yeah, too much to talk about in an hour, man.
Yes.
And if you want, on the cryptotolearn.com, there's documents on Google Doc with calculations and explanations on ratio trading, providing Hedron, ICOSA, perpetuals, the links, everything. You can check it all there.
Yeah, I started sifting through it already. I've got the. I know you got the hex contract broken down here in the Google Docs, and it looks like you have pretty much pretty much everything as far as on the ones that you just recommended.
I'm happy you like it. Check out the Hedron Icosa. It's good.
I've got my reading cut out for me, but I'm willing to put in the work. I just want to know what I'm doing.
Yeah, we can help you, man. I promise you that.
I'll probably sign off and get some reading done.
Do what you got to do, man. Got any questions, come back in.
I appreciate it.
Not bad, man. Even with some alcohol in my system, I'm still good. Probably sound like a fucking drunk fuck, but whatever. My jaw is fucking.
You sound normal. You don't sound
Oh
drunk
man,
at
I'm
all.
trying not to. After getting your jaw dislocated 3 times because of hockey, bro, it's so hard. Not talking like an idiot. When I chew, people.
What are you fighting in
Bro,
hockey or what?
You know how much it hurts to get an elbow at like 40 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's awful. I used to play
Yeah.
ice hockey.
So the guy who broke my leg is Antoine Roussel. He played for Dallas. I played with Simon Desprez. Eli Sherbatov played for like Israel, Russia. I played against John Tavares in the fucking Chowder Cup, and like they fucking beat us, and I cracked my ribs in the second period. 7 at the same time. Fucking cocksucker. Fucking won 4-2.
Do you still have all of your teeth?
Yeah. My teeth are my teeth are
Do you still
perfect.
have
So I
all of
broke
your
my
teeth?
nose twice. I dislocated my jaw 3 times. Cracked 7 ribs. Dislocated my shoulder. My shoulder popped inwards with the collarbone, so it tore my ligament on my sternum. Then my leg broke. It went backwards. So my toes. I don't even know how many times my toes got broken. one of the defensemen that I played with for like 4 years straight. The guy had like an 84, 85 miles an hour shot at like the age of like 15, 16. This guy, I don't know how many times he broke my toe in practice, bro. That's disgusting.
I was gonna say, it feels like a dumb question, but I feel like your toes wouldn't get
Oh,
broken.
if I show you my toes, they're crooked. Like even I broke my thumb. Okay, and I broke my thumb. I was at this tournament. I was at a tournament, so I broke my thumb. Went to the hospital. They put a cast on. Went back and continued playing with the cast. I told the doctor like, allow me to move my like. It was fucked. Anyways, so I've done some fucked up shit, but at the same time too, it's like my small, what is the pinky? My pinky on my fingers, they're both like disformed. Like they look like I've played hockey. I don't know. He'll understand if he plays hockey. Like they're just like so close. Like they've been broken. I don't know how many times. Then the pinkies on my foot, like forget about it. Like that shit's like glued to my foot. Like it's how many times I've taped it on the bench, just take on my skate and just tape that shit, cut the tape in half and just like wrap that motherfucker. Like fuck it.
So foot modeling
No,
is not in your
absolutely
future.
not. You have to cut out the toe. Yeah, the pinky. To cut out the pinky. But yeah, Bauer. I remember Bauer D.
What position you play?
I could take face off still, because I'm a right-handed. So I was very useful.
You got beat the fuck
Bro,
up, man. Jesus.
I was a midget at one point, and then I grew at the age of 15, grew to like 6'1", and then like I didn't move. I still haven't moved. And like at that age, like, bro, if I didn't break my leg, I would have 100% made the NHL. Like I'm convinced. Like I'm like Marcus Dupree. If anyone like, expensively, she likes football. She knows about Marcus Dupree in Baltimore, but yeah, I'm kind of like Marcus Dupree, 27th in the country, shit like that. Injuries, man. I didn't drink my milk. Straight up. If I would have drank my milk, I would have been good. I stopped drinking milk as a kid, so like, yeah, I started drinking only orange juice and apple juice. I was like, fuck milk. Yeah, so I got like problems of decalcification because I got a
So your
yeah,
bones are weak.
so because well, not anymore because I ended up honestly 57. I was 12 weeks in a cast, and like that was like the most. I remember, man, the things I did with that cat. Like it was the most fucked up time of my life where I was like, I can never be disabled again. Like fuck this, I need to drink my milk. Because the doctor told me, he's like, bro, you're fucking brittle. Like you're breaking everything. He looked at my file. It was like, bro, you're breaking everything. Like, and he looked and he's like, yeah, you probably have decalcification.
You're made of glass.
Well, no, I went from like 5'6" to like fucking 6'1" in like 6 months, and like if I didn't have strong bones, then it's automatic decalcification problem. Plus, I didn't drink my milk, so I didn't have that much like good calcium. Yeah, it was a problem. Plus, like fuck, high competitive hockey. He could explain it to you. Like you're going fast as fuck, man. It's harder than football. Like it's more body intensive than football. Bro, forget about it. I was knocking. I remember I broke a kid's arm. I felt the arm, like, bro. It was. I felt so bad. I felt so bad. But at the same time, it was like, whoa. I felt the arm break when I hit him. Like it was fucked. It was. It was fucked. It was fucked. Like you hit hard, and I've got knocked out. Like oh, and I'm just standing on the ice, and I'm just like, what the fuck just happened? Middle ice. I'm like, whoa, that guy knocked me good. And you're just trying to get back to the bench, and you're just like, whoa, what the? I probably got I got 3 major diagnosed concussions, and I probably got more. I'm still running good, and I smoke more pot than Willie Nelson. So like in my life, so like it's like.
Well, I hope you don't have CTE.
Honestly, I probably do, man, because like sometimes I'm John Wayne. Like I definitely have like yeah, concussion trauma, like guaranteed, guaranteed, 100%. Like forget about it. How many times head first hits like football? Bro, my nose broke. How many? Like, oh my god, that shit hurts so much when your grill just. I used to never strap my stupid strap on my neck too, so that shit would just straight to your nose, man. Your whole grill just. That shit hurt, man. That shit hurt. I broke a goalie's collarbone with a slap shot. That was one of my biggest flexes. That was that was so funny, man. I was playing at like the school league, so like I was obviously ahead of everyone. I'm like double A, and like everyone's just like shit garage or A, and then I go play in this against these like this one team, and the goalie, I guess he wasn't really a good goalie, and like I just blue line slap shot it and broke his collarbone. Like the guy was on the floor buzzing, and everyone was like so confused, like what the fuck. Yeah, it was just like there. He's just on the floor, like, oh man. I've played against Patrick Woods' kid, bro. I made him puke. I knocked him the fuck out. I made him puke. It was so, yeah. What else did I do? Made the All-Star team, Montreal All-Star team, which was coached by Matthew Lombardi from the Calgary Flames. Fuck, man. What else? I was personally trained by the guy, like this guy, Mario Nobili, who got drafted and played with Gretzky and Coffey with Edmonton. Yeah, I did a lot of shit. I actually trained Duclair. He's actually yeah, he's from my city, Lafreniere. That guy too trained him when he was young. I was like the older guy who came and helped them, and like yeah, those guys were sick. They were fucking amazing. Yeah, man. Played against a lot of hockey players in the NHL right now, so Iberdo, bro. I played against him for 3 years. Cocksucker, bro. He sucked. Anyways, whatever. It is what it is. I can name you like 3 better players than him on his team, and they never made it, but he did. So it is what it is. Sucks, man. If I would have waited 2 years and continued, I would have been on NHL fucking 2011. Sucks. Sucks. Good memories, though. Very good memories. Very good memories. What did you play? And for who? Oh, you left. I guess I stoned to death.
He couldn't compete, so he had to go.
Erwin, you're still up.
Yeah, we're up. It's early here.
No, Erwin. Erwin's
Oh,
up.
Erwin.
What's up? What's up? I'm here.
What the fuck you doing, man? It's late. Go to bed.
I just got home getting the girls from Halloween Six Flags.
Oh, nice.
So I just got home. So that was a fun 2.5 hour drive just to pick them up. God.
You liked it. Don't worry about it.
And I brought them this afternoon. This afternoon at 1. So, yeah. 5 hour drive for a trip to the amusement park.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. They had fun, and that's what counts. So,
yeah.
And I was trying to listen to the space at the way home, but I had 4 kids that were overexcited, and they all wanted to tell their story, preferably together at the same time. So you could imagine what a
yeah.
but it was fun, yeah.
You were like, oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
You should write a bear market.
So probably within the next 4 to 6 weeks, I'm gonna go to Portugal again.
Oh, really? Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go.
Now it's time to look for properties.
Let's go. Well, I'll see if you're near. I'll come see you if I'm still there. Because I'm gonna be going back home for a bit and not come back.
Yeah. What time is it for you? It's 12:30 or 12:15, was it?
Yeah, 12:15. But we had a bunch of people speaking, so I'm still up. Plus it's Saturday, so I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
Lately, I've been going to bed like 6, 7 in the morning. I come out of bed at 12 or 1 in the afternoon. I'm starting to live at USA times.
That's funny.
And I gotta admit, the spaces when it's evening for the USA guys, it's fun. It's a lot of laughs.
Especially if you wind up in CZ's space.
Exactly. We're gonna have, I believe it was Lindsay the Space tomorrow, I think.
Lindsay, did you say Lindsay? I think she's doing one in the morning. Yeah, the morning
Oh, yeah.
there. Whatever time that is for you.
Yeah, that would be like dinner time for me.
Yeah. And I think CZ's doing one tonight. I think she has another one of her like DeFi Sexy Lady streams. So she does like the spaces like leading up to it and the spaces after, which like gets really rowdy.
I'll try to stay up again.
She's doing that tonight.
Yeah, I mean I saw her share something on Twitter earlier that she was doing it tonight, and like I think
At what time her time? At what time her time?
I
5.
want to say that it starts at 8 my time, 9 her time, which is I don't know what time your time, noon probably.
No, it's okay. Tell me your time. So okay.
It's
so,
like in
so
3. It's like
9.
in 3 hours. I think it's in 3 hours from now.
Fuck.
And it's like a, usually she like does the spaces.
I can't wait to go back
hour.
on your. I can't wait to come back on Eastern time, bro. I'm gonna be so much more here, man.
Yeah, she does it for like an hour, and then she does her stream, and then everyone goes back to spaces after. But it's usually pretty crazy.
I miss everything all the time.
Where are you from over here?
Well, I'm from Montreal, so
Oh, okay. Oh, got you.
Yeah, right now I'm in Portugal. I live here,
Nice.
pretty much.
Joining you soon.
Pretty much. Sean too. Crypt on the Hood too. Yeah.
Well, my door is always open, so
Chris is probably gonna come too.
yeah, they're all moving to Portugal now, and rightfully so. I mean, there's a reason for it.
But we can start it. It's a good
Yeah,
idea.
exactly.
Cheap as fuck.
Yeah. No, I'm not rolling a joint. It's just your imagination.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna smoke one. How y'all doing?
Yo, what
Oh,
up?
Rainbow. How you doing, brother?
I'm wore out. Doing good.
How's Buster?
He's fucking great. Best dog ever. We went to the State Fair of Texas today.
Awesome.
It's not something you
How
do
was it?
every day.
How's life, man?
It's good.
How's the missus?
She's good.
That's good, man.
It's crazy as ever.
What you been doing?
It's a long list. I
You
stayed.
been buying peas in?
Been buying what? No, I've been staying off the
Peas in.
market. Yeah. No more
You
shit
been buying
coins for
peas
me.
in? Buds in.
No, I didn't buy shit.
Perfect. Thanks.
Just watching my steaks and
Enjoy summer.
yeah, waiting for crypto summer. I'm not worried about crypto winter, but it's not looking good. It's gonna be a long winter.
Yeah. Next 2
Hi,
months are
Rainbow.
gonna
Are
be
you a
crucial.
Cowboys fan?
Yeah, I guess so. I'll claim that.
Good.
Oh no.
That's the most important question of the day.
I had season tickets once, back when Danny White was quarterback. But this is a good year to be a Cowboys fan right now, right?
Yeah, we'll see. I guess Cooper Rush is playing tomorrow, and Dak comes back next week. I think.
There's Buster.
There he is. Fucking dog. He's got a new toy. It's very loud. I ain't gonna do it, Buster. How's Portugal treating you, Famous?
Nice, man.
Some nice looking beaches over there.
Yeah, they keep getting nicer and nicer. I bought a place in Spain, though. It's pretty nice.
Really?
A golf course and shit. Yeah. Very nice. It was a good price.
It's like 3 hours from there, or what?
It's in Malaga, so like it's like on a GPS maybe 5, but the way I drive like 3.5.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow, 3.5. I'm joking. Maybe 4, 4.5. But yeah, it's nice. It's very nice. But yeah, Portugal is beautiful though. Everything's getting very expensive, so I think not a crash, but a drop is imminent. So stand by.
Things are pretty expensive around here too, for Dallas.
Everywhere, interest rates plus the dollar makes sense. Makes sense. It's still cheap in our eyes. It's still cheap for what it's worth, in my opinion.
I've had 2 cars paid for by insurance in the last month. They were wrecked.
How come?
Well, they got wrecked. Wasn't our fault, but what they paid us for the used cars was mediocre. You can't argue with them. It's their liability insurance.
Especially now the cars are worth something.
Cars been real expensive here lately.
Hexicasian, how are you? How are you doing this weekend?
Oh, I'm good. I didn't make it to Texas. I wish I was there, but I guess you're not at the party either. But anyway, I feel
No,
like
but I
I'm
do
missing
get
out.
FOMO, like seeing all of them doing their Texas meetups. If I was there still, I would definitely go.
Yeah, yeah, I wanted to go, but I just had other things come up. So anyway, I'm doing nothing. It's nice
Sometimes those are the
outside though.
best weekends, so.
Yeah, I don't mind doing nothing sometimes.
Good evening, everybody. Are y'all sleeping?
Good evening, CZ.
CZ, I was about to text you. Are you have a thing in 2.5 hours?
Oh yeah. You're gonna come watch us be goofy?
I've been promoting you.
Oh, thank you. I've been so busy trying to make sure my computer's not gonna fuck up.
Are you doing it live again, or is it
Yes,
pre-recorded?
no, I'm live. But the thing is this, I have two computers. One's brand new and has problems, and the other one is my backup, but it's older, so it runs a little slower, and I just don't know if I'm gonna fucking I don't know, man. I was like, it's just there's no trust right now. So whatever happens, fuck it.
I know you had some technical difficulties on the last one,
Yep.
but we were having a good old time hanging out in chat.
You guys
so
were
no one
so
was upset about
awesome,
it.
and Access was so cool. I loved it.
Who do you have tonight? You have Hexyquid and Storeflex and who else?
Hexy is Man of the World.
Oh yeah, and Polly.
Yep.
Nice, it's a good crew.
Oh yeah. Wait till you see next one. Oh my god.
I will do my best to stay up again.
Yeah, thank you. Is Famous sleeping?
He keeps saying he's
He
gonna go to
should,
bed.
but
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going. Should I tag the show to the top? Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. So if you guys,
Yeah, do that. We'll share it.
okay, perfect. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
I'm so shocked you're in here freaking co-hosted. That's big.
You know me.
I love it.
Had a couple Coors Lights.
Well,
It's funny because I came in here and for a long time, like no one was talking. I was like, is my thing working? I don't hear anybody.
Yeah, it looks like they've been going on for a while today. So there's been some serious spaces going on, I heard.
Yeah, I think everyone this one's just chilling, hanging out. Every once in a while, someone talk about something for a few minutes, but everyone seems tired.
Yeah. I think everybody's just emotionally drained at this point with everything. So anyway, it's crazy. Hex Rainbow is in here. Oh my god.
What's up, CZ? How you doing, darling?
Oh my gosh, are you avoiding me, sir?
I'm not avoiding anybody.
Okay, well, I miss your face.
I hear you. Let's go golfing.
I know. We need to go fucking golfing, goddammit. The weather's perfect.
It is.
Let's do it.
It's just gorgeous.
I'm down. I'm down. Expensive. What are you doing tonight? Y'all watching football?
I was watching the TCU game, and then Justin started playing some fucking video game, so I don't know what's going on. But we're smoking a brisket and.
Oh, I thought I heard him back there screaming. I thought y'all were watching football. Is he screaming at the video game?
No. Yeah, I don't know. He's a loser.
Tell him I said what's up.
I will. What are you doing this weekend?
I had a fucking goddamn garage sale all like today. Started at like 6:37 this morning. And
dude, your garage sale is like the garage sale that I'd want to go to though. Like, I'm sure you have a lot of good shit.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, my closet has a disco light all this blinking in here. What the fuck? I'm gonna have a stroke. Hold on. Jay-Z! Babe. The light's blinking in the closet. Well, can you fucking change it? Because it's gonna give me a stroke. Cajun in here still or what? You guys are way too quiet for a fucking Saturday.
Yeah.
What's up, kitty titty?
So Juicy Lucy.
You be asking me to go in these freaking crazy ass rooms late. I'm like already asleep, and I want to so bad. Anyway, garage sale was successful, and I got rid of a lot of shit, but I'm donating a lot of shit, so it is what it is.
Does it go till tomorrow too, or is it just today?
Just a day. It's a community garage sale, so you have like one day to do it because they don't allow
Like your
garage
whole
sales in
neighborhood
our
or whatever?
community.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's like your whole neighborhood or whatever.
Yeah, and not many people even participated this time either. I'm like, damn, is this like is apocalypse happening? Nobody really wanted to buy. Nobody really wanted to do a freaking garage sale. I was like, it was different, but it's okay. It was fine.
Did you get rid of a lot of your stuff?
I did. I did. Yeah, but I could have
Sad I
gotten
miss it. Get those Louis purses on discount, you know?
Oh no, but you know what's funny? As I was wearing my little Louis, like it's like a little satchel kind of thing, and I had my money, my garage sale money in it. And this guy
And then I
comes up to me.
accidentally sold it with all the money in it.
No, this guy goes, "My wife is eyeing your bag," and I said, "Oh, cool." He goes, "Do you sell Louis here?" And I was like, "I actually have two, but I'm not going to put it in a garage sale." And
Right.
he was like, "Oh, can I see him?" And I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "I don't want her to know. Like, I'm wanting to get her something. I just don't know the price range." I'm like, "Well, they're expensive, dude. I mean, I'm like literally telling you right now, like, it's not garage sale stuff."
Yeah, right.
I'm like, "The cheapest is 900, okay?" And he was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, can I at least like talk to my sister and see like, maybe she knows like better than I do, and I can just get your number and call you back?" And I'm like, "Okay."
Sketch.
Sketch.
Yeah. That's funny. Aren't you guys getting ready to go to like Florida or something soon?
Oh, yeah. We're leaving probably in a couple weeks. Wait, what day is it? We'll be leaving in about 3 weeks. Yeah.
Fun.
Destin, baby, I got to fucking get some beach time before it's winter.
And I don't feel like Destin really was impacted by the hurricane.
It wasn't.
I mean, that's at least that's nice. You weren't planning to go to Fort Myers or something that got wiped out, but
Yeah, I know. It's so sad. It's so sad.
yeah, it's crazy.
So yeah, no, I'm just going to. We're going to Destin. We're gonna play some golf. We're gonna look at a couple properties there. We're gonna hang out and party. We have a
Sounds
friend that lives out
awesome.
there. I think, yeah. So a couple people, a couple Hexicans are coming up to meet up with us and shit. We're gonna go party. It'll be fun.
I'm jealous. And then maybe when I'm there for Thanksgiving week, I'll link up with you.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
You are so welcome to be here. Jacqueline and her husband was just here a
I
couple
saw
of
their
weeks
picture
ago.
on Twitter. I was like, oh, those girls can't be hanging out without me.
I know. She's so much fun.
FOMO. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm going to San Diego in December to hang out with the California Hexicans. You should go to that.
I want to so bad, and Kaylin was just here. I was telling them a couple weeks ago. She flew in, had a layover, and we like went to lunch and on like a drinking thing for like 5 hours before I took her back to the airport. But long story short is, Heck's birthday is the same birthday as my 3-year-old son, so I can't. I like
right,
never will get to be able to go to like Heck's birthday parties because it's his birthday party too. But I know Kaylin's is like the day before, and Marco the Hexican, his birthday is on Heck's birthday too. So I was like, damn. Well, maybe when he's older, we can all go.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I didn't know.
No. Yeah.
I didn't know that your son's birthday was Heck's birthday. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was cool. Like when I first found out, I was like, oh, awesome. It's his same birthday. And then I was like, shit, I'm not able to go to any parties.
That's true.
Summit, we're going to change your birthday till June
You're like,
2nd.
your birthday you're like, your birthday now is the 3rd.
Yeah, we're just gonna celebrate half birthdays now. So it's completely 6 months away. But that'll be fun. Y'all are like getting a yacht and stuff or something.
Yes. We're doing obviously okay. So to be honest with you, all fair. I wouldn't have gone down there for Hex's birthday, but I was already planning on going for Caitlin's birthday. So since it was Hex's birthday, I was like, okay, well, not two birds out with one stone. And then so yeah, I'm gonna do her party, her little dinner party, and cocktails that night, and then that next day is the yacht. We'll be out on the yacht and stuff, just chilling. And then that evening, I'll probably go to dinner, whatever. I don't know. No, I think.
You're just going
Oh
for
no,
the
that's the
weekend,
club.
right?
That's the club night, huh?
Are you just going for the weekend?
Yeah, I'm going the 1st to the 4th.
Oh, okay, that's a good trip. Yeah, that's perfect.
Well, I haven't been to San Diego since I was like younger, so
yeah,
I know it's pretty there.
Yeah, for sure, it's super nice.
I'm just happy to see some of these people again, and I don't have to wait until the 24th of April.
Oh yeah, for the cruise.
Did you get booked on that?
No, I want to, but I just don't even know because it's like all during the week, and like I was lucky to be able to like miss a week of work to go to Vegas. Like I've never missed like a Monday through Friday for work, like since I've worked there for 8 years. So I was like, maybe pushing it, but
Well, Pulse Chain will be launched by then, so you'll be fine.
Oh, but fuck work. I quit. Just kidding. Yeah. I hope it'll be launched by then. I like your optimism.
Oh, girl, I'm just like putting it out there. I still think it's December, but I could be wrong.
Well, I saw today Highest of Stakes like released a tweet or whatever, like filming the orchestra, like basically filming like the music or whatever for the documentary. And so I'm hoping like the documentary and Pulse Chain are like close to each other, because if the documentary releases and everyone's super interested and like wants to go buy a product that's not out yet, like I hope that they go together. And the fact that we're not getting a ton of updates from Richard about time frame, but that the Highest of Stakes keeps getting closer and closer, I'm hoping that means that they'll release like close to the same time. But I'm just totally optimistically speculating. But
of course,
that would be my dream. We'll see.
I just want to see a bunch of happy Hexicans and Pulsicans.
Even in a bear market though, when we don't have a product and everything's down, we're still a bunch of happy Hexicans when we get together.
True, but a little lately has been on edge kind of thing. So
yeah.
So I'm just gonna throw that positivity out there and go, hell yeah, this shit's gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll hope for the best. But yeah, I'm gonna try to make the cruise. We'll see.
Okay. Well, if you're here next month for the Thanksgiving week, come hang out.
Yeah, I'll text or call you when it gets closer and let you know exactly what our timeline is. But we should have a couple free days.
Maybe I was gonna go to the Cowboy game together.
Oh, dude. Oh, are they playing? Do they play in Dallas? Do they always play in Dallas on Thanksgiving?
Always.
I know they always played on Thanksgiving. I just didn't know if it was always in Dallas.
Oh,
but that would be fun.
No, now I'm confused. I can't remember now. Babe, does Cowboys play always Thanksgiving here or everywhere? He's like, I don't know.
I'm just trying to like views.
I want to say, now that I think about it, I feel like it's always a home game, but I don't know. I'll look it up.
All right, well, I'm about to go take a bath and start getting ready for tonight. Have fun in this quiet room.
Love ya. You got this. We'll see you in a
Yeah,
couple
come
hours.
in the chat. Come play with us.
All right, I will. I'll say something embarrassing, I'm sure.
Anyway, well, we'll have fun.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, sweetheart. I'll talk to y'all later. I'm gonna get in the bathtub. I'm gonna listen. So if y'all are quiet, I'll just leave. I'll just sit back and listen.
Okay.
How can I be quiet now? I got a picture of you in the bathtub.
Oh, what's up? Well, Erwin, thank you. Thank you so much. Anyway, what's up, Hextech?
Howdy. What's up?
Howdy.
Just waiting for you to slide into the bubbles there. Laugh at us all.
Y'all are funny. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
CZ, you might still have to chime in if it gets quiet because
okay, I will.
there's a
I'll just be
few
honest with you.
5
I mean,
minute
it would be
long
my first bath in
silent
this space.
spaces.
Trust me.
Live spaces in the bathtub.
What's up, Iron Hex?
What up? What up?
I hope you're doing good.
Not doing too bad today. How's everybody?
Can't complain.
Hello, Chris. How are you? I hope everybody has a fabulous Saturday night. Or in some case, people have Sunday nights in here.
It's got to be good. We got D5 sexy ladies.
Yes. Grab your cock and your tails and let's go.
No, it's supposed to be drop your cock and grab your socks. That's the military way.
It's not drop your socks and grab your cocks.
No, that's the porn star way.
Just don't drop the soap.
Unless you're into that.
Depends if you're on prison or with a pretty lady, right?
Well, where's UFO? We can ask him. They somebody asked me the other day, I can't remember who it was, probably Bulla fucking with me, I don't know. But they were like, hey, why don't you have UFO on your show? I'm like, cause it would be a one-man show. It would just be him talking the whole fucking time. Like, yeah, I used to lick my own asshole.
I wish that Spaces had like a side chat that you could type stuff and send pictures. Or I think it's annoying that it doesn't.
That's called DMs.
And I don't know.
That's called a DMs.
No, but I want to post a picture of my brisket that's soaking right now for the group because it looks so bomb.
Well, so that's what you do. So you post it on Twitter on your page, and then you push the little arrow after you post it, and then you send it to the link in the room.
Well, A, that's cool because I didn't know you could do that. But B, I don't.
Yeah, because then you
everyone
look up
else
in the
Twitter world should be privy to seeing this. It's for my select group of friends here right now that I want to show.
Well, and the other way too. Do you see the little thing on the bottom down here? That's a message thing. It's like a little message, but it's next to the heart and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can also click that and add a picture in there as well. Then the group will see it. If they go
just the group, but not everyone. Like not everyone else on Twitter, just the group.
I think everybody can see it.
Oh, it would just be like a comment under like the Spaces.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I might do that. I sat back down because I'm going to do that in a minute.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Does anybody remember the side chats on Polynex trading back in like 2016, 2017?
I have no idea what that is.
You don't even know what Polynex is? Oh, well, it's still around today, but it was like one of the larger exchanges that, early on people went on trading, but there's a whole side chat thing. It was back when XRP was like 0.002 something.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Noob. Just teasing.
Hey, Iron Hex, I like your no profile pic. It looks good. I like that. It's peaceful.
That's my happy place.
I bet.
And thank you.
Fishing's the bomb, bro.
Yeah, I want to go to Montana and go fishing with you. I used to go when I was a kid up there, brook trout fishing.
Yeah, I know a few good spots.
Hex, like, do you actually fish though? Because I can totally see you like, yeah, I'm going fishing, and then you put your fishing pole in the water, and then you take a nap, and then you don't catch anything, and then it's like a wasted day.
You were caught something, but you were asleep and you missed the bobber going down.
You're obviously not a man because, like, if you tie it to your toe, you can get a nap in.
That's awesome. I love it.
No, actually, that's the one thing that, like, a lot of people don't understand, like, when I talk to them, is the fact that I don't hunt. I only fish. Not that I'm against hunting, because I have an agreement with all my hunting friends out here in Montana. I'm like, you kill it, I'll cook it. I get a lot of game meat from a lot of friends.
Ew, I can't do gamey meat at all. And people have tried to trick me with deer stew and deer chili and freaking all that shit. And I just can't do it. I can totally tell the difference. You can't change it up where I can't taste that gamey ass meat. I
Oh,
just
I
can't.
know how to do it. If you've
No, I
never
doubt
had,
it. Everybody says that. Everybody
I
says that.
totally agree, CZ. Totally.
no, if you have not had aged elk, or there's a
Yeah.
Japanese way I do deer, then you don't know.
Huh. Well, no, I can say I have not had that. It's always country folk. Let me just make you this stew. You'll not taste it. Or, hey, yeah, I made this chili and it's good. It has no deer in it. I promise. I promise. And I eat it. I'm like, bullshit. I can taste that shit in there. And yeah, it's
No,
hilarious. I just can't do it. And I can't do hog. I can't do any of that. It just makes me want to vomit.
oh, that's fair.
But I can shoot a hog. I'll shoot a hog. But I just won't eat it.
No, one of my favorite things out here is elk. I've worked with elk extensively over the past 10 years, and I really enjoy that. Out of all things, deer's harder to work with.
Nice whitetail deer that feeds off farms is pretty good. It's hardly gamey tasting at all.
But up by my property, there's a bunch of muleys, and they're horrible tasting. So don't ever try those.
Yeah, they're disgusting. They all eat sagebrush and dry ass, nasty grass.
100%, bro.
So off the subject of deer, I haven't been in spaces all day. So anything different going on? Anybody What's new? Or is it all the same? Because if it's the same, I really don't care.
I have no idea because I haven't been in Spaces or Twitter myself lately. Did you catch the no-eyed deer thing?
I did, and if I had my soundboard, I would have went ding. But no, I don't have it.
I'm just mad because I think the market went up a little from this morning. I'm like, I looked at it, everything was down. I'm like, ooh, we're going to a nice dip. So I set a bunch of limit orders, Johnny Cash style. And I came back home and like none of them filled. I'm like, that sucks.
Can you hear me? I don't know if I'm rugged.
No, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Hexacutter, you're saying something and it cut out.
Yeah, you cracked a little too, but that's okay. We're all a little cracked. No, I said I set some limit orders when I left the house this morning because it looked like the market was going to take a little plungy plunge, and tried to grab limit orders Johnny Cash style, but none of them filled. I came home, I was so disappointed. It's like having fishing line wrapped around your toe and nothing pulls on it.
Speaking of Johnny Chaos, you see his memes he was making?
I don't know. He makes so many of them. Which one?
So he's coming on my show for Halloween. He's coming on for Halloween special, and he just made some fucking memes. I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, yeah, you'll have to go back. Like, he's an odd one, and that's why I wanted him
No,
on for Halloween.
Yeah, I think I caught that. He's an odd one, but he's quite the intellectual. I'll tell you that. You know, I've talked to Johnny, so yeah, he's quite a smart cookie.
Yeah, he's cool. I'm kind of interested in what he's going to bring to the table for the show because all of us were going to be like doing our little avatars and spooky shit and whatnot. And you know, he makes stuff, so I'm kind of excited to see what he's going to do.
If he doesn't go all out, I'm going to give him shit because I expect the best.
Oh yeah, you and me both, girl. Get him, because yeah. So KDP is also coming, and she's already been in his DMs talking about how he needs to bring it. So it'll be fun. It's gonna be a good one because Hexy Quinn's coming back too, and she's going to participate in that one as well. So we're all gonna be spooky.
Well, from a guy who can fabricate like surgical kidneys for medical research, like I'm sure he's going to bring his best. I think he'll bring his A game.
So I looked on Twitter earlier. I don't. Did I see this right? Maybe you guys know more than I do because I haven't been in here today. Did Richard unfollow or block a gym rat?
I think I saw that too, that he unfollowed, but I didn't really get into the drama of it all. But I'm just sure it's because
Yeah,
he was promoting
Richard
something
blocked
Richard didn't
Jim
like.
Rat. I call that karma because just a couple days before that, Jim Rat blocked me. I'm like, douche.
Wait, what? I thought you guys were buddies, Scott and Scott. Man, I thought y'all were cool.
We had a little pissing contest a couple weeks ago, and I'm just like, it's just a pissing contest. Like everybody gets heated about certain subjects, that type of thing, and and I put it out there. I guess he didn't like the laughing face I threw up, but you know, and I put it out there like, hey, bro, I apologize to you. You know, it's all good in the hood. You know, like we all get in little scuffs, that type of thing. But you know, you know, anytime I've gotten in a scuff with anybody in any situation in crypto, like I have not gone out and blocked them. I'm like, it's just like, it's like that black eye or punch in the face type thing. But I'm like, whatever, you know, and he's like, whatever with Richard, but I know it hurts him. But I'm just like, whatever, Jim Rat, like I supported you. I still watch your channel, that type of thing. But I guess, you know, he's got a thinner skin than I thought he did.
Dudes and their feelings. That's all I'm gonna say. There's so many of them.
Bro, the feels. But you know what? Richard Hart still follows me. that was mean. Sorry.
I liked it.
Ding.
Ding.
No, it should be click.
You're absolutely right. We screwed that one up.
Well, no.
It was
Ever
supposed
since
to be
the
click.
soundboard.
Yeah.
No, ever
Yeah.
since the soundboard, I like the ding. The click is over. There we go.
There you go. No, the click should never be over though. I love the click. That's the original.
Yeah, that was so funny.
What's up? Click.
It's like new Coke versus classic Coke. I mean, you know,
Oh,
like you gotta stick with the classics.
And you instantly know who's old and new in a space if you do the
For
old.
sure. No,
Funny.
you know what's funny is that you're so right. We were in a space one night. You know, some of these people that are coming in, they're a little newer or whatnot. And Kilgrave was in the space, and I started doing the click. And I think Bull was in there, and then he was like, "Why do you keep saying click?" And I was like, "It's just an old story that actually is not that old, but in Twitter time, it seems like it's been around for a while, you know."
Yeah.
Well, here's one. Who here in this space knows what the sound of a 300 baud modem sounds like?
I do.
I do.
Unfortunately.
You beat me to it, unfortunately.
It sounds annoying.
For sure.
Bro, I took so many of those AOL CDs out of magazines, like for free when I worked at Barnes & Noble part-time, that I used to use them to hang around the garden, so it scared the deer off.
Who still remembers the sound of a matrix printer?
No, I don't remember that. Enlighten me, because maybe I do, and I'm just not understanding.
Yeah, I think you do. The old matrix style printers with that's feeding
printer.
the printer.
I thought you said painter. Matrix.
Oh no, printer.
Oh yeah,
the old style.
Absolutely.
Oh my
I used
lord!
to have one of those. Yeah,
like a fighter
100%.
jet taking off. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. No, I used to sit down there on a terminal that my dad had when he worked for IBM, and I used to hack into the IBM mainframe and just go walking around, looking at things, stuff. You know, not breaking anything, just looking at stuff. That was during the punch card days, back when you didn't have like floppy disks or anything like that. You actually had a row of punch cards that you fed into the machine.
Oh, I just remembered something. Microvision.
Oh, microfiche? Yeah, we used to have
Yeah.
that back. We used to have that back in 8th grade. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have to mix my paint from microfiche. Oh my lord, that was a hassle. What a headache. And in automotive engineering, we had a lot of microfiche as well. Everything was documented on those files. I loved working with those things, to be honest.
See, when people talk about OGs and like Hex is only 3 years old, you know, like OG is like when you can sit there and remember the 70s.
Well, I was born in the 70s, so the 70s is still a bit of a gray area, but the 80s, yeah.
I was born in the 60s, so yeah.
Guess
You'll,
your generation ahead of me.
you'll catch up, bro.
Yeah.
But for anybody who's like upset or waiting for like something, you know, like Pulse Chain to launch, trust me, I waited for this whole revolution. You can wait a couple more years.
I mean, 2 years are over in a heartbeat, man. Time goes so fast. It's like
Well,
the last bear market just ended for my feeling, and we're already past the bull run again. Golly.
Well, that's one of the applications I put towards it. And I told somebody this just like 4 days ago. Another crypto bud of ours, you know, I won't mention his name, but we were talking on the phone and, you know, I said, listen, I said, when I was a kid, my grandfather used to tell me, as you get older, time seems to speed up than when you're younger. And of course, I didn't understand it then, but, you know, fast forward 50 years, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, things click by. Like, I mean, when I'd get off out of school and have that like 4 hour playtime or whatever, or, you know, playtime for an hour, eat dinner, and then go see your friends and get back before dark, that was an eternity. And, you know, now like literally months click by in like no time frame reference that you can conceptualize. It's just, that's the way it works. Sorry, I didn't mean to go all UFO on you. But for anybody who's out in Vegas, so the whole time we were out in Vegas back in September, I didn't gamble once because I'm not a big gambler or whatever. So I got together with my old coworkers from the place I retired from back in February. And so they're like, you know, just come out, like meet up. We used to do this like 6-month meetup. We call it the Corner Club because it's called Four Corners here in Montana. And so we're hanging out. You know, I'm the designated driver, so I was like sober the whole night. And the one old assistant manager got really kind of hammered, so we had to kind of get him to walk it off. It'd take about 2 hours. So we went over to a casino. Long story short, I stuck like $20 in one of these machines and punched a couple buttons, and it threw out $130. So I just took that $130 and like threw it in the Hex this morning. So I was like, we'll see what that produces. Those guys spent like $240 and lost everything. The luck of a Hexagon. But trust me, when that ticket punched out, and it was, you know, I was like, I just took it to the counter, and that was the last time I played a game. I wish I had taken a picture of it though, because I've been doing this on the Prosperity Project thing, the other channel I do, and I wish I had taken a picture of it because I've been doing calculations because I do it with like loose change that I have during the day and before I put it in this mayonnaise jar project that I started like years ago, and I still continue this day, collect all my loose change, put it in a mayonnaise jar, and then bring it, invest it in crypto. But yeah, that would have been good because I do the calculations and I'm using Gold Key actually brought it up today, I think on a Twitter that I saw early this morning was, you know, like the conceptualization, if Hex hits under $100, what would this investment be at this current price? And it's kind of incredible. I mean, I think the last one I did, I had $1.10, and it would be worth like $3,800 or $3,600, something like that, at a $100 Hex price. You know, so value over time, and that's not including any type of staking time frame.
I can't even imagine Hex being $100, dude. That's
I
insane.
can. You know why
Yeah,
I can?
I mean, I can, but you also instantly know what your portfolio balance will show, and it's not really comprehensible, or maybe, I don't know. It's just.
Well, for me, in my head, the way I look at things, it's just about moving numbers. Okay, so like we moved numbers from like what, like Richard even stated the other day, like 0.00, was it point? I got to go back and look. I may be adding a zero, but I think it was 0.00056. And then, you know, we were all hoping for 1 cent. And then from 1 cent, we went to like 10 cent in like 2 weeks. I got to go back and do that actual
Oh, yeah.
number. And then Richard came out on stream and he made this statement. And I bring the statement up often. And the reason I do is because I wrote it down in a book. I call it Richardisms. He throws out these little nuggets. He's actually thrown out 2 in the past like week or so that I have to go back and research. But he made the statement. He's like, what's 10 cents on your way to $100? And that was his
So true.
statement. And like, it's a probability statement. You know, it's one of those things like when he initially launched Hex, he said it has the potential to do a 10,000x within 2 years. And everybody's like, scam, scam, scam. And well, it did it in less than 2 years. I mean, you know, obviously it's retraced, right? But it did it 10,000x. I mean, so those 0-digit removals, and that's my point, is like to get to $100 from where we're at like 3 cents, not hard.
Oh, we'll get there. It's just the numbers, for some reason, were trained or thought that those kind of numbers should not be for us. You should be working all your life until your retirement and still have nothing. So when I think of Hex being $100, it's just insane.
Well, I wish it for everyone in the group here listening to
Hell.
that. And if you're listening and you don't hold any Hex, please consider doing some research. Go to richardhart.com, go to hex.com, go to pulsechain.com. Do your research and then make up your own formulated opinion on what you think is correct or true.
Amen. Yeah, I truly hope everybody owns more Hex than me. For you, that's a no-brainer. But
I was trying to think of. I want to have a quippy comeback like Hex-illionaire or something like that. But you know, I wanted to like say something like that. But no, I mean, who would have thought? Like, I mean, honestly, if I had known then what I know now, I would have probably invested the rest of the 75% I had dispatchable capital that I dispatched into Hex at the time. And I'm sorry that I didn't, but, you know, there's no regrets. And, you know, Richard gave us a second chance with the whole, you know, sacrifice for freedom of speech and sacrifice for freedom of movement. And, you know, that's a sacrifice for those two things. And, you know, he's taken a lot of heat from people because of what they consider delays, but I call it perfection.
PP power.
Oh, this is the one thought that I'm going to go back to. And it popped in my head is because I was talking to somebody this afternoon on the phone is
Richard kind of alluded to something, and he threw it out there, and he told people, like, you'd make millions if I could. He's like, I could sell this information for like millions. But one of the things, and you can't buy PLS right now, and you can't buy PLSX, but he made the statement that you could buy hex right now and have it on both chains. And he kind of phrased it in a value proposition type of way. And that's been a driver for me. It's been scratching at my brain for like 2 or 3 days. So kind of like, it's it's one of those throwaway statements, but it's kind of like, yeah, guess what? If you buy hex right now, who cares? Independent of the price, you're going to hold hex on both chains. You can't do that with PLS. You can't hold your USDC or your ETH or whatever and bridge it over and get a duplicate copy. But you will definitely get a duplicate copy for every hex you buy right now on PLS. And then you do whatever you want, no investment advice, but yeah, and you're still going to have that same copy on the Ethereum chain. And remember Richard's previous statement, I don't want to see cheap hex on either chain. So I'll throw that out for you. That's free alpha. What I'm saying is, if you want PLS, buy more hex now. And then if you want to swap your PLS hex or excuse me, your hex on Pulse Chain for PLS before the bridge, have fun, because nobody's going to be there to arbitrage you for quite a bit. Famous, I see you down there. I want your thoughts.
He's probably sleeping.
I think he's been asleep for a while.
Probably. Oh, and hey, CZ, Richard was on stream with somebody just the other day, flashing off his watch, and had the same gradient colors as mine. So, with your LGBTQ watch theory.
That's because Richard's in the closet.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a Simpson episode of like him and Hexologist jumping out of the closet.
That would be great. No, I already told you the watch looks better in person. 100%. Like when I saw it on you in Vegas, it looked 10 times better on your arm than it did in pictures. So, yeah, this is pretty.
Yeah, I stuck it back in the safe last night. I busted it out. It was the first time since Vegas when I went out with my buddies, and I wore the stupid Hawaiian shirt that I had. And there was a girl there wearing another like crazy Hawaiian shirt. And Hexologist has this thing about from his father, Hawaiian shirt Fridays. So I think I'm gonna make it a thing.
We called those midlife crisis shirts.
No, I'm way past the life crisis aspect. I'm just an old guy having fun.
Do you shop at like Tommy Bahama?
No, I do some internet shopping type thing, but I came across that one. I think I got 2 other pieces from the place I shopped it at, but it just spoke to me, and I was like, I got to have that for Vegas. It was back in July. I was like, I got to have that for Vegas. Like, and then you had the pool party thing, and I'm just like, oh, I'm totally banging that thing out. Though
Oh, I remember which one you're talking about. Yeah.
No, I repped the pulse chain one at the pool party, but I wore that. I got together with Hex Siren and RG3 and Crypto Stylus for brunch at the place that you had.
Yeah, I do. Yep.
We were at the table where we could duck the pancake throwing.
That shit was awesome, though.
Oh, that was funny as heck.
We called that the pancake swap.
Yeah, pancake swaps. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I was like the douche who, went and ordered like a mimosa or something like that. And like I drank half of it. And then when we got seated at a table, I stood up and I knocked the thing all over the table, almost spilled it.
No.
And so I cleaned it all up. So I after I cleaned it all up, I went to the gal at the cashier's thing and I gave her my credit card and I'm like, this meal's on me. I'm like, just RG3 tried to pay for it and she's like, no, he already paid. I'm like the guy who spills the drinks got to pay.
Right? Wow.
Yeah, that's the true story.
Isn't that place cool though?
That was fun. I really enjoyed that. It was cool.
My favorite place when I go to Vegas. I always make sure if I'm with a group that we do something there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. Now I forgot about that they didn't serve breakfast in the cooler room area back there. And
Yeah.
it's just I forgot about that, and I was like,
well, you know what? Who cares?
Yeah,
Bump in the
no,
road.
it turned
Bump in
out
the
really
road.
good. I had a fun time.
Yeah. No, I had the crab cakes, eggs Benedict. I kind of stepped it up. I was just gonna go with a traditional eggs Benedict, but yeah, the food was good. It's kind of what I call traditional diner food, but it's comfort food. It's like off the road food. It really wasn't that expensive at all. I mean, just especially for Vegas. It was nice. It was a fun time. It was fun meeting RG3 and Crypto Stylus. They were, wonderful personalities to meet and, catch up with. Hex Siren, she's always a beaut. I mean, had a great conversation with her and, found out a lot. Her and I walked back to the Hilton there and, found out a lot about each other, like walking and just feel like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I'm not going to say it publicly here because, it's just private conversation stuff. And I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, oh my God. So that's what makes this community great. It's like the relationships you build along the way. It's 100%, that direction versus other crypto communities. I mean, if you go to any other crypto community on like social media or Twitter spaces, you know what you hear? And I wish I had the soundboard for it because I can hear them in the background. Crickets.
Where is UFO when you need him? He always has the
Don't
real crickets
jinx
in the
it.
background. Huh?
Don't jinx it.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's Saturday. He's out with his friends. You know, he's doing something. He's gonna come in late, and he's gonna talk about things that he's not gonna remember tomorrow. So
There's got to be a lot of crickets in the Canary Islands. I don't know.
there's gotta be. They're loud.
I thought it was a troll at first, but then I realized, no, that's probably just the way it is. CZ, what are you doing in the bathtub? I hear a lot of clicking.
Well, it's not my bean, but I am out the bathtub now, and I am actually getting ready to go stream. I'm just putting some makeup on and doing my hair, and yeah.
Oh, can I come troll you tonight then in the talk spaces?
I'm not going in spaces tonight.
Or no, I said the talk spaces, like the.
Oh, you're talking about the chat?
The sidebar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have fun in there, so go for it.
No, it'll be now. And who's your male guest?
Oh, Hexius Man.
Hexius Man? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's legit. Yeah, the guy's okay.
Oh my goodness, he's great. Give me a break.
I know. No, I'm just.
And he is so kind, and he's just so genuine. And then Hexy Quinn's gonna be there, and Snarflex and DJ Playwood.
As long as you don't have the Joker on, I'm good.
Fucking really?
Sorry, I had to throw that in. I actually, truth be told, so I'm on the bus. I went for the first day of the conference because there was a free bus. I was out there having a smoke, and free bus for the conference. And so the two other people were going, and I'm just like, I'll go the first day, whatever, get my swag or whatever. The swag was garbage, by the way, people. T-Penny didn't really put up much. But so we're having a conversation for 4 or 5 minutes. All of a sudden I look to the left of me, sitting in the back of the bus is Crypto Nick. And I'm just like, I looked dang, I didn't even recognize you. I didn't even it didn't catch my peripheral vision. But anyways, for the sake of it, I was like, listen, I don't agree with what you're doing or whatever, but let's take a photo. So I took a photo with my moist shirt on. I had the moist because everybody, at least one person hates this word. And yeah, I can't believe what he's
That's
doing
me.
now.
I'm the one person everybody knows that hates that word. I hate that word.
Yeah, sorry.
Moist.
I bought the shirt.
Do you know what? That's
Did I got blocked again?
Fucking moist. He sucks.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm dude, how many times can you come back and wreck yourself?
Oh, wait.
Please.
Remember he was advertising October 15th is my comeback. Blah, blah, blah. So how did that go? Does anyone know?
No,
well, listen, by the way, that's tonight.
I know.
And I think he planned it on purpose. Oh shit. I think he planned it on purpose.
Because they're going to be watching yours.
Well, no, I think because his old sidekick ain't with them anymore. She's on my show, so.
Oh shit! I just put two and two together.
Shit.
So
yeah, that's right.
She still kind of had his back, not publicly, but still, I think as he was going on this.
Just know she is doing good. She's doing real good.
Good for her.
Well, good for her because I feel like she was by association kind of dragged into it. He was always eccentric and crazy in the beginning, but before he went through his alter ego and the fuck hacks and I'm changing to Crypto Nick or whatever, she still kind of not maybe publicly had his back, but still was kind of trying to be supportive. And at least if now she rugged him, that's the best thing that could ever happen to her.
Listen, at the end of the day, he has fucked everybody over. And, I hung in there as long as I could with him. I always had his back until he was directly doing stuff with me. But at the end of the day, I'm a grown-ass person. I make my choices. Sometimes it takes other people longer, and that's okay. But, going back to what you were talking about, Hexdeck, I didn't know, like, people were like, oh, I was looking for the Joker when I was in Vegas. I wasn't, but I knew if I would have ran into him, I would have been cordial because that's just not my personality. But you know, there was a couple people that like from Power City. I think it was like Pulse Jesus had told me that he ran into him at the lobby and said, and actually invited him and said, "Hey, dude, you know, if you want to come to Power City party, you're more than welcome." And he literally said, "I'm literally afraid for my life right now." Now I don't know if that's dramatic and that's Joker being a Joker, but if that's really how he feels, I mean, that's just sad to me.
Yeah, well,
You know? So, I mean, honestly, you know, he's a fucking moron. We all know it. But nobody should fear for their lives from our community. Even though sometimes you put yourself in that situation, it's still not cool. You know what I mean? Especially when you have a family and stuff. It's just not, it's not cool.
well, you know the situation I was in when I went to the Power City party, but let's not talk about that here in Spaces, but you do understand. So, you know, irregardless of what his situation was, but yeah, it's one of those things like, hey, agree to disagree, you know, but I've been through this like crypto verse type thing before. I used to be involved with a group early on back when I was, you know, early 2017, you know, Bitcoin was kind of the only thing. Hex wasn't out there. And I was probably a Bitcoin maxi, if anything. I mean, that's kind of how I kind of connected or bonded with Richard in the early beginnings. And he's part of a group that was called DCA Adventures that broke off of the Bitcoin pub. And Corey Costa was part of that. So Corey Costa and I have some history. But I like tried to I streamed with these guys for like 3-4 months. And then it was during when Hex launched after December. And I just presented it as like a new coin type thing. Like I wasn't promoting it. I was just presenting it. There's a difference. If you're shilling something, you're promoting it. If you're just saying, hey, this is a new thing, it's kind of interesting, you know, take a look at it. Don't take a look at it. And all 4 of them, there's named 3, there was one, 4th guy, they all shut me down. And then like I got beat up like hard for like 4 months, and then fine, I'm just like, I'm done. I'm done streaming. And I didn't stream for like 2 years. I was just like, I'm finished with this, because all I wanted to do is like present an option to people, because it's okay to be like hardcore about something and look at, you know, other flavors, that type of thing. But, you know, if you're doing it from an advantage point, which I see a lot of people, and I heard the term's been used, vampire attack, then you're just trying to rob the community. You're coming into a community just to pull away or suck the blood out of that community. And I'd never do that with Hex or anything like that. I'm a Hexkin. I sacrifice plenty for PLS and PLSX, and I'm never going to stop. It's one of those things, but you know, the whole, like, I see people like Joker, CryptoNick, like coming in and trying to like play the field. Put the thumb up, lick it, and stick it in the wind and see what happens.
Well, I would like to interview the Big Black Clock Entertainment and just get his take on that.
You're probably not going to get that, but
Oh shit! I thought he was in here. I was like,
good
oh
luck.
hell yeah! But then I looked and you were just
No, I know.
about...
I wish he was in here. He's so awesome.
You know, I'm like a zebra. I can't change my stripes because Richard named the damn coin after me. I always joke with people. I'm like, I've been Hexdeck 16 since 1995.
Well, I learn something new every day. Didn't know that.
Yeah, cypherpunk. So I've been I've been punking it out since the late 80s. So yeah. Actually,
What up, Bola?
who's that? Bula?
What up? What's cracking?
It's
Is
bula
it
boo boo
story?
boo boo boo
Is it
boo bula
story time
boo.
with Hex?
Bula!
Bula!
Hi, love
Bula!
you. Love you.
Hey, how are you guys?
It's shaka bula.
Can you hear me?
Shaka
We
bula.
love the Bula.
Bula shakalaka.
Bula Shaka Khan.
What the hell happened to Sean? He finally came out of the closet?
We're going to pull out Richard Hart and Hexologist. We're going to pull them out of the closet together.
Like Jack Levin.
Oh, fuck Jack 11. Oh, sorry, did I say that on open mic?
But seriously, what happened to Sean, guys? I'm worried.
Sean is fine.
He
For as far
doesn't
as I
look
know.
fine.
Tell us what happened to Sean.
I don't know. Maybe Sean could tell us. He just looks weird. He looks different.
Do you guys still see the chicken PFP?
No, I see your regular picture.
Yeah, then I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I see you
Hezbollah.
too.
What happened, Hezbollah?
Sean, you have a chicken PFP?
I had just yesterday to, yeah.
All right.
I was in different spaces trolling with people, so I had to change my PFP.
Nice. Very good, sir.
It was mainly to tease famous.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, because it's still showing a chicken on my screen. This looks like a meatball eating chicken.
What?
Like
You just said
came out
meatball.
of. It looks like it came out of from under Corey Costa's mattress.
No, actually, I just had that idea in my head. It was like, the minute I thought about it, he's like, he's trolling you. So I'm gonna find a meatball PFP so I can like just post it up because I love trolling Corey. Although I did onboard a new Hexagon or close to on. And I shouldn't say I haven't onboarded her yet, but I gave her she had to sit there for 2 hours waiting for a vehicle while I did an adjustment on chemical application to protection stuff inside the cab of her truck at work. But I was like, we got talking, and she had a beautiful dog named Ava, purebred German Shepherd, and so I directed her to richardhart.com website and pulsechain.com. So I'm a total shill at work.
I have a question actually off topic. Has anyone watched the boxing fight? Representing Hex?
I'll be back later. Have a good one, guys.
I saw the last part.
What happened?
I think Marco won.
Who's Marco? The Hex guy or the other guy?
The Hex guy. Yeah.
His name's not Marco, is it?
I don't know. They had like titled the video Marco the Hexagon won.
What the fuck?
It wasn't a knockout or something. It just went to decision. So the
But
referee
why
raised his
Marco
hand.
the Mexican?
I don't know. Maybe Marco had tweeted that clip. That's why I may be mixing it up.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah, he raised his hand. The Marco, if I'm right, the guy with the beard. He like chanted hex or something. So it was written. The video was titled "Hexicans Won."
Nice.
Hey, Bula,
Hey, what's up?
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I sent you some DMs earlier. You didn't respond. Is everything okay?
I was sleeping, but
Oh, you
you
finally
sent
getting
me.
sleep. I didn't know you did that.
Yeah, me neither. You sent me one,
Good for
right?
you.
After running that jackhammer, bro, you probably are tired.
I wasn't running a jackhammer today. I'm catching up from last year's jackhammer run. Yeah, you're right, Sean. It does say Marco on one.
Hey, question for anybody who understands like the whole icosahedron thing. What?
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
I can't ask that question or what?
No, I wasn't talking to you. Sorry.
No, I'm just curious because I'm looking at like my stakes and stuff, and I'm accumulating a lot of more icosa than I am off my icosa stakes, like in hedron. I'm accumulating more icosa than I am percentage wise in my hedron. And I thought hedron yield was lower, but maybe I'm confused about it. If there's anybody who has an intelligent, answer to this, I'd appreciate it.
Are you saying that your Icosa stake is accumulating more than your hedron stake, or the hedron is not accumulating as fast as the Icosa within the Icosa stake?
No, the in the hedron stake, the icosa is accumulating faster.
Percentage wise.
Yeah, percentage wise, correct.
Are you going by dollar value or I mean,
I haven't done dollar value yet because I just popped into it just 30 seconds ago.
Well, the hedron allocated to you is actually shared with the hedrons. Okay, no, the Icosa allocated. Hold on, let me look at something real quick. So yeah, the hedron stakers don't get Icosa, right? Only you get the Icosa, but you have to. But your hedron is, you could say, somewhat shared with another pool.
Okay.
Let me look at something real quick before I talk any further so I don't misstate something.
No, I appreciate it. I just looked at this and I kind of got what the heck is going on here?
I said that backwards. right? You're sharing ICOSA with the hedron stakers.
So, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm totally wrong, I have staked hedron, and I'm looking at my stake points, which is like 106 stake points, and I'm accumulating ICOSA yield. So I'm getting ICOSA out of this, and I have minimum day stake, so I haven't ended the hedron stake. So that's not contributing to anything in ICOSA until I end that stake when it finally ends. But I'm looking at accumulated yield from an ICOSA stake for one HSI that I did stake initially. And I'm looking at that accumulation, and I'm looking at accumulated hedron off that. And I'm ordering less hedron off that stake than I am off of my hedron. You know, maybe because it's, you know, a number ratio, I have to go and crunch the numbers, but it seems odd because it's like accumulated ICOSA is like, it's like 3,400. So I'm like, what, you know, it seems like it's growing bigger than the whole stake I have in ICOSA.
They should be going the same.
Yeah, I got to go and figure it. I'm going to try to contact Alex and figure out
No,
these stake
no,
points and things.
you have to measure what you had the day before compared to today. And I get that percentage. Like, don't take it as a percentage of what you have staked. Take it as a percentage compared to the previous day, and to see if each one is the same percentage compared to the day before.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I understand 100% what you're saying, so I will do that. I'm going to take a snapshot and then just do the math tomorrow. Well, here's the second question, just because I'm scrolling down, because I don't look at this stuff every day. So you remember the ICOSA yield pool for the, what was it called? Let me go back up. We are all the SA. Yeah. So when you had the opportunity at the beginning to sacrifice those things, I call it the David Feeder's, Feder strategy. Is so I just did it for fun, that type of thing. But how are they incorporated into the whole hedron or ICOSA Alex system? Because I know you can't mint anymore. Minting has ended, and I'm looking at my pool ownership, the total supply, average NFT size, that type of thing. I'm just curious, like, how they interoperate.
The daily pool payout is based on how much hedron burned each day. It's the same calculation used to calculate the ICOSA paid out in the other pools.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm seeing it now. is like, because it's set up as an NFT, so I can either transfer it, somewhere where I can redeem my COSA for it, which would give me more ICOSA. But then I have to go back and look at my first question is like, what's going up in a faster rate, my ICOSA or my Hedron staking? Okay. No, I'm kind of getting it now. I'm very slow about understanding these. I call them triple dynamics, that type of thing. So, but I'm starting to get it. CF graphics, he did a good thing about this the other day. I got to go watch that video again. Oh, other question outside of all this. What time are the ladies going on, like streaming for the ladies thing?
I don't know if CZ is here, but I think she does the spaces before that starts in an hour, and then an hour after that is when the stream is, and then it's followed up by another spaces. So she can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was downstairs getting my liquor put in place for tonight.
What? Your
I'm sorry.
husband's
I
going to be
missed
with
that.
you?
I missed the beginning of that. What did you say?
No, I was just looking for the time frame, like Eastern Standard Time, Pacific, Mountain
Oh,
Time,
it's
whatever.
Central Standard Time. No. So, yeah, I go on at 9 Central Standard Time. And we have Hexy Quinn going to be there tonight, and Snowflex, and Hexiest Man in the World. And it's going to be fun.
So CZ, no spaces before, just right into the stream?
No, because the reason I
Okay.
used to do the spaces before is because it was pre-recorded. And so we got to get in the room like a little earlier to make sure everything's good before we go live.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so after, I'm not doing an after dark, but I have a link if people want to join us for the after party on stream, except for it's not recorded. We're just doing, it's like I call it faces and spaces. Because we've done it before and it was really fun, where people come in and you just hang out and have a drink. You see them in front of you. It's kind of like being live, but you're not. You're just chilling in spaces, but you're staring at each other. Last time, what's his face? Hex Keith came in and played his guitar and was singing, and it was like we were watching a live band. It was really cool.
Can I get a kick to that link after you're done?
Yeah. No, I'll send it to you. I have a little
That'd be
list
cool.
here.
Yeah.
I have
No,
a
that-
little list
Yeah,
that I'm
the little
inviting.
list.
Um,
Thanks. I
yeah, it
appreciate
just
it.
also depends on how long we go on the stream as well and how tired I feel. But I'm pretty sure
Nah,
I'll be fine. If we can just hang out for like an hour or so afterwards, it'll be okay.
I've got like 6 or 7 hours of computer work ahead of me, so I'm like, I'm just gonna be up all night.
Yeah, I get it.
Trust me, people.
Hex
When you
Princess,
retire,
do you
you
want me
never
to
retire.
send you a link?
A link to the after thing? Yeah, I mean, I'll for sure be in chat or in the main thing, and then send me a link for after. I'm just
Yeah,
like,
we'll just hang
I'll
out
go
for a
put on
bit.
makeup. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a few people. Yeah, that if they want to come, they can come. It's not a big deal. I'm trying to find my pen. Oh, here it is.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, Black Hexagon?
Black Hexagon in the chat.
Kaylin, come up and talk to us. I love you. I know you're here.
She is playing with her bean. Leave her alone.
I hate you. I'm in the garage. You fucking know.
Same thing.
Same.
That's
Same.
the pleasure palace.
Black Hexagon, what is that drink that you drink in the garage?
Weed?
Catnip?
Oh, no, not weed. I'm not talking about weed. You had a drink. You mentioned it on
I
the stream
drink
one day.
whiskey.
What?
I drink whiskey. A lot of whiskey.
Yeah, but what type?
Glenlivet is probably my
Oh,
favorite.
Glenlivet. Okay, all right. I was curious. You ever had Bullet?
I don't know. I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. I don't know. Somewhere in the garage, and I'm far from the garage, but there's a unopened bottle of, I think it's called Bullet. I told the guy that once I built my place on my property, I'd open it, but I'm still waiting on these goddamn people from Power City and their connections with Boxable, because I've been on the waiting list on Boxable for many years. I wish I was Elon Musk. Then I already have my Boxable.
How hard would that be to just like hire somebody to build it for you? It's like super tiny.
No, I do have a good friend that is willing to build for me. It's just one of the things. There's a difference between stick built and just being in love with a technology. It's like kind of being in love with Hex, that type of thing. Like I followed these guys before Hex, before crypto, before Bitcoin. Like I followed these guys since concept. So, and like literally, I have 10 acres out here in Montana that I want to drop this 400 square foot Castilla and just dump that thing and open it up in an hour to an hour and a half and hook everything up.
All right, you got me interested. So, what is it about Boxable? What do they do different? What's the tech?
The tech is this. Basically, it's a 400 square foot mobile living space that you could haul with like a $3,500 or 3,500 pickup truck. Just drag it out to any space you have, as long as you have hookups, gas lines, that type of thing, water amenities, or maybe you don't. Maybe you just drop it and keep it dry. But like, I have a well drilled. I'm going to put solar on my property, and it's totally off grid. But you can it's actually designed for on grid. But you can literally take this out to space with on grid technology, drop it, unfold it in an hour, and your washer and dryer, your stove, your refrigerator, your bathtub, your toilet, hook it up to the sewer system. You have a concrete slab, so get those things figured out where it sits. But that's it, and it's like $50,000. Now it's like it's basically a studio apartment. It's only 400 square feet. That's it. But they're modular, so you could add on. You can put on top. You can put to the side. It's incredible technology. You really have to go look at it and be kind of wowed to see it. But I was wowed a long time ago, like over 7 years ago, when they came out with this idea. And it's been a huge, huge thing. I'm a tiny home type of guy because I don't have kids, right? So like if you got kids, you probably need like 5 of them. So you stick all the kids in their own special pod. But $50,000 to get it like drop spaced. So it's kind of special. I'm a geek, so that's why I like it. But literally, it's foldable and 100%. Like everything's there except for your bed and your couch. You have to go and buy those yourself, and the TV. but everything else there, as far as hookups, dishwashers, the whole bit, it's all there. Now everybody's like Googling Boxable.
CZ, what's the show about tonight? What you got a topic? What's the show title?
Clitty, clitty, kitty, kitty.
It'll be 15 minutes of crypto and 45 minutes of very intrusive questions.
No, I got some good ones tonight too. Oh, I love it. My life is awesome, just like Lit Gain says. Fucking love having fun, fucking with people. It's so much fun.
You just reminded me. I don't have to do anything tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. Like, Sunday fun day. Like, Dad, can I stay up later tonight? Oh, yeah, son. You don't have to go to school tomorrow.
Who we picking tomorrow? Expensive.
That's so funny because I was about to ask you that, but I was like, they probably don't want to hear about this.
Cowboys.
They ain't talking about nothing else.
I have about 30 parlays lined up. About 50% of them are random ass prop bets. You know, I have a fucking problem. And earlier, Hexstack was talking about going to the casino. I was like, I put 20 bucks in. I won 130 bucks. I immediately bought Hex. And I was like, sitting here, I'm like, fuck, as I'm making my parlays. I was like spending like $500 on parlays. I'm like, I should really be putting this into Hex. But, you know, I'm just trying to win like, you know, 20 grand on one of my parlays and then put that into Hex, you know? Plus gas fees. I just got to do it once. I don't know. I'm trying to justify it, but I'll let you know who I'm picking as far as the kind of bets that you probably make. You know, money line spread teams. I won't give you all my bullshit prop bets that I'm making, but yeah, we'll talk about it.
B&B pot will save us from ourselves.
Will it? You know, is it gonna save me? I don't know. I mean, at least I sacrificed for it, so I'm getting some overrides, but I don't know if that's gonna offset. You know, I'm interested to see. I'm interested to do that live action. That'll be fun. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, maybe try not playing so much and staking more.
I will say that the past 30 weeks, I haven't had to deposit. So, like, the money that's in there, I've just been rolling with. Like, I'll, you know, by the end of the weekend, like, everything will be fucked. But then I'll hit one, like, random ass Travis Kelce parlay over 100 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns at the end. I'm like, oh, perfect. I got my money back. But yeah, you know, it's I look at it this way: as long as I don't have to deposit anymore, like it's not like I'm continuously depositing. I'm just kind of rolling with the money that I have in my account and just keep, you know,
Oh
rolling
yeah.
it into the next weekend. But I am waiting for the one. That's what I always tell Justin. He's like, "Why are you betting so much?" I'm like, "Because I'm trying to buy fucking hacks. You know, $500 isn't gonna do anything, but 15,000 would be better." Whatever. Probably justify it.
Hey, you're talking about B&B Pot, which was
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
creators of
we're
Pulse Pot?
excited for we're excited for that because we're already regular gambling, sports betting, and
Okay.
poker
No, I
playing
just had a
addicts.
question about that. So originally it was Pulse Pot, and they were going to launch on Pulse Chain, and obviously, Pulse Chain is not launched yet. So they went on the BNB chain. But the people who sacrificed for Pulse Pot, do they have anything on BNB chain?
Yeah,
Oh
so we were
yeah.
told,
Oh, you're
we
like,
were
oh yeah.
we were told when we sacrificed that we were getting airdrop on 5 chains. So he
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
launch on Postpot first. I mean, on Post Chain first,
Yes,
but
correct.
they were just taking too long. So he just, did his thing.
So what you're telling me is because I sacrificed for Pulsepot, I have something on BNB chain. I've never done
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Oh,
Like
Yeah,
at
and
the
it goes
network.
and it's like in what, a couple days, 4 days, Kaylin? Like
did
when
I
they
have to
release
do
the
anything
first
for that,
games.
or is it just there? If I go and I've
Yeah,
never
just at the
connected.
token. Just at the network.
Oh, you girls got me excited
Finance
now.
Smart Chain.
I'll come
Then
gamble
add
with
the
you.
token.
Yeah.
Get staked, whatever tokens you got. Get staked before the game start, because once the game start, then we'll start getting the
All right.
feed.
I'll do it.
Yep.
Just for the fun of it. I
Yep.
mean,
Yep.
just for the fun of it,
And
because
talk about leading up to the when it goes live, they're going to be doing a bunch of streams where you can go on and play the games and kind
play
of
your
help
game live.
promote it. Yeah, on stream. I know for sure
Tuesday
Kaylin's
night,
doing it. Yeah.
we're giving away 1,000 BNB pot tokens. And so, you can come on and play the games with the streamers, and we'll give you free tokens to play the jackpot game.
I'm pretty good at poker these days.
No, it's just the one game. It's just the jackpot game.
Oh, just the jackpot game. Okay. Dang. I thought it was a seated table type stuff.
I don't know if poker, maybe in the future will be rolled out on it, but I think there's a series of games they're planning to introduce in phases or whatever. But yeah, there's gonna be slots, there's gonna be roulette, and hopefully there's craps because me and Kaylin kill the craps and then sports betting and.
Oh, you guys got me laughing now because I love playing fake poker online. I do that all the time, and I'm not a big gambler or anything like that. But heck, I already invested in that project, so so I got free coins over there. So I'm gonna
For
go grab
sure, and
those.
even if you don't gamble, even if you're not going to go actively play, just being a part of it, there's no actual house, right? You are the casino, and it's a shared interest in that. Just because casino gaming, whatever, is so popular worldwide anyway. I think it's smart just to be involved in it, even if you have no intention of ever playing. Just to be able to see that if it does work out well and come to fruition. You don't have to gamble to want to own a part of a casino.
Right. And anybody who's negative against this whole conversation, I'll just say this. Every hex meetup type thing, outside of one, has been in Vegas. So I'm okay. So
That's not true. Slow down. Slow down,
what?
Hextex. I've thrown over 30 meetups. I've traveled across the entire United States throwing meetups with over 30, 50 people in attendance for each one. So
no, I was just saying about me, not about you.
No, I'm just saying. You said there's only been Vegas meetups. There's been
I think he's just talking about conventions, but yeah, there's a lot more meetups than there are conventions that are a bunch of places.
To clarify everything, maybe it broke up in the Twitter feeds type thing. The only thing I've been to, that I was just talking about myself. I'm not talking about anybody else. You guys are doing awesome work. You're doing the Lord's work, going out there, spreading the word. I just said the only things I've been to 4 meetups, and 3 of them were in Vegas. So that's all I was saying.
Yeah, no, totally. But Kaylin's the mayor. Kaylin's the mayor of Hexaco, and she plans meetups for everybody everywhere.
Oh no, yeah, no. In fact, the next meetup, I'm flying out in 2 weeks. I'm going out to Portland to see Hex Jimbo. We're gonna roll some pasta. We're gonna like troll Corey Costa. Actually, I like that. We're gonna roll some pasta and we're gonna troll Corey Costa because his
That's
whole
good. Roll
meatball thing.
pasta and troll Costa, bitches.
I
Yeah.
literally like booked a flight to fly out there for 3 days to hook up with him because we're both ex. Well, I'm an ex chef. He's still a chef, but I was a chef for 24 years. So we're literally going to do the pasta because I told Corey Costa that I'm going to come back to New York because I'm originally from New York, and him and I are going to make meatballs. And hopefully I can find one of his elder family members, whether it's his father or if he's still got a grandmother around. But we're seriously going to like put that content out there.
Can we do it in Jamaica so we can Rasta pasta Costa?
Rasta pasta, that can be the third iteration. You know, there's 1, 2, 3. So Rasta pasta Costa. I'm going to write it down right now because like I just like having fun. I mean, I love our Hexagon family and just the way everybody like interacts. You know, sure, we got a bunch of, you know, kids and sisters that like poke each other in the eye and like push each other off the swing, so to speak. But for the most part, I mean, we're all good playing together. So Rasta pasta Costa. All right. You know that's going to go out on Twitter someplace.
You better fucking give me credit for it. I'm gonna
I
freak
will
out.
100%. Hex expensive taste. I will give you 100% Rasta pasta Costa. Because we're going to do it because it's just fun and it's just one of the things. It's even funding. Jen was laughing when it was like, because like the whole thing started with Corey and the meatballs. So then like it came in and I had been out in May with Ballet Brand and we met up for the weekend. I just flew out, taste this food. And this guy makes amazing pasta, like 3-star Michelin stuff. And as a 24-year in the business chef, I can say this stuff was like just drop dead. And he's serving it out of a food truck, like a food cart. It's like incredible. And we had such a great time. We talked and stuff like that. But so then when Corey Costa, this whole meatball thing that was started, I think it was started actually by the Cookie Monster. But so we're kind of rolling with it. We're in the bear market. I like positive things rather than negative things and poking fingers at people. So we'll just do it, you know. So, but I'll totally give you credit for it.
Perfect. I love it.
Susie, did
Rasta
you start the
pasta
meatball
Costa.
thing? I think I hear you call him a meatball more than anybody.
Yeah, I kind of did. I kind of did. Now it's gone viral, like really viral. I called him like, so, you know, I'm Italian, so mobster. I've watched a lot of mobster movies, so I called him Corey the Meatball Costa, and then I was like, oh, you fucking meatball, you fucking meatball. Well, actually, it started because he farted at the gym because he said he ate meatballs. So I was like, you fucking meatball. So yeah, that was me. I'll take ownership on that one.
Yeah, no, but him and I are
I
both.
like that guy though. He can put up with a lot of shit, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. And him and I are both ex-New Yorkers, and we actually, you know, just we bumped heads actually in Twitter Spaces and like one of these things, and like the guy totally like shut me down, blocked me the whole bit, and I was like, I reached out to him somehow, or no, I caught up with him in another Twitter Space, and I'm like, bro, like, what? He thought I was like a scammer or something. I'm like, no, bro, I just wanted to like connect with you, like. And then we found out that we actually were part of what was called the Bitcoin Pub back in the days, back in 2017. He's like,
What's up,
and we,
people?
the Bitcoin Pub.
Everybody.
What? I think I'm Rug.
Yeah, no, I thought I was getting some feedback too.
No, we were part of the Bitcoin Pub with Peter Saddington. He was the Bitcoin Lambo guy. So if anybody wants to know who Peter Saddington is, just go into your Google and search Bitcoin Lambo guy. And so we're all part of the Bitcoin Pub. I was the guy who recommended the idea that Peter go out and buy a Lamborghini with the Bitcoin that he's had since it cost him like $1.19 per Bitcoin at the time. And so he did. And and Corey's like, I remember you now. I'm like, oh, I remember you. Because I kind of remembered him, but I thought he was a different character. But yeah, so that's the whole thing. But we're going to have some fun over the next couple of years.
Jimmy the Hex, you can speak. What's up?
What's going on, everyone? Expensive Taste, I haven't seen you in forever. How you doing? Girl.
I'm good. How are you?
Amazing.
Perfect.
Yes, life is good.
Good. I like it. You enjoying your Saturday?
Yeah, I just got off of work, went to the gym, and now I'm back in time for CZ's show.
Perfect.
That's it, girl.
Sounds like a productive Saturday.
Dude, that's what's up. It is. I swear it's up. I'm excited. Fucking Chris is on his way up here to see me, dude. What's up, CZ?
Hey, I was just about to say hello.
Hey. What are you guys chopping it up about? Anything interesting?
We're just talking about everything. Hey, this is Taste real quick.
Yeah.
I was gonna see if you guys can retweet my YouTube stream coming up here in 45 minutes so we can pump it for me to just like retweet it. I would love that. Thank you, because you're my family and I appreciate it.
I got you, boo. I retweeted it earlier, but I'll do a fresh one.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Ditto.
Girl, I got you.
Yes. You know that's what's up. Snoreflex is on there tonight. Oh shit.
So is Hexy Quinn.
Hexy Quinn, I know. I follow her on TikTok. She does some dope ass TikToks, man. Her shit's sick. She got it going on. Proud of her. DJ Pollywood too.
Yeah, he's my sidekick. He's always on there now.
Of course he is, bro. He was so much fun in Vegas.
He's amazing.
He is. Chris, where you at, man? You still in old Wyoming? He's probably driving. He's probably relaxing.
Well, I almost didn't recognize he changed his name.
Oh, he did, didn't he? So what he Kleenex? Oh, that's a good one, bro. I like that.
Oh, he's in his fills still. That's why he changed it.
He is.
He needs to stop being in his fills. I told him, dude, get happy already. Love you, bro.
This is home already. This is his new home. He's got a fucking sweet spot. I set him up with a sweet spot out here. He's got everything he needs. We got all kinds of freaking onboarding tools. We got freaking a conference room for freaking setting up stuff. We got some sweet ass events coming up that we can go down and stream at. I don't know why he'd be in his feelings. Chris.
He's fine. He's gonna have fun tonight.
Hell yeah, yeah, bro. I'm excited. Yeah, there we go. There's the fucking smiles. I'm ready to meet your dogs, bro. For real. Dude, there's we got like a 1/4 acre behind the halfway house, dude. Your dogs can just fucking go crazy in. No,
protect your nuts. I'm sure he's already been training his dog to eat peanut butter.
Yeah, it's fucking funny, dude.
All with love, Chris.
I'm surprised Sean ain't coming in on that. I know Sean's always got something to say about this. Yeah, what's up, Sean?
Hey guys, I'm gonna let you go. and I'll see you in the chat.
Yes.
And to the after party.
Handle business.
Okay.
We'll see you soon. Love you, Bill.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, likewise for me.
Now who's gonna keep the convo going?
I
Okay,
know,
Jimmy,
right?
you got it.
Ah, shit. I gotta go hop my sweaty ass in the shower and get ready for the show, but I'll come back. I'll for sure come back. Hextech's got it. Hextech's always got something to say. Hextech, what are you doing, man? What's going on?
Hextech's got it, yeah.
Yeah, if anyone can fucking hold a conversation, so Hextech. He must be busy or something.
Giving him a run for his money.
What's up, Cajun? Black Hex, can I see you down there too? I haven't seen him talk to him for a minute. I haven't been on Spaces much. I've been just trying to focus on myself. I had a little setback when I got back from Vegas. My PO put me on some restrictions, but it's okay. Yeah, it's all good, man. I got a job at a hotel, which I've never done in my life, and come to find out, like, I'm exceptionally well at it because it's hospitality and I love people. It's really cool. I really like it.
Mr. Hinkle.
Yes, what's up, dude?
Did you find the charger?
He called what? Mr. What? Tell us your nickname, dude.
It was one of my roommates coming in from. Anyways, I'm gonna jam out. I'm gonna go hop in the shower, and I'll see you guys at CZ show. Love you guys.
He's not gonna tell us.
Hell no, I ain't gonna tell you.
That Mr. Giggle, Mr. Tickle, Mr. Tickle.
You know what? You come up with something that you like, and I'll go with it. Okay, Cajun.
We love you too.
Oh shit. Okay. Expensive taste. I threw a tweet out and I gave you credit for it. So that's what I was doing. Like Jimmy the Hex was on and I was like, no, I'm typing this thing out. And I tried to go to the other phone. You can't shut, if you have spaces open on one phone, you can't like mute the other phone. Oh, she's gone. Sorry.